There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사이론.
+1. So is he doing siren?
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial.
Oh, hier steht's zu Diensten. Hier ist
Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours Race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 세포가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
Fantastic start from Nicholas. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
我相信勇气造就冠军。
我相信技术造就冠军。
我相信努力会成为冠军。我是郑兆杰，
是刘东赫，是尹正，是黄培生。
谢晋是来自中国的模拟器赛车手。
害怕的不是
激烈竞赛，
而是停下。
我将一直追逐，直到最后。
And the first driver from China, Nürburgring. Number one qualifier in the regional semi-final, and here to make an impact. Then we have Yin Jae-un, who is 31 years of age, second in the regional semi-finals, focused as ever, representing China. And it is Yin Jae-un. Then we have Zhou Jing, who was third in regional semi-final qualifications. After an impressive uprising from the regional qualifiers. Then we have Jiung Zhojie, who is next out for the Chinese region, fourth in the regional semi-finals. A man with a lot of sim racing experience. Ready to battle. And then it is finally for the Chinese region, Huang Keqiang, and he is concentrated and ready to go after finishing fifth in the regional semi-finals. Real racing experience for Huang this year, racing in the TCR China Club Cup. And put those skills to the test in today's Hyundai N Virtual Cup.
Are you ready?
My name is Copono Patrick. I'm Kurt Von Ottenried.
Michael Menning.
Ricardo Rivera.
I'm Braden Werner. I'm an American sim racing driver from the U.S. region.
I believe practice is what makes a champion.
Discipline, calmness, passion for racing fills me up.
This race
We'll be over in a blink of an eye. Buckle up.
And representing the USA region, the dominant force from the stateside, Michael Menning, first in all rounds of the USA qualifications, including the regional semi-final. First time outside of the United States for Michael, and he's here to make an impact. Kurt Van Oltenried, second in the regional semi-finals, also here, working with Michael before the event to put the USA name on the map. And then of course it is Ricardo Rivera representing Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rico e-racing team. He is delighted to be here after finishing third in the regional semi-finals. An improved performance from the regional qualifiers, so his trajectory is only one way, and that is up. Next up then for the United States is Braden Werner of the WSR Esports team, and Braden finished fourth in the regional semi-finals after a fantastic performance. Braden getting used to the simulator, and he's here to compete and to try and win for the United States. And finally, it is Copono Patrick, fifth in the regional semi-finals. His claim to fame is beating Formula 1 drivers on the simulator before. Well, he's got a tough task ahead of him now, but he can put those skills to the test to try and pick up the grand prize.
I believe confidence. I believe talent.
Fearlessness is what makes a champion.
I believe boldness is what makes a champion.
I believe toughness is what makes a champion. I'm Kamil Pawłowski.
Here in Harrison,
Moritz Löhner. Max
Dominik Blayer, I am Polish driver from the Europe region.
Those who focus only on hard work
Can't beat those who enjoy the ride.
never just drive. Unchanging passion changes everything.
And now representing Europe. First in the regional semi-finals from Germany, Maximilian Benecke. The man some say is the man to beat. He's 31 years of age, a professional sim racer, and he means business. Also from Germany and also representing Europe, Moritz Lerner. Lerner finished second in the regional semi-finals and finished second in the regional qualifiers. Moritz, working with Maximilian, wants to take home the glory for Germany and for their Maus esports team. And then from Poland, it is Dominik Blajan of the Williams esports team. He finished third in the regional semi-final day, and Dominik looking to take it to both Maximilian and Moritz, and of course the other regions. He was fifth in regional qualification for Dominik, improved to third in the semi-finals. And then from the United Kingdom, it is Kieran Harrison. 26 years of age is Kieran, but a name that has featured in the Korean esports scene for quite some time. A lot of success in the AMX Global Championship. Kieran finished 11th in the regional qualifiers, but improved his position to 4th to book himself a place here in the grand final. And finally, it is Kamil Pawlowski, representing Poland, our second Polish driver. The former world's fastest gamer finalist and a three-time Project Cars world champion. He's also succeeded on different simulating platforms. Here, all muscles to try and muscle his way to the championship.
즐거움이, 꾸준함이, 생존이 꿈이 챔피언을 만든다고 생각합니다.
저는 한국인 심레이싱 선수 박노경입니다.
저는 한국인 심레이싱 선수 김규민입니다.
안녕하세요. 한국인 심레이싱 선수 이재현 임준휘입니다. 저는 한국인 심레이싱 선수 김영찬입니다.
중요한 건
꺾이지 않는 마음과
잘 꺾는 코너링.
모두를 꺾고 우승하겠습니다.
And finally, the Korean region, looking to defend home turf and conquer all. First up representing them is Gaeomin Kim, the dominant force. 23 years of age, first in the regional qualifiers and first in the regional semi-finals. Then it is Young-Chan Kim, a man with real-world racing experience as well as simulator experience. He's a former AMX esports champion, so again, a familiar name to all around the world of sim racing. Jan finished second in the regional semi-finals as well as second in the regional qualifiers, scoring the number 88 in tonight's competition. Then it is Yoonwee Kim in the number 97, the first ever Korean to reach 8,000 iRating in the iRacing sim racing platform. He's also competed globally, competing in the 2023 Denmark Pro Sim Racing Championship. And it is Rock Young-Yang, the youngest driver in this year's competition, 16 years of age, finished 4th in the regional semi-finals, after finishing 3rd in the regional qualifiers. And finally, our last representative to the stage, this is Jaeon Lee. Participated in many sim racing events across the last 5 years, Jaeon finished 5th overall in the regional semi-finals and is our last driver to take to the stage in this year's Hyundai N Virtual Cup. The drivers are all ready then. We have our 20 world finalists. After many weeks and months of preparation, they're standing on the stage, waiting to participate in what is bound to be a fantastic competition. Four different regions represented, of course, many different nations within that. And a big welcome to the Soup Coliseum here for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. We've introduced you to the drivers this time to show you the arena, the Coliseum, where battle will commence for what has been a fantastic Hyundai N Virtual Cup campaign so far. 20 drivers and a fabulous audience here in Seoul, Korea at the World Final. Final preparations taking place. You can see Maximilian Benecke on your screen getting a couple last laps in before we go racing. A lot of nerves, a lot of anticipation, but most importantly, a lot of excitement as they all have eyes on the prize. And there's a lot of excitement and anticipation at our virtual track as well. The Nürburgring Nordschleife, one of our first circuits here for the grand final. One of three, and there's a lot of excitement and anticipation here at the broadcast booth. My name is Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be alongside you here for this evening's Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and alongside me is the fabulous Kieran McGinley. Kieran, it's finally time for our world final.
It's finally time. It's exciting. I'm excited. We've narrowed down our 20 drivers to represent each region in this final, all for a chance to grab a little bit of that prize pot, which is very, very tempting, by the way. And I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing how it all shakes up in the next 3 races.
Yes, it's bound to be an exciting one. The drivers all looked quite nervy, but also excited at the same time. And of course, it's a big stage for them to perform. They don't have home comforts here in Seoul.
Yes, 3/4 of the grid don't have home comforts, that's for sure. But I'm sure the home favourites will be looking to try and take the title. There's been many drivers that have dominated their own regions here and have earned their spot here quite comfortably. Now it's time for those dominant drivers to really battle against each other and see what happens.
Yes, before we get into battle though, let's run you through a little bit of housekeeping. We're of course racing here on the Assetto Corsa platform for over $104,000. We started with pre-qualification open to everybody. That ran into the regional qualifiers, the regional semi-finals, and then of course today, January 11th, the World Final. So we'll be racing at 3 different circuits tonight: the Nürburgring GP, the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, and Spa-Francorchamps. We will have 2 qualifying sessions in the Nürburgring and in Catalonia, 1 in Spa-Francorchamps, then a 30-minute race in race 1 and race 2, followed by a 20-minute race in race number 3. And the points then for this, we have 25 of course for the first place victor, then 20, 16, 13 and 11 down to 5th place. Then 10 for 6, 9 for 7, 8 for 8 and 7 for 9, and 6 for 10th position. Then it is 5 points if you finish in 11th, 4 points in 12th, and it's 3 for 13, 2 for 14, and if you finish 15th, you pick yourself up a solitary point. You finish from 16th to 20th, it is unfortunately a no score for you. Very important to pick up points where you can. There is, however, bonus points on offer: 2 for the fastest lap and 3 for pole position. And of course, the breakdown of our prize pool: $104,000 US on offer. We had 30,000 for our regional semi-finals. There is 62,000 on offer for the Drivers' Championship and 11 for each regional championship. And of course, here are the placings. The winner of tonight's Hyundai N Virtual Cup will pick up $20,000 US, and then it is 15,000 for second, 5 for third, 3 for fourth, then 2,750 for fifth, working all the way down to, even if you finish last, you will still pick up a nice prize of $200. Then for the region championship, it is 5,000 for each region winner, 2,500 for second, then 2,000 for third, and 1,500 if you finish in fourth. And now to run you through a little bit about our track and car, I'm going to hand it over to Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Nürburgring here, located in Nürburg in the Eifel Mountains. We first started racing at the entire venue in 1927, but the track we race on today was built in 1984. 16 turns and 5.1 kilometres here takes us through this GP layout, really shortened from the Nordschleife of 1927. Nordschleife, of course, still in use today as an endurance venue and as a track day toll road if you fancy your chances here. Our drivers will not be focused on that, they'll be focused very much on the GP circuit and of course very much on the car. It's the Elantra N TC with 350 brake horsepower with a top speed of 248 kilometers per hour and 0 to 100 in 4.5 seconds. This car made its debut in 2021 and won its class at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and since then it's been a 3-time winner at the Nürburgring, a WTCR driver and team champion in 2022 and a TCR World Tour champion in 2023. If there's one thing for sure, this car really does like the Nürburgring, and our drivers should have a great time driving it today.
Yes, they should. Fabulous, fabulous piece of machinery. Some fabulous pieces of machinery, sim racing machinery on display as well here in the arena. Final preparations for qualifying underway. The drivers just getting their last laps in. A very good circuit here, I think, to start this evening's action, however.
Yes, absolutely. I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing what happens out there. It's all been building up to this, you know. It's only a short qualifying session, 10 minutes, that's all we get. And you see there, Kamil Pawlowski locking up the rear tyres. Of course, these front-wheel cars, it can be quite tricky to get the heat into the rear tyres. So what you see drivers doing is locking those brakes, trying to get the heat into those rear tyres as much as possible. Because, of course, with 10 minutes, and that's also making sure that your outlap is included in that as well, gives you about 3 attempts to perhaps get a lap time on the board. So not a lot of time to warm up the tyres. So all important that you get not only your tyres warmed up, but track position too. Should be an interesting qualifying session.
Yes, and it is a different qualifying session from what you might have seen in the regional semi-finals and the regional qualifiers, because the top 10 from this will advance to a second qualifying session. It's sort of your elimination qualifying format as we all go tandem drifting up the hill, heading towards turn number 8 and turn number 9, and down through turn number 10. And currently on your screen, you have the number 93 weaving its way around. And you can just see how much effort that these drivers are putting in, Kieran, to getting those tyres up to temperature. Because you can't really afford 2 outlaps here. You've got to be kind of straight on it and start pushing as soon as possible. Otherwise, well, you're going to ruin your qualifying chances, but you might as build up more nerves as well, and then that can affect your performance. So it's better to just get the head down and keep going.
It is, and with 93 Kieran Harrison, you saw there, just on the limits of making sure the car is still facing the right way. You do all that work to put the heat into the tyres and the brakes, but then you sort of form a little bit of a queue where you've got to try and find a little bit of a gap between yourself and the next car in order to make sure you have the good amount of track space that you need. So you might start to find that the heat starts to fade away on the outskirts of your outlap whilst you try to do all that hard work to get the heat into them in the first place. But the hot laps are well and truly underway, and we'll see after this sort of first round who can get themselves up there. And of course, track limits policed by the in-sim itself, so there's no sort of outside assistance or outside scrutiny, I should say. Whatever Assetto Corsa allows is what our drivers will be allowed to take.
Yes, so push and push and push to your heart's content. We're riding on board, then heading in towards the left-hander. This is turn number 3 and turn number 4, the Ford curve, and now heading down towards the Dunlop curve of turn number 5. Kieran Harrison really likes this circuit, has always performed well at the Nürburgring, and we'll be hoping that trend continues here at the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Rounding through that turn number 5, then up towards turn number 6 and 7, the Shell curve. They'll be trying to take that as flat as possible. Here's Maximilian Benecke, who's rounding through your screen, one of the first cars out on the circuit. 6 minutes to go in qualifying then. Maximilian Benecke, of course, as you saw in our driver introductions, representing Germany and the European region here tonight. One of the favourites potentially to take this competition, and Benecke will be looking to live up to that status. Rounding through the turn 11, turn number 12 chicane and towards the Coca-Cola curve for the final time, we will get our first couple of markers on the board. Benecke accelerating out of the final corner, putting pedal to metal as soon as possible, and up towards the start-finish line, past the grandstands to the left and right. Benecke, your early pace setter here. He's beaten by Kamil Pawlowski, however. Benecke doesn't seem to have got a proper time on the board there.
Yeah, and when you talk about traffic, you're talking about as well, you want to be close enough to the car ahead so that you get yourself a good tow. But you see Maximilian Benecke there, absolutely dominant force when it came to regional qualifiers and regional semi-finals. Really didn't put many feet wrong in his entire time on his journey to South Korea. And the 30-year-old German will be looking to see if he can take top honours here in the World Final. As you said, Evan, he might be one of the favourites, but this is going to be interesting to see when all 4 regions are combined, who is able to keep themselves cool under pressure and who can get those lap times in when it truly matters.
Yeah, we say he's the favourite, but he's not raced against 15 of these drivers before. So, you know, anything can really happen, and I know the US drivers were very much targeting Maximilian Benecke as the driver that they wanted to beat, because he was such a dominant force in the European region in the qualifiers, certainly. Seems to be Michael Menning, though, the driver who was targeting him, who's out on top so far. Kamil Pawlowski in second, and it is Kishun Huang in third, ahead of Rock Young Kang in fourth, and then Maximilian Benecke. Benecke's time not representative, so we will see him go again. This is Michael Menning, who you are looking at, who has the 50 stars of the United States draped across his bonnet. Really nice looking livery from Michael Menning, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's stars and stripes. It's very American, as what you can say about it, really. You know what? It does what it's advertised. It's supposed to say Michael Menning is from the USA. It does that perfectly, I think.
Yeah. Look, it gets the point across, and that's what you need in a nice racing livery. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Currently, the driver to beat, if you would like to get into the next part of qualifying, is Zhejiang in number 32. Here is Michael Menning. Let's take a look at him. He has had his birthday since this campaign started, now 20 years of age. He was the Maximilian Benecke of the United States, dominant in regional qualifying and in the regional semi-finals, first in them. And I remember him telling us in the interviews, this is his first time outside the United States, so he was very, very excited to come here to Seoul, Korea. Ready for the final corner is Menning now. We will see if he does improve upon his time. Here's another one of the German drivers and another one of the German liveries. This is Moritz Lerner, a three-time ADAC GT Masters Esports champion. So when it comes to fairly official competition here, and Moritz Lerner usually performs.
Very much so, and he'll be looking to see what he can do. He was very much trying to target Maximilian Benecke in the semi-finals, and more often managed to just sort of hold back slightly, just to make sure that it didn't cause too much of an upset. He was more focused on securing his spot into the semi-final rather than pushing on for the victory in the semi-final, which, you know, if you save your efforts for the final, if you hold back until you can unleash your pace in this scenario, then you give yourself half a chance of getting yourself a very good spot there. But making his way now through in towards those final corners, through Ad Van Bogen, and onwards then towards that chicane, the final chicane I should say, heading up towards now the braking zone. But again, trying to lock up those rear tyres and lock up the rear brakes to just put some heat into them. Moritz Lerner knows that potentially his next time around will be his final attempt to get a lap time on the board. And as you said, Evan, it's all about making yourself into the top 10 in this first qualifying session to progress to the second one.
Yes, these drivers won't be too unfamiliar with that mindset of just advancing to the next stage. Moritz Lerner is well doing that, currently a tenth of a second quickest ahead of Maximilian Benecke in second. So it is Lerner the other way around. We've swapped around again, but it is still Moritz Lerner who is quickest. Interestingly enough, it is Leo Donghe who is in third for the Chinese region, so a very good representative time there from him. Still looking at Moritz Lerner then heading in towards turn number 3 and 4 and onto the traditional Nürburgring GP section. There is many a layout of this track, as you will probably be familiar with if you are a motorsports fan or a sim racing fan. And of course, a circuit that was first constructed to ease unemployment in the Eifel region of northwest Germany, and well, it just did that. I don't think they knew when to stop building this circuit, Kieran, because I don't think it's even finished just yet. They kind of keep going.
Yeah, and that's no bad thing. You keep improving and just refining and whatnot. It makes it a great place to go racing as well. Obviously nicknamed by Sir Jackie Stewart as the Green Hell. That was for the Nordschleife in its really primal form in the early 50s and 60s. Built itself the reputation to be a circuit to be feared, and it was deemed in 1984 to start racing here on the GP layouts, the slightly shorter, I say slightly shorter, that should be taken with a pinch of salt, a slightly shorter layout, and even since 1984 we've had some changes to this GP circuit, even as recent as the early 2000s. The Mercedes Arena, so we're talking turns 2, 3 and 4, wasn't built in until the early 2000s. It used to just be a little bit of a chicane that then took you then back onto the run down towards the Valvoline curve. But as we head away towards the end of qualifying, and it's Benecke on top spot right now. Moritz Lerner makes his way across the line. Can he improve on second place just to make sure he gets through? No, he can't. Maximilian Benecke though stays top of the order for now, but it's all about the top 10 getting.
Yes, Benecke, quickest of the bunch. Lerner in second, then it is Liu in third, then Yumin Kim in fourth, ahead of Zhejiang in fifth. So I tell you what, the Chinese region has an absolutely fantastic qualifying there, as well as Korea. We have another session, of course, coming up, the second part of qualifying, I suppose, if you'd like to say, although technically is another session with the top 10 from this one. Couple of shock eliminations. I tell you, the United States have not had a great first 10 minutes of competition here. I think Michael Menning might be the only one advancing for the United States, but we will get another look and full confirmation of that one as we take another look at the arena
Looks great, Evan, doesn't it? The Soup Coliseum. All these drivers in great stead. And so we make our way to qualifying. There are your qualifying results then. The top 10 make their way through into the second part of qualifying. And Evan, half a tenth of a second was all that decided getting into this next session.
Yes, it really is such a fabulous place to sim race, isn't it, this Coliseum? But top 10 going through then, it is Beneke, Lerner, Donghe, Blair, then it is Kim, Menning. Then, as, well, the list goes off my screen, but we have, I believe, Zheng advancing as well. Let's look at the fabulous audience in here watching. I tell you what, the place is absolutely packed, Kieran. A lot of excitement for this Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and even some young fans getting in as well.
This is their inspiration, you see. They'll see racing like this and they'll say, I'd like a go. And yeah, why not? Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing new sim races on the block. But yes, of course, the Soup Coliseum playing host to a fantastic final here for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. But it's really been building up, hasn't it? This excitement ever since it was first announced here at the sort of tail end of October. We've been watching on, we've been seeing our drivers pretty much get ourselves rooted here. I mean, Evan and I are more familiar with the European and US offerings here, and it's a chance to see what they can all do on the world stage, but take nothing away from the Korea and China regions. There is a lot of talent and a lot of accolades across all four regions.
I gotta say, I'm already surprised with how well China and Korea have been performing, because that was a very promising top 10 session. And obviously myself and Kieran covered the European and US regions. We did watch the Chinese and Korean regions as well, and some of the lap times, very impressive indeed. So keep an eye out for those guys. Our European audience or our US audience may not recognise them names, because they just race on the other side of the planet. They race in different competitions, but the honour list is equally as long, and we'll run you through them, of course, as we talk about different drivers throughout the night. One thing I am noticing as well is the drivers are slowly starting to relax a little. You can kind of see the nervousness fade away.
Yeah, and I suppose that comes with growing into the competition. You know, you're making sure that you you get a chance to settle down into the final, and in that way you can settle the lap times down, you can settle yourself down, calm yourself, calm those nerves, ease those nerves, and they'll only get better, hopefully, once the racing gets started. Once you're into the flow of things, you start to sort of get familiar, and, well, hopefully for our drivers, those nerves get a little bit alleviated.
Yes, hopefully they all relax and then go full elbows out, and we get a good bit of scrappy, we get a good bit of battling. Now, there's a reason me and you are in the commentary box and not racing. We've always made that joke, but I would say the feeling, if you make a good overtake with an audience like that behind you, is next to nothing, like surreal. So the drivers will lean on that as well.
They have to, yeah, and I think this is one to watch for our Korean drivers as well, because they've got the home, if you like, the home crowd advantage. So if our Korean drivers can make good use of that advantage, they should be in top form coming into tonight's racing action. I mean, we've still got our second qualifying session on the books, and we'll look to see what those results come out as and who can grab pole position for our first race of the evening. 30 minutes of racing upcoming. But first, our Q2 session, if you like, to decide our top 10.
Yes, and pole is going to be very important here, Kieran, because in our regional qualifiers and our regional semi-finals, yes, we had some unbelievable battling, but whoever took pole usually ran away at the front. It was a very dominant position.
Yeah, and that makes sense. If you've got pole position and you try and just break away, and you get that luck of drivers battling behind you, then it gives you a chance to focus on your lap times and focus on just running away with the race. Don't worry about what everyone else is doing behind. If they're battling, they're already losing time. They're already having to take different lines to what they would want to take, and so they'd be losing time and momentum in that case. If you get the pole position, try and run away with it, and that is so much easier than it looks. It really is difficult to just get those lap times in consistently and break away.
Yeah, so often, and in all the regions, we saw sort of one driver dominate the whole qualification stage because they were so good in qualifying. And of course, that was Maximilian Beneke in Europe. We saw Michael Menning in the US. In Korea, we had Jiu Min Kim, who was fabulous across all the stages as well because of that one-lap pace. So it does emphasize the point a lot on how important this qualifying is. And that's why we've kind of mixed it up a little bit here, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and we're adding 2 sessions, so you got to deliver it twice. We're making these guys earn the prize. But the Nürburgring then, Kieran, we've spoken about its history, spoken about how good it is as a track. It's kind of a good track to start with because it's not easy to drive at all.
Not really, no. It looks deceivingly simple, doesn't it? But the undulation of this circuit really adds to the challenge. You know, you've got the Schumacher S, which is always climbing. It's almost a bit of a blind apex. So you're trying to take it flat out and making sure that there are no yellow flags or no one's had a spin on the other side. The chicane towards the end of the lap, the NGK chicane, I should say, easy for me to say. Towards there, obviously it's got some meaty curbs on the inside there, so you've got to be careful about taking too much liberties with those curbs. You don't want to unsettle the car, especially when you've got another Hyundai Elantra right on your tail looking to take full advantage in towards the final corner. And it's just a great circuit for racing. It's quite narrow in places as well as we head away through the Valvoline and Ford curves and on the run down towards the Dunlop curve at turn 8. All very narrow there, but still chances for overtaking. You've just got to be sort of millimetrically perfect in those sorts of scenarios, which for our drivers, our US drivers especially, prove that they can have door-to-door racing action. They can make a little bit of contact here and there, a bit of touring car battling, but they'll make it through and they'll make it stick.
One thing I've always noticed about the Nürburgring is that the curbs are quite chunky compared to some other circuits, and this Elantra N TC very much likes that as the car. It's very compliant, very stable over the curbs. You mentioned in qualifying track limits as well. Is this going to be a case of the drivers have to use literally every centimetre of racing room that they can to try and gain an advantage? Or if you were in this position, would you be kind of just laying it off a little bit, not quite risking it this early on?
Well, motorsports and by extension sim racing has always gone by the one golden rule for drivers. Look at the regulations. What do they say? What do they not say you can't do? And many racing innovations have been decided by that. Heck, even the Brabham fan car, you know, in Formula One. Did it not say we couldn't put a fan underneath the car? Well, no. Well, so we've put a fan on the car. All sorts of great innovations and driving styles have been crafted by that sort of mentality. And if you're not looking to see what you just about could get away with as a driver, you're not pushing hard enough, you're not trying hard enough. It's only if you get the slap on the wrist that you say, right, that was the wall, now let's bring it back a millimetre, see what I can get away with then. It's when the penalties start piling on that you think, okay, maybe I took it a bit too far, but you know for next time.
Another interesting element to this competition then, Kieran, is obviously because we have the in-person world final here, is they're all racing on something unfamiliar. Now, you folks at home might know the phrase, there's nothing like your own bed. You get home from a holiday, you get home for a trip, your own bed, absolutely fantastic. It's just a thing of beauty. It's kind of the same for sim rigs. You get very used to what you're used to. These guys, totally new experience. In your opinion, do you think that's going to affect performance maybe here tonight?
It could affect a performance, but it's going to check a driver's adaptability. You know, if they're in a rig that's quite unfamiliar, but there's 20 other drivers that are new to this rig as well, as we see them on display. They're all the same spec, they're all the same kit. The only difference is the driver who's got to try and get used to it. And they had a full day the day before to make sure they got as much practice in, to make sure that they could get themselves used to the rig, to make sure all the settings were to their liking, and making sure that they're comfortable. From that point onwards, it becomes a case of making sure that you are getting the best performance out of that rig. So yes, it is a case of the different rigs here might be just a little bit, you know, on the edge of drivers here who perhaps are very familiar with their own rig. But when you jump into a car, it's obviously going to be a different cockpit every time you jump into different manufacturers. So kind of testing the driver's adaptability at that point seems to be a key point in this scenario.
Yep, the only difference in the sim rigs from one another is the distance between sort of the seat and the pedals, because you can adjust that, because I tell you what, some of these drivers probably would tower over the whole arena. They're very tall, but that is the only difference, folks. Everything else is as equal as it possibly can be, so the only difference maker is who is driving, and it makes for great competition. Obviously, engineering and stuff in real life motorsport is so paramount, but that's what makes sim racing so different, is we can have perfectly equal conditions, which makes for some fabulous competition. Just looking a little bit into the future then, Kieran, of course we have Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia coming up later, as well as Spa-Francorchamps. All three circuits that we're at today are all kind of unique in their own ways.
Yeah, you've got Barcelona, which is quintessentially balanced. It's one of the, average tracks where you've got low speed, medium speed and high speed corners. I believe we're racing with the chicane. So we're racing, I think, pre-23 configuration, but we'll all find out, I'm sure. I think when we raced in the regional semi-finals, it was the chicane layout, but yes, we'll all confirm that. In any case, still a very balanced circuit. And then Spa-Francorchamps, it doesn't need any further introduction than that, does Spa-Francorchamps. Right out there in the Ardennes forest, one of the longest circuits on most calendars, in fact. It's one of those that's just a jewel on the calendar. Every driver would love to win at Spa-Francorchamps, in real or in sim racing. It's just one of those jewels in the calendar.
As you can see on the screen now, a motion simulator. This is a whole new ball game. Our drivers don't even have one of these, and this is what competitions, I suppose, like the Hyundai N Virtual Cup does, Kieran, for young sim racers. We're seeing a lot of young fans here in the Coliseum this afternoon, and I suppose seeing their heroes drive in front of them really does motivate the youth to get into what has been such a fabulous esport so far.
Yeah, and there's quite a few young drivers on the grid. You mentioned as well in your driver intros, Rukyung Kang, racing in the number 38, 16 I think you said he was. So yeah, one of the youngest on the grid, and still comes with the fact that he's got a 2024 Rotax Max Challenge 3R Novice Championship under his belt, third in the rankings in iRacing in Korea, and also a 2024 KIC Kart Novice overall third place. So there are some strong accolades here, even with a young age, and yeah, it's a very promising start for Rukyung Kang, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to really see what he can do out there on the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final, which again has drawn quite the crowd. It's drawn quite the intrigue, and rightly so. From what the racing we've seen in the qualifiers and the regional semi-finals, we are absolutely waiting with bated breath.
Yes, Rukyung Kang makes me feel old, and I'm 19, so I can't imagine how some of our older audience might be feeling. But Rukyung Kang, I tell you what, might be the youngest driver in the field, Kieran, but pressure he is not feeling. Rukyung Kang is looks very composed, as we see our Korean casters and commentators on the screen, our compatriots. We're a team as well, not just we have our commentators region, I suppose, not just the drivers who are working together. But as you mentioned there, Kieran, it's great to see such a fabulous audience for this.
It is, and all the more power to the audience as well, and hopefully they get involved. I mean, there's already rigs set up for them to try out, I assume, similar setups for the Elantra N TC. I would have assumed just the case at one of the three circuits. So yeah, high time for drivers there, or the audience at least, to sort of get a feel for what the drivers are doing and see how, well, in my scenario, how far away you actually are from the top drivers here. If you can get within 6 seconds, that's pretty good, because that's probably what I could do. He says, don't challenge me. I will instantly fail and hit the wall. But, that's why I'm here, Evan, as you've already said.
Yeah, that's why we're here. In terms of the actual Elantra N TC car, for all of you car modifiers, mechanics out there. It's a 250 horsepower, 2-litre turbo, 4-cylinder motor. It is it's actually the longest of any TCR vehicle. If you compare it to your other TCRs, I won't name them for branding sakes, but it's actually a little bit longer than some of the older variations. It is the third model developed by Hyundai after the i30N TCR and the Veloster, and it's very stable to drive, very compliant suspension setup, which makes it quite nice to drive over the curves. Has a lot of variability in terms of its brake bias and its ABS in a real-world perspective, and its balance very much suits sim racers. I know a lot of the drivers here in the Coliseum and a lot of the drivers who are at home watching who didn't advance to this stage all found it unique but enjoyable to drive.
Yeah, and you know, the front wheel nature, obviously with some drivers, when you start sim racing, you always want to go for the rear wheel drive options. That's where we all start, isn't it? We always pick the high performance Le Mans production car or GT car, or we choose a Formula One car, for example. All of them pretty much are rear wheel drive, and a couple of them are all wheel drive. But front-wheel drive gets a little less love than the rest of the field, and for drivers, that's obviously, you get the fears of understeer. But listening and talking to the drivers after the regional semi-finals, as Michael Menning, I think, as well said, it's a very balanced car. It's very predictable, and that shows because the drivers are so confident in it. You see them trying to kick out the rear end to try and get some heat into the tyres and brakes. They're not only doing that to just do that, but they've also got immense faith in the car itself, that they know they're going to be in control of it the whole time. You have to push this car a lot before it finally snaps, and you're pushing it a lot and a lot and a lot, and it still tries to hang in there as well. So the fact that the drivers find this such a predictable platform means, and for them it means, it promotes faster lap times because you've got the confidence underneath you to push the car.
And we've transitioned to a great time for my next point, and you're going to see it now. The way the drivers warm the tyres by literally just shimmying the back and just making it stick in the front. A great friend of mine, a great sim racer, gave me advice once for when I'm racing from wheel-driven cars. I'm going to give this same advice to you, folks at home. If you get a little bit out of shape, what you do to save the car is you plant the throttle, just accelerate. Absolute foot to floor. The chances are that the front of the car will straighten up and you will go in a straight line. Now, if you want better advice, maybe pop a message to one of the 20 competitors here tonight, but you know, we will cross that path when you come to it. Second part of qualifying getting underway, and we are seeing final outlap preparations here heading into the chicane. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Very, very crucial this, Kieran, because this is going to set the tone for the whole day, really, here at the World Final. If you top the first qualifying session, your confidence is going to be at an all-time high.
Absolutely. If you can take any momentum with you, it's pole position for the first race and a chance to break away from the rest of the field, as we see Maximilian Benecke make his way around the final corner and onwards then towards the start-finish line to start a flying lap. Again, you get 2, maybe 3 attempts to get yourself on the board, up the order for qualifying, so you really don't have many bites of the cherry and bites of the apple to get yourself up the order. But this is going to decide our top 10. 11th, 20th have already been decided. This is to decide our top 10 drivers and how the grid will lay out for them when we head into the race at the Nürburgring for our first race of today.
A confirmation of those taking part in this session. We have Maximilian Benecke, Moritz Lerner, then we do have Leo Donge, we have Dominic Blyer, then we have Yumin Kim, Michael Menning, Kieran Harrison, and we do have Geo Jing, we have Jeong Joji, and we have Kamil Pawlowski. So I tell you what, that's a fantastic qualifying from both Europe and from China, 3 representatives at least each. The United States may be letting themselves down a little bit, Kieran, only getting Michael Menning into the top 10 shootout, but I'm sure they'll take this 10-minute break to recoup, share some advice, and get going for the main race. But 6 minutes to go. First laps are getting underway now. We are currently looking at the number 5 of Dominic Blyer, the Polish driver. He's very, very successful in the sim racing world. The SRO IGTC champion in 2023, the SRO GTWC European Silver champion in 2022, the PL Digital Motorsport champion in 2021 and 2020. So every year for Dominic Blair, he has won something. 2025 started 11 days ago. Wouldn't be a bad way to start it here.
Wouldn't be bad at all, and if Blair can make his way through, then it's got a long day ahead of us though. So early paces here is good, but you've got to make sure you bring that pace to the next two races as well, as we see Blair make his way then through in towards that NGK chicane, through in towards the final corner. We will go then at turn 16 before we make our way on towards the start finish straight to finish off the lap then. Power on and make your way across the start finish line. The lap times are coming in and we'll give you good confirmation of how they all line up. It looks like Blair is fourth, but we'll give you confirmation of that shortly. In any case, of course, it's making sure you get those lap times consistent and try and improve lap after lap. There's nothing better than seeing that delta go into the negatives and say, yes, you're going faster than last time. For me, there's nothing more off-putting because the next corner I'm probably going to stack it into the wall. But for these drivers, absolutely not. They're fully focused at making sure that they can get every bit of performance they can to try and get themselves as high up the grid as possible.
Yeah, some drivers love looking at that delta. Some drivers absolutely despise it. And they agree with you that it's very off-putting. As you see Dominic Blair locking the rears to get it into the corner. Turn number 3 and turn number 4, the forward curve. Just rounding through, using all that curve on exit. Flat out down towards turn number 5. You can see he's currently quickest of the bunch. Michael Menning there in second, Kieran Harrison in third, and Zheng in fourth, G in fifth, then Lan Huang in sixth, and Pavlovsky in seventh, Lerner in eighth, Beneke in ninth, ahead of Leu in 10th position. So Dominic Blair, the early pace setter, 2 minutes 6:868, the lap time for him, but we're going to see that decrease across the next 3 minutes because the driver's just getting up to speed properly.
You've got those ones like Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Beneke and Lu Dong who are a little bit off the pace as it seems. Kamil Pavlovsky, you could say as well, is a little bit off the pace, but I think they might have just backed out on their flying lap, potentially looking for maybe 2 out laps to make sure everything is up and ready in order. They feel confident in having those 2 out laps because they would rather have 2 laps to make sure everything is running optimally. Temperature-wise, as we see then Dominic Blair putting theory into practice through and towards the chicane there, and obviously a little bit of traffic up ahead might have just influenced his decision on that part. And yes, there's 10 drivers around this circuit, and still they're struggling to try and find space out there. That just shows you how difficult it is. There's Yumin Kim, who in the number 23 makes the way across the start-finish line and sets the lap time there as we make our way onwards then towards the first corner then, and we'll see what we can do from here. But an early lead so far at this moment. 0.3 of a second was the gap when we last saw it from first to second, and we'll see if that can either come down or whether it'll be extended further into this session.
I reckon you put these 10 around the full 25-kilometre Nordschleife, they'd still find a way to trip over each other. It's not a small circuit here, guys. We can all space out a little bit. But it is Dominic Blair currently quickest and tracking well for pole position. The Chinese region has 4 representatives in this top 10 shootout, not 3. Like I said earlier, the quickest was Leo the last time we checked. Just see Moritz Lerner warming up his tyres, getting ready to go for a second attempt here in this final session. In towards the hairpin at the bottom of the track once again, and now heading right back up the hill towards the top of it on the full variation, the Nordschleife. It's about a 305 metre elevation change from top to bottom. Not quite as dramatic here at the GP layout, but still a significant hill to climb. Not necessarily a theoretical hill to climb if your name is Dominic Blair, though, because this is looking very good.
Yeah, so far so good, but still bits of that qualifying session left to run. Anybody could still find that huge leap in time. We were still waiting for lap times from Beneke and from Moritz Lerner, so we'll see what they can do in those latter stages. But as we head nearer the end of qualifying, it's all about that crunch time. It's all about making sure that you get that last lap in and that qualifying lap in, and you make sure it is to the best of what you can do, the best the track can give you, the best the car can give you, and the best you can give to both.
Yes, got to make sure you you get the best lap in, and you got to make sure it's in the best conditions. If you're wondering why we've just jumped back to us real quickly, folks, we will be restarting the second qualifying session and going again. So don't worry, you're not looking at us instead of looking at cars. We will be restarting the session, as there was a little bit of a technical gremlin. You always get these things, but we will restart the full session and go again. We were just talking about how positive a session that was for Dominic Blair. He's going to be raging, Kieran, because he was quickest by about 0.3 of a second, and well, he has to do it again now.
Yeah, has to do it again, but he knows he could do it before, so he knows he can do it again and maybe go a bit quicker as well, perhaps showing a hand there to the likes of Maximilian Beneke and Moritz Lerner, giving them a target to aim for. That's probably a bad thing, but we'll see what they can happen as we make our way through. And we're just getting confirmation there was a technical issue, so Q2 will be restarted and we'll go again to see who can grab pole position. And as a driver as well, you know, if you're already nervous before, you're getting a little bit more nervous now. It's like, oh, it's a restart now, I've got to do it all again. You've just gone through the motions of getting your lap time on the board, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh no, I've got to do it all again now. You've got to reset yourself, get your composure and go again. And that is easier said than done, especially when you're in the rhythm already. To have to restart that rhythm is a challenge, but not impossible. We see top drivers, you know, red flags happen, for example, and interrupt that rhythm. You've got to be prepared for the unprepared.
Yes, we love this, myself and Kieran, because we love talking. But this is nightmare stuff from for drivers, because you've built your adrenaline up. Now you have to relax again and then build it straight back up again. So it was a mis-entry, and we will be going again for the second part of qualifying, folks. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. Don't worry. It's a perfect time to run, grab some popcorn if you want, or crisps, or whatever the snack of your selection is, really. Or if it is early in the morning for the Europeans, maybe don't be eating popcorn. A nice bowl of cornflakes or something along those lines might be a better breakfast selection.
I was going to say,
don't know why we're talking about breakfasts, but
similarly, if you're in the US region, it's probably getting near bedtime. So if you're staying up with us, get the caffeine in you, stay with us.
Oh no,
and,
definitely bedtime.
Yes, absolutely. Get the caffeine in, stay with us. We've got some good action coming up then. And Michael Menning as well, speaking of the US region, was putting in some really good lap times in that early stage then. He was right up there punching his weight at the top of the field. And this is what we came to expect from Michael Menning. He was a class above the rest in the US region. And it's his first time outside of the USA. You wouldn't notice it by the lap times he's setting. He's clearly not fazed by that at all.
Yes, he isn't fazed by it, and he is performing very well. The thing about Michael Menning is he gives off such a relaxed vibe. Even when he was in the regional qualifiers, he'd win a race by like 30 seconds. We interview him and he'd go, "Yeah, look, I got the job done." He just seems a very, very chill guy, and Michael Menning bringing that to the world final stage here. And I suppose that is that's an attribute you have to have as an athlete, as an esports driver, an esports player here. You've got to be able to adapt to the scenario, especially in an arena such as this, because look, the crowd very much interested in what's going on here. We have a break in the action. There's not many who are sitting chatting. They're all very, very eagle-eyed on the competitors here, taking everything in. There's a few autographs being given. Wonder will our autographs be asked for, Kieran?
Well, I hope ours will be sent in the post, I'm hoping. You put your request in, didn't you?
Oh no, I'm more saying people will be coming up to us. Can we have your autograph?
No.
I don't see why not.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly, Evan. Come on now. Come on. The focus is all on the drivers. It's all on the drivers. But as you say, a fantastic crowd gathered here, Evan, in South Korea in the Super Coliseum. And like we've been saying, we've been excited to see what these drivers can do, but also to see what the venue is like. We've been talking about it for months on end as suboptimal line, but you know what? A smile on the face, and that's all that matters.
That's exactly what we were talking about with... Oh, there's a road sign gone there. That's exactly what we were talking about with the composure on camera on the big stage. As to be fair, that is a rally stage she's doing. So,
yes.
I'd say the Nürburgring is slightly easier, as we've got a couple of Hyundai fans in the crowd. I'm loving these fan shots, to be fair. Everybody's so interested, so excited for competition here. And if you do see yourself on the big screen, give us a wave.
Everyone loves the camera on them, don't they, Evan? There you go. Like us. Hey, there you go. Oh, what a segue. What a segue. We're having fun here. No, everyone loves a crowd,
well
crowd
done, production
shot.
team. That was a nice one.
No, but yeah, as you say, that when the camera's on you, as we just saw there in the rally stage, it can slightly fall apart. I know whenever the camera's on me and I'm racing, I'm just thinking, oh no, the whole world's watching now, I better not make a mistake, and that's when the mistake happens. But these 20 drivers, you would think have been there and done that in terms of pressure environments. They know people are watching, they know regions, and now the world is watching them, not to add any more pressure, but it's a pressure cooker scenario. You've got to make sure you deliver in those scenarios, and we are now getting ready to go back into qualifying. We have restarted Q2, all the lap times have been reset, and we start again for Q2, and we'll see this time who will be able to grab that coveted pole position. The camera there on Maximilian Benecke, who really wrapped a bow on the Europe regional qualifiers and the regional semi-finals to book his spot to Seoul, South Korea. And he pretty much done that by the end of the second night. It was just a case of, he managed to just get enough points, and by getting enough points, he managed to finish second in that one. So he really managed to just do everything he needed to do to not only book his spot to South Korea, but also to finish top.
For all you Assetto Corsa players out there who are very much into the game, there's been a slight change in this qualifying session. We won't be seeing as much shimmying about with the cars because they have increased the grip. So we're now on 100% grip in this server. So that will stop, I suppose, the many out laps and the many warm-up laps that we've seen. We'll see more competitive times. That was a general consensus asked by the drivers, and that has been granted. So that's one little change. Heading into this second part of qualifying, 8 minutes to go. The build-up for this has probably been a bigger build-up than any Grand Prix qualifying ever, because these 10 drivers have had to wait some time. Now it's time to deliver, now it's time to put the lap in, and Maximilian Benecke is going to get us underway in the number 71. A driver who's fantastic across all simulator platforms, the first ever driver to reach 10,000 and 11,000 iRating on the iRacing platform. He excelled in ESL R1 as well on a brand new sim racing platform, and was a race winner in that as well. So Assetto Corsa will maybe be dominated by Maximilian Benecke in the future as well. Heading through turn number 3, turn number 4, or sorry, heading through turn number 1, turn number 2, in towards the Castells, and then towards the Mercedes Arena, down towards turn number 5 and turn number 6. Benecke, decent in that first sector.
Decent indeed, and we'll see what he can do in the rest of the lap. Yeah, the 100% grip scenario here is just making sure that the drivers have the best possible tracks, and they only get 10 minutes of it in this qualifying session. So it's just making sure that everyone can have the best opportunity they can now to get those lap times on the board in this battle for pole position, as we see Benecke make his way through in towards the Dunlop curve. It's slightly angled towards the apex there, it's slightly cambered towards the apex there, so it encourages you to just get a little bit more speed through there, carry a little bit more pace through the corner, because not only can the car handle it, but once you start cambering, you find that the track is able to hold you together as well. So yeah, you've got to be a bit fearless when you're tackling the Dunlop curve. It's only a slight camber and curvature towards the apex, so you do have to proceed with some caution about not taking too much speed and running off into that gravel trap, because as we said, that's one of the narrowest part of the circuit heading in towards the Dunlop curve. It really punishes a mistake if you take too much speed in there with a big gravel trap on the outside.
Towards the chicane then, let's see. rounding through the final corner. Maximilian Benecke just keeping it cool, keeping it calm, with the smoke coming out of the rears as he brakes and rounding through the final corner. Let's see where this goes for Maximilian. Looked a decent lap from the outside. Looked fairly competitive. And Maximilian will hopefully be quickest of the bunch. Of course, he has his fellow compatriot and his teammate Moritz Lerner in the session as well. Lerner looking to try and keep with Maximilian Benecke. Those two would have been working together in preparation. Had a nice evening meal together in Seoul, who knows, but definitely getting the team chemistry up, as Maximilian Benecke still just rounding and still taking everything really well in his stride. But as we've mentioned time and time again, for someone of the caliber of Benecke, this sort of scenario doesn't really faze him, Kieran.
Yeah, qualifying two to try and grab pole position. Yeah, this should be bread and butter for Benecke. He's been in this scenario before. We know he's a good one-lap driver. But he's got the pace to back it up in race pace as well. So if he can get himself up the order, he can really get some positions up there as well. Of course, all three races tonight are points scorers, and it's the highest point scorers by the end of the three races that will walk away the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final Champion. And tiebreak is decided by the result of the third race. So that's getting that out of the way nice and early about the regulations. There you can see the lap times. It's actually Dominic Blyer who's top of the standings at the moment. 2 minute 5.0, with Maximilian Benecke in second and Moritz Lerner rounding off the top three at this moment in time. As we ride on board with Benecke, that top two only separated by just over 0.5 of a second, mightily close between them.
Yoo-Min Kim with a great lap as well for the Korean region, currently in form. Not a competitive time that from Michael Menning. He'll be way closer to the top when he puts a competitive run in the US region, following of both Michael Menning and their other four competitors is very strong. We know how passionate American fans can get, and it's great to see such a support of Menning in this campaign. So he will definitely put in a time to bring a few cheers stateside. Here is Dominic Blair getting ready for another lap, and Dominic representing the Williams Esports team, of course, as we said, sporting the number 5 as we ride on board, heading down towards turn number 1. 15 corners to be tackled in the next 3 minutes by Dominic Blair. He'll get 2 more laps in this session. Powers down on the brake pedal, gets it stopped for the Mercedes Arena, and bring the car to the right hand side, rotate into the left hander, get as close to that little bollard that you can see, and then run as wide as possible, using all that green AstroTurf to maximise your run through the corner. It is currently Blair, Benecke, Lerner, your top 3, but keep an eye on improvements elsewhere. Kieran Harrison down in 8th, the other European region representative here in the top 10 shootout for the first race. It'll be a 30-minute race, of course, folks, remember, coming up after this.
Indeed, and it's just a case of who can displace Dominic Bly, if anyone can, as we watch on then with the number 23, Yoo-Min Kim. Makes his way now through in towards the Vorsteiner curve, and then powers on once again as we make our way towards that slight right-hander. 4th fastest so far at this point in time here for Yoo-Min Kim. As he makes his way up towards that chicane, then where does he brake? About 130 metres away from the chicane, then trying to take as much speed through there as you can. You see riding the curbs as we make our way towards that final corner, using that little bit of pavement, you might almost call it, on the outside, heading in towards the final corner, getting the power back down and onwards then towards that start finish line. Is this going to be an improvement for Kim as he makes his way across the line then? And we'll see if the lap time is good enough to improve. I don't think it was. No improvement made, so stays 4th place for now with 1 minute 23 on the clock. So if you've started a lap now, this will be your final attempt to try and grab pole position.
No improvement for Kim. Of course, a driver who has raced in the FIA Motorsports F4 series, finished 3rd in that last year. but has been around the sim racing world for quite some time. Was the 2019 E-Super Race champion, as well was Gyu-Min Kim, racing for the DCT racing team, as is two other of our Korean region drivers, I should say. So them and Mao is probably the two teams well represented here in the Coliseum. We're now looking at Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benecke following one after another. This is, of course, the final lap of the session. Very, very crucial, very important to decide who'll be taking pole position.
So important. You want to start this off absolutely on the right foot, and Moritz Lerner, he's looking to do just that. 26 years of age, the German, and is now looking to see what he can do in this session. Then second in both regional qualifiers and the regional semi-final, finishing second to Maximilian Benecke. Lerner and Benecke very close in sort of compatriotism, if that's a word. It's probably not, but as compatriots they're very close. But on the track they're pretty close as well, and Moritz Lerner did take the victory of the final race of the regional semi-finals, and didn't have a smile about winning. It was the fact that Maximilian Benecke stole the fastest lap away from him, which scored more points. So he was had the wry smile there. But now it's all about making sure he gets that pole position if he can get it.
Yes, drivers coming towards the start-finish line then to finish our first Q2 session here in the Nürburgring. Lerner rounding through the final chicane, Benecke in front of him, Dominic Blair somewhere around here as well, and we will see the final qualifying laps being completed. Who will be able to take pole position as they come up across the start-finish line? Benecke completing his lap now, Lerner completing his run. We will get confirmation of who has taken pole position, not popping up on our timing tower for now, folks, so we apologise for that, but we will confirm as soon as we know who has actually gone quickest to conclude this qualifying session. It was Dominic Blair, but that could have changed as we head back stage side and his qualifying completed.
Qualifying completed. I'm interested and intrigued to see where Michael Menning finished in all of that, because when we left him last he was 10th place.
To be honest.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah, but Michael Menning especially, because he was nearly 1.5 seconds off of that provisional pole time when we last saw it. So, yeah, interesting to see if the American could have climbed up the order there, as Maximilian Benecke focused, isn't he? Doesn't even know there's a camera there, and you can tell he's done this before.
No, he definitely doesn't know there's a camera there. That is a purposeful ignoring of the camera, as he doesn't tell a lot in his facial expressions, because that, like, he might have taken pole, but he never would. There wouldn't be a fist pump or anything. So that's why you can never really judge by Maximilian Benecke. Some drivers you'd see big celebrations, but not from Max. Maybe if he wins the grand prize, then we might see a fist pump or two.
We did see one when it came to the driver introductions, but here then is your grid for the first race.
Wow, and it is the home team that have taken pole position. It is Gyu-Min Kim with the quickest time, 2:04.9, ahead of Moritz Lerner in second. That's probably why Benecke wasn't looking at the camera and all fist pumpy, because the two German drivers had pole taken from them on that last lap. Dominic Blair in fourth, then it is Liu in fifth position. That's a turn for the books, Kieran. That is probably a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, Gyu-Min Kim taking pole position by less than 1/10 of a second. We knew it was going to be close, but very mightily close indeed. And so now this is a case for Benecke where he's had all these regional qualifiers on pole position, but now he's having to start from third place, so a little bit of racecraft will need to be tested. But of course, he can't fall into the trap that so many others have. If you start battling each other, you lose ground with the leaders. It's imperative that you get your lap times in, you try and create the gap where you can. But for Benecke and Lerner, will they go for positions? I mean, Kim as well. Kim will be focusing on the lap times. If Kim can break away from the rest of the pack and get themselves that sort of great lap time, lap after lap, and build the gap, as we've seen before in the regional qualifiers and the semi-finals. Once you do that, you give yourself a really good leg up in claiming a victory, and it's a half-hour race, and half hour doesn't seem like a long time, but in this high-pressure scenario, when you've got 3 races, the 30 minutes, 20 minutes, all of a sudden that all adds up, that mileage and the time spent on circuit.
Yeah, Gyu-Min Kim on day 1 and day 2 of regional qualifiers, first overall, and in the regional qualifiers, first Korean regional semi-final, first starts out the world final of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup in first. So we no, it's too early to say that we might have a home winner. I don't want to make our Korean audience excited. I would love to see, however, how delighted our Korean, our fellow colleagues, our Korean colleagues are in the Korean broadcast, because I'd say there was a bit of celebration when that popped up.
Oh, I would say so. I'm just hearing it. Was Evan trying to make a prediction? Has he never? Does he know what happens when you make predictions as a commentator?
Yeah,
has he never heard of this before?
Yeah, commentators curse. That's why I usually avoid all sorts of predictions. But fair play to Gyu-Min Kim. Unbelievable performance. Only driver in the 204s across both sessions, I believe. And when the grip was turned up, Kim turned it on, and he'll start first.
Yeah, not only that, but he managed to find 3.5 tenths at the very least. Because when we last saw him, he was at 4th place, just over 3 tenths off. So he managed to find a big chunk of time to get himself pole position. So a brilliant lap. And the sole representative of the Korea region who made it into Q2 grabs pole position. That's a statement of intent, especially that's a leg up as well, not only for the final, the world final, but also for the regional championship. Remember, drivers here are also competing against each other in terms of region, and the ones that finish at the top of their region also get an extra $5,000. So for Kim there, that's a massive leg up.
Yeah, we are talking about how, oh yeah, the US are working as a team, Europe are working as a team. They are, but they also aren't. They do still want to beat each other. They are racers. Even if they were racing for a wooden spoon, they would still want to beat each other, because that is how they are. That is how the mentality is. They want to perform at the highest, and they want to be the best. That's why they got here, because they are some of the best. They are the 20 best sim racers in a Hyundai Elantra. Anyways, that is for sure, and they want to beat each other. But as Kieran mentioned, they are racing for that regional championship as well as the overall prize, $20,000 if you are crowned champion of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. I'm very excited to get racing underway now.
Yeah, and this is 4 regions all combining. This is 4 regions all on the track at the same time. We've kept them apart for so long. Now they're going to be sharing the circuit in a racing scenario. I'm looking forward to seeing it and seeing it all unfold. And for Kim, can he make sure that he keeps that pace about him and keeps on with the victory today? Or can the 2 Germans behind him put a stop to that? There's one way to find out, and we'll go racing shortly for the first 30-minute race of today's proceedings. It's a great chance as well to see who will take that early lead across the whole day, and maybe when you're on top you have that little bit of confidence about you. Does being higher up the table give you that extra 1/10 of a second? Perhaps you prefer to be a chaser. You don't want to be at the very top until the final race, the final checkered flag falls, perhaps. Maybe you work better when you're chasing the prize rather than being at the top and being chased. We'll see all sorts of ebbs and flows throughout the day, I'm sure.
And it's new territory, actually, this, in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup for Maximilian Benecke. Because he has never really had to battle anyone, I suppose, if that makes sense, Kieran. Now, just a quick update for you folks that we're just hearing in our ear. There is a slight issue, so there will be a 15-minute delay before the race gets underway, and then we will go racing at the Nürburgring. So there will be a 15-minute delay, and then we will be heading into that race. So bear with us, folks. We do apologise for the technical issues, but trust me, the wait is going to be worth it.
Indeed, I'm looking forward to it, and it just technical difficulties happen. Of course, we're rubbing our hands together, making sure that we're still prepared to take on the world final commentary, and I'm sure you're all at home watching on as well with bated breath with that popcorn that Evan sent you away for to try and get. But yeah, absolutely fantastic to be here at the Soup Coliseum. For these drivers as well, it's a great experience as well. Some drivers who have not even visited the country, but it's great to see them have them.
There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사이론.
+1.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
Fantastic start from Michaelis. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
And welcome back to the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, folks. Hope you didn't miss us too much. We just still have a couple of brief minutes to wait before we get back racing. But look, we may as well keep the discussion going. We may as well keep enjoying ourselves because it's a brilliant, brilliant day for sim racing. We're going to run you through the race format again before we get into it. Just give you a quick reminder of what's at stake here and how things are going to play out. So, of course, we had our 2 qualifying sessions earlier. Very interesting sessions, I think you'll agree, Kieran. With, is it safe to say, an unusual pole sitter?
I think that'd be stretching it a little bit. I think that would actually be doing you and Kim a little bit of disservice there to say it was unexpected. But it was certainly a case of getting 3.5 to nearly 0.4 of a second improvement on that final lap to grab pole position. That is what just caught us by complete surprise.
Yes, so that was qualifying. Now let's run you through the race format. Of course, this is the overall format. We had our pre-qualification, regional qualification, regional semi-finals, and now our world final. Top 5 from each region through that whole process are here in Seoul for the world final. So this is the format. We are here at the Nürburgring to start our day. We have the 2 qualifying sessions and we will have a 30-minute race. Next up in Catalonia, we will have another 2 qualifying sessions and another 30-minute race following the exact same format. And in the finale in Spa-Francorchamps, we have a 15-minute qualifying with all drivers and then a 20-minute race. Whoever succeeds across those 3 will be crowned the champion. So 25 points if you win, and then it goes down to 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, and 11 for fifth. And 10 for sixth, 9 for seventh, 8 for eighth, 7 for ninth, and 6 for 10th. And 5 for 11th, 4 for 12th, 3 for 13th, 2 for 14th, and 1 for 15th position. And then if you don't make the top 15, it's unfortunately no point for you initially, but there is bonus points on offer, and you may be able to pick up some of them. Those bonus points are, of course, 2 for the fastest lap, and 3 if you take pole position. So your current Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final leader is Hyundai Kim with 3 points for that pole position. Here is the total prize pool then, $104,000 of course, as you know. That's divided into $62,000 for the Drivers' Championship and $11,000 for the Regional Championship here in the World Final. The Regional Championship, of course, is between the 5 drivers of every region, so there is 1 for each of our 4 regions, and then of course 62 is the overall prize pool. And that's divided as follows: 20,000 if you are crowned the winner, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. You'll also pick up an extra 5 because you will win the Regional Championship then, and then 15 for second, and it is 5 all the way down to even last place, 20. Picking up $200. It's still not a bad day at the office. The Regional Championship then 5,000 if you are crowned the winner, 2,500 for second, 2 for third, and 1,500 if you finish in 4th. And then, of course, Nürburgring. Kieran, tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, the Nürburgring, which this layout of circuit was built in 1984. At least we started racing here in 1984. But the Nordschleife, as we know and love it, was built in 1927. And as Sir Jackie Stewart once called it, the Green Hell, it certainly evolved over the years. From 1984, we've been racing on this circuit, which has hosted such series as the GT World Challenge Europe, the DTM, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the NLS, and even the European Truck Racing Championship from 2022 onwards. So it's fair to say this track has seen a lot of action in its storied past. And more to the point, it's going to see the Hyundai N TC Elantra return as well. as it takes its way there. This is a 3-time winner at the Nürburgring. It's also got a WTCR Driver and Team Championship under its belt and a TCR World Tour Drivers' Championship in 2023. This car, the Elantra N TC, made its debut in 2021. It won its class at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and with 350 brake horsepower underneath the front bonnet there, with a top speed of 248 kilometers per hour, it's safe to say that this car is honed in at the Nürburgring. It knows this place like the back of its hand, or wheel, whatever you want to call it, Evan.
Yes, speaking of wheels, there's some of our equipment on display once again. One thing I'm noticing is the abundance of cables coming out of that PC behind. I wouldn't like to have to do cable management in the Coliseum, that is for sure. There's Maximilian Benecke, will be starting 3rd place, I believe, for the first race at the Nürburgring. Technically a home race for Max and Moritz, but that doesn't really matter because of course it is sim racing and they are both in Korea. There's your trophies, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Quite a nice piece to have on the mantle above the fire, I think, Kieran.
I would say so, yeah. I'd love that trophy to be put up there on the mantelpiece, that's for sure. One thing is for sure then, yes, we talk about home advantage. More prominently the point would be strongest and weakest tracks. You know, these, as you've already mentioned beforehand, Evan, are 3 circuits that have quite a different circuit layout. We've got the Nürburgring, which has quite a bit of undulation. It's quite narrow in places at this circuit, so overtaking can be a little bit tricky from time to time. What's not narrow is the first corner. It starts off quite wide. You could probably fit about 4, maybe 5 cars there at its highest, at its widest at the pit lane exit, but then that narrows all the way down to about 3 cars, maybe 2 if you're lucky, down in towards that first corner. So it can get narrow in places. It can bottleneck quite a lot around this circuit at certain places, especially in that first sector. So overtaking can be tricky, not impossible, mind, but it's just a preview into what's to come for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we of course then head to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, and then we head to Spa-Francorchamps, as we discussed earlier. All 3 very, very unique circuits. But this Nürburgring, a circuit as well as the Nordschleife that sees approximately 200,000 people a year who take the pilgrimage to it to witness the famous race. Of course, you have the Nürburgring 24, you have ADAC GT Masters, there's a lot of stuff that goes on there, that goes on in the Nürburgring, and a couple of our drivers here have actually raced there, and a couple of our sim racers tonight. There's a lot of drivers with real world experience, Moritz Lerner being one of them, the German driver. Do you think, Kieran, there's an advantage if you have real world racing experience coming to a sim racing competition?
I think there is an advantage there. You know, you know the circuit, then you know how it should be laid out, but it's of course, you know, you almost have to treat the sim version of the track as a slightly different layout because it is going to be slightly different. So it's trying to make sure you have that motorsport knowledge in mind and then bring that knowledge across so you know roughly how the car should be set up, how it should behave, and then try and translate that into how it probably will behave in the platform that you're racing on, in this case Assetto Corsa. For the most part, yes, I think it will come in very handy if you've learned the track beforehand, because you'll know where all the braking zones are off the bat, and it's just making sure in the car that you're in the platform that you're racing on, that those braking points are worked out quite quickly, and you could probably work them out quicker because you know, in this car I braked at this marker, maybe in this car I'll have to brake maybe 50 metres earlier or 50 metres later if it's a more high performance machine. So it can help. It's a good base level, but you still need to learn the track yourself on the platform you're racing on to get the full reign out of it.
Yeah, as you said, you need to do a lot of practice, especially on a sort of a new car, which is the Elantra. If we had to take a guess, what do you think the combined practice hours of our 20 sim racers here would be if we had to take a shot in the dark?
Are you including practice for the regional semi-finals, regional qualifiers?
I'm going to say no, just for this world final.
Just for the final. I would say countless hours have gone in, which doesn't help in giving a total. Cool. I would have thought, because it's been a couple of weeks. We finished off in mid-December, didn't we?
Yeah, it's been about 3-4 weeks ish.
Yeah, I would have said you're probably looking at maybe 20 to 30 hours per week. I would have said for these drivers. I think that's a fair assessment because that gives you 2 to 3, maybe 4 hours on the sim per day. And then you've got 20 drivers, so someone can do the maths quicker than I can. Thousands of hours, that's for sure.
But another thing you have to remember is, at the moment in sim racing, this competition for these guys is of the utmost importance because one, it has a massive prize pool. Two, it's one of the very few competitions on at the minute, just because of the time of year. Obviously, a couple of them will be practicing for endurance races coming up, but the Hyundai have picked a really great time to run this competition, so they might go more hours. I'm just adding fuel to the fire. But so let's approximate that they practice what did you say, 20-30 hours a week?
Yeah, maybe that might be too low. I mean, there might be someone in the out there who will say, actually, no, that's too low. That's way too low. But let's go for an approximation from a commentator point of view. Again, there's 3 tracks, so I think maybe 3-4 hours is probably a fair assessment in terms of per day because you're taking into account weekends and days off on that as well. So yeah, let's go 3 to 4 hours.
It was also Christmas, so they also have a lot of time off.
I'll stick with 3 to 4.
Or a good few of them are university students, so they would have time off from that. So yeah, I think that's a safe bet to go for per week. So then, what are we saying? There's been 3, let's just say 3 weeks, because obviously they would have had to travel here to Korea. I think Moritz Lerner posted on social media that he had a 30-hour day the other day to get here. He was awake for 30 hours, so that jet lag is going to wreck when he goes home. But so let's say 30 times 3, what's that? 90 times 20, which is 1,800 hours. That seems low.
Yeah. It does seem low, doesn't it? Maybe we've underestimated how much effort and how much practice these drivers have put in. Perhaps they've been just dreaming about racing lines. Did we count dreaming as well? Dreaming of racing lines and dreaming of practice. Did we count those in as well?
Yeah.
Because if these drivers are
James
sleeping,
Hunt
maybe
used to practice back when he won the 1979 Formula One World Championship. He used to sit and visualize the track with his eyes closed. So I mean, it could count in some shape or form.
I mean, it would count in 77 for sure. And 76 for sure against Lauda. I think if you count those, then yes, 5 hours of visualization whilst you're dreaming, because I know that some of these drivers never stop thinking about the next racing line. You know you're missing your favourite series as well when it's in the off season as well. When you're walking on the pavement and you're thinking about the racing line across the pavement, it never leaves you.
Every wonky footpath turns into a rouge.
Exactly my sentiments. It never leaves you. So maybe 1800 is a bit low, but someone who can do maths could fill us in.
Yeah, if you want to participate in our game, folks, let us know in the stream chat what you think your guess is for how much these guys have practiced for this world final. There is someone who is very much enjoying this day so far. A nice tasty treat. Taking everything in. Maybe a future champion of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. I really can't believe how many young fans we have here in the arena. It really is fascinating.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and enjoying that snack. She's spotted herself on the cameras now, so we know she's being watched. And this is just a reminder. Make sure you get your favourite treats. Make sure you're all stocked up for today. But that is why we're here, Evan, for those wonderful trophies.
Yes, it really is a fantastic piece of work. Fair play to whoever made them, because that is really fantastic. There is someone who is potentially looking a little bit bored of waiting. And there is Moritz Lerner putting more practice in, and you can see he never stops practicing. Do these hours count? Does the hour and 50 minutes or something that we've been live so far, does that technically count to our tally?
We've got to do the maths again now. And for two people who want to who commentate, maths maths always eluded me, but there you go.
Yeah, there's a reason we're sim racing commentators and we're not, studying quantum physics or something. But there is the US drivers. You can see Braden Werner there. That's the number 77. That's Leo Donghe. 21 years of age is Leo, and he was the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge China Pro-Am champion. He's had some successes in championships that have had Hyundai N in the title. Was second in the 2023 Hyundai N Esports Championship. Here's another look at the other side of the stage of the US region once again. And I must say, this is a totally random comment, Kieran, but them headphones look very comfortable.
They do, don't they? It's almost like they've been designed because we've got, in total on-track action of exceeding 2 hours. You need the comfort on you as well to make sure that you're not getting agitated by being uncomfortable. It can happen there where you start to get a little bit nervous at that point. You start to maybe it gets underneath you that you're not comfortable. So yeah, comfort being very much the order of the day on that point of view. And yeah, it complements the drivers. As long as they're comfortable, they're going to be putting in the best lap times they can, and it all helps. It all adds up.
That massive screen that you see, the drivers, they're all facing. I saw some tech whiz on social media reply to one of the drivers' photos of it. He estimated that that's worth about $500,000 US worth. So it is some piece of kit for any of our screen enthusiasts out there. They'll be enjoying that one. Displaying, of course, all our fantastic sponsors of this championship, which you can see below myself and Kieran as well. A big thanks to all the partners.
Yeah, and it's been a wonderful championship so far. We're looking forward to getting into that racing action. It's been,
yes,
it's a case of getting those 4 regions out on track all at the same time. I'm interested to see all of the different driving styles as well, because this is a truly international competition, and that's been the mindset from the start. You've got 4 regions. Hyundai have picked out and managed to narrow it down to the 5 best from each region. So these are the best of the best. These should be quick lap times, and we got shown in qualifying how relentless and how short and narrow those gaps actually are. The difference to making it within the top 10 to get into Q2 and being eliminated in Q1 at the end of the day was 0.5 of a second. That's absolutely nothing. So those fine margins really count, and you've got to make sure that you are trying to nullify those gaps and nullify those small stents of a second by as much as you can.
Yeah, the margins are so close. We saw that in the qualifiers in the regional semi-finals, and we're going to see it here again in the world final. We saw it in qualifying for this first race. The margins at high-level sim racing are just so unbelievably close that it's hard to even imagine. Like, sometimes you see 10 drivers separated by 0.2 of a second. You might be thinking, oh, 0.2, that's quite big. That's because that's what we've come to expect. 0.2 of a second. Like, I can't even begin to imagine how short that is. This sentence took 1,000,000 of a second.
Yeah, and this comes to the fact that when we were covering the Europe and the US regions, we were seeing lap times and pole times being 3.5, 4 of a second with the likes of Beneke and Menning at the top of the order. So to see them now get so reduced, these gaps, and so compact, it really adds to this tension. It really adds to the pressure of not only getting your best lap time in, but making sure that you don't fall victim to being 1/10 of a second off, because it could cost you at this place 3-4 positions.
Yeah, one little mistake could cost you an awful lot. And I suppose the key here, Kieran, is to be consistent across the 3 races. You don't have to go for broke yet, but one thing we saw in our other sort of when there was 2 races and the points were added together is you can't afford to slip up. You have to be consistent and then great, not necessarily bad, good. You really have to be on it for every single race.
You do, and plenty of drivers have earned their spot here because they've been consistent. It's consistent podiums. It's not many times outside of the top 5 in all through the qualifiers and the regional semi-finals. It's been so much about consistency, and for some drivers it's about just doing enough to make sure you make it to the next stage. Well, from here there is no next stage. The next stage is trying to get that your hands on the overall winner of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. As a little wave there from I think that's Huang Qishang, who's putting in the lap times there and looking to just use this downtime to the advantage and get some practice in, because you've got to start off on the right foot. If anything, this first race is so important, because it really can set you up for the rest of the race. Yongjiang Kim there in the 88, also doing the same, putting the lap times in, taking advantage of the practice time that has been gained here, if you like. And yeah, Evan, it's so important to start off on the right foot.
For any of our sim racing nerds out there, I've mentioned the wheel a few times. The equipment that they are using is the Logitech Pro Racing GTD rim, and then the Logitech Pro DD11 wheelbase. It's a Samsung Odyssey screen that they are using, and then Logitech Pro Racing pedals. So, just if you're interested, there's a little bit of trivia for you. This is one of the motion sims that is available to be used by some of our fantastic studio audience here, and you can the motion sim is the one to the right. Then you can see a massive curved screen there. Looks fantastic, doesn't it, Kieran? I'd really love a go.
Oh yeah, me too. And bold to go sim racing in a coat, by the way, from the crowd there. I love
that's
that.
brave.
That is brave. That is coolness personified. If I could get an autograph there, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very cool. We've seen some. That's a bit of a surprise for someone who came up on the big screen. Great to see the Hyundai N support. Really cool to see the fans enjoying the competition, and we've seen different Hyundai merch around the arena, around the Coliseum so far, and is that a scarf or some sort of flag? It's cool to see some unique stuff, some custom stuff even that people make to support the Hyundai brand. It really has a passionate following here in Korea.
It does, and again with the home advantage for our Korean region drivers as well, that will surely give them a boost as well. Is it a scarf? I think it is a scarf. I think it is.
That's
holding
definitely a
it
scarf,
aloft and proud. Yeah, it's definitely a scarf, isn't it? We'll certainly need it where we are.
I would say it's a scarf. It's a scarf or some sort of banner.
Why not both? Why not both? Actually,
there we go. We have a closer look.
A closer look at it.
I think it could be a banner, actually. I don't think it's a scarf.
It could be. But it could be worn as a scarf, as we've just seen.
Material for a scarf, but great material for a banner.
Yeah. Look, it could be worn as a scarf. We've already seen it, but yeah, that looks more banner-like.
Fashion is contemporary, as they say.
Look, I've always been behind on fashion, so far be it from me to say what it is or isn't. But there we go.
I think the most fashionable thing I have lately is my Hyundai Polo. So that goes to show what myself and Kieran know. All the drivers, the t-shirts you see there, they all have their number, their flag, and their name on the back, so it's all custom wear. Can I tell you one thing I love as well is the fact Ricardo Rivera brought the Puerto Rico flag on stage with him. I love that. So proud to represent Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rico e-racing team is Ricardo Rivera, and it's been great to see across the whole campaign everyone supporting Ricardo, a real fan favourite, and I really liked when he was walking out for his introduction to see him proudly waving the flag.
Absolutely, that shows patriotism to a T there. And yeah, you're right, Ricardo Rivera, just making sure that everyone remembers that he's from Puerto Rico, having the flag sort of mounted on the rig as well. No one's going to forget in a hurry, that is for sure. But yeah, really good scenes here at the Super Coliseum in Seoul, and drivers just making sure they use this time to their advantage, and maybe even find a tenth or two. Maybe that this is an opportunity, and maybe this is the time where the driver finds, oh, actually, I could have been taking this line the whole time. You never know when you can find those extra tenths of a second.
If you found something now, Kieran, say in the setup, that might make you quicker, would you change it? Because we're getting very late to change it. The race will start any moment, folks. We apologise for the delay. We'll start any moment. but hypothetically, would you change it now? Because you've become so comfortable with the other setting that you've probably practiced for weeks.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, isn't it? That's a very tricky one. Do you stick to what you know, as you said, because you've practiced it that way? You've done it to a T. Or do you see, well, actually, it was quicker to do it that way, but maybe only by a tenth or two, but that's all that matters in this competition. Perhaps it's worth trying that way, but risk making a mistake by trying that new method and it going wrong. Interesting. It is interesting. Me being risk averse, I would stick to what I know, but if I could try and incorporate what I've just learned, that would be amazing. But yeah, it's a case of what do all the drivers feel more comfortable with. If they find that very late on, it's all up to them whether they take that risk or not. But just remember what's at stake here at the final. Do you stick to what you know, or do you find that little bit of extra time? And if you found it, use it. That's up to them.
I suppose motorsport wouldn't be as good as it is if drivers didn't take risks. That's partially why we love it, is because they make these late changes, they take these risks, and that's what they strive for. That's partially why we love it. So, you know, someone might find something in this extra practice time that the drivers didn't think they were going to have.
And I hear we're getting drivers onto the grid, so this is exciting now. We have our first race of today at the Nürburgring. Evan's giving a fist bump there. We're almost ready to go racing.
Yes, I am delighted. Let's get ready. The race will be starting in 2 minutes. We're gridding everything up, and we will finally get the Hyundai N Virtual Cup race underway. Kieran, any predictions for how this is going to go? Not a winner. We don't want to curse anyone, but just how it's going to go.
Oh, you know me. I like to sit on the fence. I'm looking for great racing. If Europe and USA have proved anything, it's that there might be door-to-door, but if you're familiar with touring cars, you'll be very familiar with this type of racing. It'll be close quarters. It will be close. There may be side-to-side contact, but it will be fair in love and war. I'm looking forward to seeing what our drivers can do out there. Can Kim take full advantage of that pole position, the 3 points that he's got already under his belt, and look to further that?
Yes, remember, it is Korea's Min Kim who is on pole position. Then it is Mart Lerner alongside him and Maximilian Benecke in third. Kim will be looking to defend from the German. It is the home hero of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup versus the two home drivers on the track we are racing on, if that makes sense. And we are going to be starting soon. One last look at the trophies before we head to our first race. And this is going to be a good one. The red lights are already on as we head to the grid as we go racing for the first time in the World Final in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Cracking start for Kim off the pole position. Maximilian Benecke already looking to try and get alongside Moritz Lerner. Moritz Lerner already looking to try and get alongside Benecke in towards the first corner. It is going to be Kim who leads. Then Lerner in second. Benecke in third. The two Germans, this is a car on barreling down in towards the first hairpin. Someone's been shot into the gravel. That's a hefty collision and a very controversial start.
Yeah, that looked like Lu Dong in the 77 who went wildly out of shape in there. I'm not sure what caused it, but the top three are battling away tooth and nail, and that's an opportunity for the top three to try and get away. Look at the Armada as they head their way through. Following on through is Hyundai as we make our way out of the Mercedes arena and onwards now towards the Valvoline curve. We're going 2 wide, we might even be going 3 wide in some scenarios here as we head our way through. Lots of early locking at this stage with drivers pushing on, a little bit of contact as well, as that's actually probably helped the 88 of Yeoncheon Kim get a position against the 94 of Yin Jung.
Yes, that was a little bit of a bump to pass as there was a lot of contact early. These TCRs are made of tough stuff as someone's gone off ahead. That is very wide indeed. That is Kashang who gets a little bit of a tap in the rear. That's number 38 that has made contact with Kashang, and through goes the 93 who he was battling with earlier on. As Kieran said, the 88 of Kim Young Chang we saw pick up maybe a little bit of debris after early contact heading through turn number 5 and 6. Look, the drivers have been waiting for some time. They're very quick out of the blocks, very eager to make overtaking manoeuvres, and we are seeing that in the opening lap. It's still Kim who leads ahead of Benecke and Lerner and Benecke, I should say. Maximilian Benecke looking to start attacking his fellow region compatriot, his fellow country compatriot, and his esports team with that bit. Moritz Lerner looking very calm and composed, but Kim, cracking first lap, has a bit of a gap as the car that didn't get off the grid, it seems.
Focus on the top three though, as it's a good start, as you said, from Guan Yumin Kim as we make our way onwards down towards the first corner. Now, if you're Maximilian Benecke, what do you do in this scenario? Is he looking for a move down the inside of Lerner? No, not this time. Down in towards that turn one. Lu Dong in 4th place, then Michael Menning in 5th, and then it's Xie Jing in 6th place, Zheng Zhaoji in 7th, with Kamil Pavlovsky in 8th, Junhui Kim in 9th, and Yin Zheng rounding off our top 10 with Kieran Harrison in hot pursuit.
Yes, one of the cars I think that picked up or made contact on the opening lap was Dominic Blyer, because he's way down the order in 15th position. Kim leads by 9/10 of a second. This is the 93 that you are looking to try and make the move. That is Kieran Harrison, I believe, who is looking for the overtake. Yes, it is Harrison trying it on Yin Zheng, and Zheng in the 94, Harrison in the 93. You can tell it's Kieran Harrison. The Union Jack proudly drives across the top of the car. Harrison going to try and make the move stick. No, he won't, because Zheng is looking for a move on Junhui Kim in front, and Zheng sends it down the inside. That's very opportunistic and actually gets the job done. There's a nudge between the pair of them. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Harrison, this is a really precarious position he finds himself in. Has to lift off back behind, otherwise that could have been a disastrous incident for Harrison. Still all over the rear of Junhui Kim and trying the move around the outside. Harrison up and under, won't be able to get it to stick heading through the RTC curve.
Yeah, Kieran Harrison really tried to take full advantage of that, but it was a little bit of contact made it almost ended in tears. But look at this, Kieran Harrison's got a good run, making a way out of Vorsteiner curve. He's on the inside now, as there's still a little bit of contact between him and Junhui Kim as we make our way up towards the chicane. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Harrison on the outside to begin with, might get the inside line on the rebound then, and Kieran Harrison round the outside of that chicane now gets himself into 10th place, with Junhui Kim now down to 11th place. And that's Yongzhang Kim as well in 12th place. And look at that armada behind them. You've got Wang Qisheng in 13th place, Dominic Blyer in 14th, Rokyung Kang in 15th place, Jaeon Lee in 6th, Grapono Patrick in 17th place. All of them looking to go for a spot in the top 10 right now.
That's a brilliant piece of racing from Kieran Harrison. Gets the job done on Junhui Kim, and he has backed up the entire field by doing so. There's a bit of a separation between Yin Zheng and Kieran Harrison now. Wide goes Kamil Pavlovsky. He's looking to move on Zheng in front. Is Yumin Kim, who leads, and Moritz Lerner in second, Maximilian Benecke in third, Leo Dong in fourth, and Michael Menning in fifth position, and Xi Jing in sixth. Very strong start from the Chinese region, I have to say. They have 4 drivers in the top 10. Europe with 4 as well, I have to say. But Yumin Kim is so far carrying Korea and the home nation with 1 second race lead.
Yeah, and Moritz Lerner and Max Benecke have not let it get too far up the road either. Lu Dong and Michael Menning looking to see if they can try and catch up, but Menning is being chased down by Xie Jing in 6th place, and we'll see what happens there. On board though with Kamil Pavlovsky as he looks to try and find a way past Zheng Zhaoji as we make our way onwards then out of the Michael Schumacher S on towards the Michelin curve. He's looking to go around the outside. Is Kamil Pavlovsky, can he find that way through? No, he can't. Zheng puts on the defence here as we make our way through in towards the next corner of the Vorsteiner curve. Back on the power we go then, and Pavlovsky, you can see the focus he has here to try and see if he can find a way past the number 66 of Zheng Zhaoji as we make our way onwards then towards that chicane. Any moves here, possibly around the outside, but I think that door is going to be closed, and Kamil Pavlovsky saw that door closing probably from the exit of the last corner.
Brilliant defending by Zheng Zhaoji, and keeping ahead of Kamil Pavlovsky, 1/10 of a second between the Chinese driver and the Polish driver, and you can see just how laser focused they are on our picture. In the picture, that's Pavlovsky below, and then that is Zheng on the opponent's camera. Here comes Pavlovsky looking for the move in towards turn number 1. Is it going to be a last light breaker scenario? It is. He tries to send it down the inside, but that's not going to work. The 66 has been there, done that on the t-shirt before. Been around sim racing for quite some time is Zheng, and he's not going to fall for a move such as that. Pavlovsky going to have to try again.
Yeah, and that was a move there from Kamil Pavlovsky to try and not only take the position, but try and interrupt the rhythm of Zheng Zhaoji as well. But as you said, Zheng very much in a case of he's been there, he's done that, he's worn the t-shirt, and he's just looking to keep to his own race right now. As we watch on here, that's the 94 of Yin Zheng right behind here as well. So Zheng is very much capable, Yin Zheng. If he sees Kamil Pavlovsky make an error, he's keen and eager to put a nose down the inside.
Doesn't go for it in towards turn number 7. I thought he was, as there's a nudge behind. That's actually Yin Zheng, Yin Zheng, who goes for the move and actually nudges Pavlovsky behind. So a little bit of contact made from the car behind, and Kieran Harrison has clawed in on Yin, I should say, rapidly, catching that second very quickly. And now Harrison looking to make an impact. Kieran Harrison, that's one thing he's been so good at across his sim racing career, racing in the AMX Global Championship and other championships. He cuts through fields unbelievably effectively. Even if he gets a poor qualifying, or if it's a reverse grid or something in that aspect, he is able to make some unbelievable and clinical moves, and he's going to try it here again. Harrison, is he going to try it up the inside on Yin? No, he doesn't. There's contact made. There's a bit of a nudge. Pavlovsky's going to go across the chicane here, and we're almost going to be free wide on exit. Harrison's going to dive for them both. Harrison's going to go for broke. And look at Junhui Kim going for it down the inside. Kim gets the double move. Unbelievable. Harrison's dropped down to 12th. Young Chang Kim has got the move on him. Kamil Pavlovsky as well to ninth position. But Junhui Kim, the real winner there. Look at this down towards turn number 1. There's 3 cars all slipstreaming on the inside of the corner. This could get messy very quickly. Harrison looking to position himself free wide at the apex. Looking back from Pavlovsky. Young Chang Kim going for the move as well, as is Yin Jiwon. And it's going to just about be Kieran Harrison who dives to the inside. Young Chang Kim losing out on that. I'm not too sure how we've got through there cleanly. Oh, no, we haven't. We haven't got through cleanly. Pavlovsky almost gets sent back round, and he loses the spot to Junhui Kim and Kieran Harrison. This is all getting very messy, Kieran.
Yeah, it looked like Kieran Harrison wanted to make the move down the inside and made contact with Kamil Pavlovsky here. And meanwhile, Yin Zheng and the car behind in number 5, that's Dominic Blyer, looking to really get stuck in here and try and get some positions. Dominic Blyer, who was all the way down in 15th at one point in this race, now up to 11th place. And now he's got to try and find a way past his compatriot in Kamil Pavlovsky. Pavlovsky is really not liking this, as there goes Youngchang Kim up the inside, trying to find a move on Yin Zheng there. And no way through now. Back on the power we go. And you think Zheng here would have the upper hand in terms of the exit, which he does, and that seems to be a common move here to try and move down the inside at turn 8, but the door's closing. It's happened to a couple of drivers now.
Youngchang Kim really pressuring Zheng through the S's. Youngchang Kim, of course, made a racing debut, a real racing debut at the 2019 Hyundai Festival, lost their N Cup, and here in the Elantra, putting those TCR skills to the test. You can definitely tell that Youngchang comes from a TCR racing background. The way he is able to get door to door. Look at this in the background as well. This is Rock Young against Huang, and that is Huang, who just stays in front and in 14th place. At the front of the race is still Kwame Kim, who is Jimin Kim, who is in the race lead, like 3 seconds now over Moritz Lerner. So no slowing down for the race leaders. All the action happening in the middle of the pack.
Absolutely. Jimin Kim is just doing what he needs to do here, try and build that gap to himself and Moritz Lerner. We watch on then Youngchang Kim as we head our way down in towards the first corner. There's the 52 looking up the inside there, or it might be 62, my apologies, as that's Kamil Pavlovsky trying to see if he can find a way around the outside here. He's actually trying to defend against Dominic Blyer. A little bit of contact made once again as we watch on then. This is a battle between our 2 Germans in the field, Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benecke. And I wonder if they're going to battle each other or if they're going to try and work together to catch Kim. But we still have much more than half of this race still to go. We've had so much action here, and we ride on board with Dominic Blyer in the number 5 with the 94 of Yin Zheng right behind him.
Yeah, look, we waited almost 2 hours for this race. The first 12 minutes were worth every single second of that wait. This has been unbelievable battling here at the Nürburgring. This is only the first of 3 races we have to come. Incredible. Dominic Blair got really out of shape in the first sector. He's recuperated, he's recovered, and he's now looking to attack Kamil Pawlowski once again. Pawlowski in 10th, Blair in 11th. Remember, top 15 score points, but the big points-paying positions are, of course, closer to the top 5. So that's really where you want to be. It is Jimin Kim leading ahead of Moritz Lerner, Maximilian Benecke, then it is Liu Donghe ahead of Michael Menning, Zhejiang, and then it is Zheng in 7th position. Then Yunhui Kim, Kieran Harrison, and Kamil Pawlowski rounds out the top 10.
Yep, and there is Dominic Blair still trying to find a way past his compatriot as we make our way onwards towards that final chicane, the NGK chicane, as we make our way through. Again, lots of curb being taken through there. Drivers very confident, and Dominic Blair looked like he got a good run out of there, and that seems like Kamil Pawlowski has to feel like he defends through the final corner, and this allows the up and under from Dominic Blair to try and get the better traction out of the final corner and onwards towards the start-finish line. Dominic Blair has given himself a great line going in towards the first corner at Hyundai. As we head our way down in towards turn 1, we go heavy on the brakes. Blair up the inside of Pawlowski then as we head our way through in towards the first corner, and Dominic Blair does get the move done, moves himself now up into the top 10 with all sorts of battling going on behind as well, as that's Yin Zhang right up the inside there of the number 88, and that's at Yongjiang Kim, but they're still battling away for position as well. Yin Zhang just on the left there, Yongjiang Kim now up the inside in this battle for 12th place, and tries to get the power down once again. This has been brilliant stuff. You know, side by side action, bit of contact, bit of drama. This is everything we asked for.
Yeah, Robin is well and truly racing here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and it is a good thing that these are TCRs and not a single seater or something, otherwise we'd have a carbon fibre seam. Especially down to this hairpin. This is Yongjiang Kim, who you were looking at in the picture I would say if these guys had heart rate monitors on, it would be well above the 140s at this point. This has been an action-packed race that we are almost halfway through. Still 15 minutes to go. The second and third place drivers, Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benecke, have started working together because they are slowly catching Kim in the race lead. So Lerner doing a decent job of that. The gap is definitely swapping and changing a lot. It is the battle for 13th that you are looking at between Huang and Kim, and it is the Chineseman who leads for now. US region, other than Michael Menning, bit of a poor start to the race. They're down in 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th. Van Altenried, Patrick Werner and Rivera, so they're going to hope to pick up the pace. Still with the pack, it's just they haven't been able to make the overtakes just yet. And they're right on the tail of the car in front is Yongjiang Kim. Really, really close through that final corner.
Yeah, this is great stuff. What is now going to be 8th place. Jungwoo Kim not too far up the road with Kieran Harrison and Dominic Blair. Kamil Pawlowski's losing a little pace here. I wonder if he's just, the little bit of contact has unsettled him in these early stages of this race. He needs to find that rhythm once again. We know how quick he can be. We know he's got the pace underneath him. But when it comes to, if there is contact, it can unsettle you. It's one of those where you feel like there's too much contact or what have you, you can unsettle yourself. But if you can get back into the ways that he knows, the pace that he knows he can do, he can find a way past Dominic Blair. It was a rare error from Pawlowski to defend that inside line heading in towards that final corner, which cost him the place to Dominic Blair there, as Kieran Harrison, we see on the timing screens, has got away past Jungwoo Kim as we make our way through. That's a back end that steps out on Yongjiang Kim in the number 88 there, as there is Jungwoo Kim in 9th place. Now Kieran Harrison, he has moved up to 8th place, and look at this, Dominic Blair now right behind, keen and eager to take over 9th place.
Yeah, great race this so far from Kieran Harrison. Yunhui Kim was one of the real stars of the opening melee, making a neat double move. Oh, very, very wide, heading for the S's. This is going to allow Blair to go for the move in the number 5. Dominic Blair, is he going to tee it up for this left-hander? No, he doesn't. stays behind for now. Hyun-Wee Kim just about holding on to the place, but Blair gets a good run down towards turn number 1. You'd probably fancy the Polishman to go for the move. Harrison cutting some grass, doing the gardener's job on the outside of the Nürburgring, running very wide on the exit of turn number 11. Here is Dominic Blair. He's going to go for it earlier than turn 1. It's going to be into the chicane. Blair on the inside, Hyun-Wee Kim on the outside. Probably the cleanest move of the day so far for Dominic Blair. It's the job done on the inside.
Yep, Blair up into 9th place now as we make our way through in towards that final corner. Just shy of 13 minutes left of this race to run, and we ride on board with Hyun-Wee Kim as we make our way onwards towards that start-finish line. Kamil Pawlowski, you just see in the rear-view mirror there, looking to see if he can close in and get himself back into the top 10 as we get hard on the brakes then in towards the first corner with possibly with Hyun-Wee Kim maybe thinking he might have been close enough to look for a move, but he soon realised he wasn't. Maybe it didn't even cross his mind to try and make the move there. But now we make our way onwards through that Mercedes Arena section, which was newly added in the early 2000s to make sure it opened up the circuit a little bit more, maybe promote a little bit more overtaking in that infield. Hyun-Wee Kim now looking to see if he can keep the pace with Blair and see if he can find a way back past.
Race leader still Hyun-Wee Kim, ahead of Moritz Lerner, Maximilian Manecke, and it is Leo Donge and Michael Menning. And that is your top 5 as it stands. We're looking a little bit further back here, and this is Ying Young, who is looking for the move on Rock Young Kang. Youngest entry, of course, is Kang into this competition, 16 years of age. Looking to try and just defend his 14th position. Remember, crucial point scoring position is 15th. That is where the last points paying position is. Kurt Van Oltenried has got ahead of lead for 16, so the US drivers starting now to cut through the field. That's a massive lunge down the inside from Yin. Oh, what a move! Almost. Kang, brilliant defensive effort. Just about saw it coming. Huge lunge from Yin in the number 94. Even caught me by surprise. That was definitely last of the late breakers.
Massive move, and looking at the both of them, you would have just thought both of them just took their safe racing line through that section. But Yin Zheng really testing Rock Hyun Kang then as we make our way through here, and Zheng running a little bit wide. Yin Zheng out of the final chicane as we make our way through in towards now the final corner. And look at Kurt Van Oltenried right behind as well, looking for a 15th spot. Is our last point scoring position in this race right now as we head our way now on board with Dominic Blair, who sets his sights now on Kieran Harrison's 8th place.
It was a shaky start to the race for Dominic Blair. Kieran Harrison, it was a shaky qualifying, but they are both slowly coming to the positions that they expect to be in, and that is cemented inside the top 10. 8th position for Harrison, 9th position for Dominic Blair. And as we look at Dominic Blair, representing the Williams Esports team, of course, look, he is just looking to send his sights past the Sim RC driver of Kieran Harrison. Number 5 is Blair, that you can see just chasing down the blue, red and white livery of Kieran Harrison. They're 2.7 seconds behind, 2.7 seconds behind the car in front, I should say. They are 2 seconds ahead of Hyun-Wee Kim behind, so in a world of their own for now. They'll be looking to probably stay there.
I would think at this point in the race, might be settling down, but if they're supremely quicker than Zheng Zhouji, for example, then try and close in these latter stages, put the pressure on. But Dominic Blair, I think, might be interested in this 8th place now, rather than trying to catch anybody else now. We've still got 9 minutes on the clock, so it's not entirely out of the realms of possibility. But in a race like this, do you push on and press on, which seems like a no-brainer to the drivers? You want to press on, but maybe Dominic Blair wants that 8th place, and that will cost both of them time if that's the case. And thinking about a move, maybe filling the mirrors of Kieran Harrison. Not that Kieran Harrison needs any reminding that number 5, Polish driver Dominic Blair, is right behind him.
Dominic Blair got the move done on Hyun-Hui Kim in towards that chicane. Can't get it done on Harrison. Might have a go down towards the first corner. Slightly different lines for the two. Harrison slightly benefiting from the better exit because of it. But Dominic Blair tucks into the slipstream. Will it be a lunge down the inside for Blair? Harrison just going to pivot his defensive efforts. And no, there won't be a move from Dominic. Holschman will stay behind. He's going to try and force Harrison out of shape heading through the Mercedes arena. Harrison just hitting his apex nicely, and you can see Blair just slightly quicker through the corner, runs a little bit wider. It's going to have to be an adventurous overtaking opportunity in the second sector, it seems, for Dominic Blair. Heading through the right-hander now in turn number 4. Harrison, decent through there, and that might just about allow him to survive. Dominic Blair stay behind for now. I think Dominic might have to just bide his time here, as that's a costly error for Dominic Blair. Gets way out of shape heading in towards the right-hander. Now he is going to have to bide his time because the chance has gone to begging.
Yeah, for now he's going to have to spend the next couple of corners trying to close back in to Kieran Harrison. It just shows you, though, that you're pushing and pushing, and those mistakes could happen to anybody at any time. Normally, Evan, if we say that you're leading the race and we don't see you very often, it normally means you're doing a top job, and Hyun-Min Kim is doing exactly that. About 3 seconds separates himself and Moritz Lerner right now. He's been at the front of the field and, as we said, managed to break away, set his own lap times, and it keeps building this gap lap after lap.
Yes, he's doing a fantastic job. Here's Hyun-Min Kim, 4.5 seconds ahead of Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benecke, who are not 4 seconds apart, I can tell you that for free. Lerner in number 20, Benecke number 71, and it was very, very rare to find someone quicker than Maximilian Benecke in the regional qualifiers. Well, one of his regional drivers, of his regional teammates, Moritz Lerner, is the man in front now, and Benecke is going to have to get creative and try to pass Lerner. Let's cast our eyes back to the battle that we were watching. Dominic Blair and Kieran Harrison. Blair has caught back up to Harrison, but he's finding it very difficult to overtake. I think it was Murray Walker that once said, Kieran, it's one thing, or sorry, Martin Rundle, I should say. It's one thing to catch the driver, it's another thing to pass.
Rightly so, you know, it goes down in folklore because how true it is. Yes, you can catch the driver, but picking your right moment to make a pass and making it as clean as a whistle, you know, they're difficult things to really nail down, and it's why, that's a big oversteer moment for Jaehyun Lee then, and Kwapono Patrick really trying to close up there in out of the Mercedes arena, and now onwards there we go towards the Valvoline curve. Yeah, it's all about making sure you just keep that consistency, keep your composure, especially when it comes to overtaking. You know, you've done hundreds of races before of here, and you know how to overtake, but on a big stage like this, it matters even more. One costly error could cost you mountains of times and positions.
Here is Kieran Harrison, looking back at Dominic Blair. Blair looking in front of the task at hand. Harrison doing a really, really phenomenal job so far to keep Dominic Blair behind, who's not an easy driver to keep behind. Very creative with his overtaking attempts, and Blair usually able to succeed in the move. We're now looking at Blair's fellow countryman, Kamil Pawlowski, who's trying to get past Hyun-Hui Kim. Kim was overtaken by Blair into this next chicane. Is Pawlowski going to follow that theme into the slipstream? Is the 62, seems a little bit far behind, but we've seen bigger lunges than this today so far. 4 minutes to go. Pawlowski's going to start thinking about a move soon, but now is not soon enough. He stays behind. He is under pressure as well from Kasheng behind, so Pawlowski's got to be careful here. He doesn't have the creative freedoms that his teammate Dominic Blair has.
Yeah, and at this point, Pawlowski, he knows he wants to get into the top 10, but he's got Hyun-Hui Kim alongside, and Hyun-Hui Kim already trying to break the toe as we head our way down in towards turn 1 then. This might open up an opportunity to Pawlowski to try and move up the inside. Well, yeah, he's certainly thinking about it. Will he go for it? No, the door's closed now, and he has to back out of that one. And Hyun-Hui Kim then taking the racing line. You saw Kamil Pawlowski set it up, and the moment that Hyun-Hui Kim decided to defend the toe that he was giving off, Kamil Pawlowski, there was one thing in his mind. It meant that inside line, that inside door might be open.
Pawlowski just trying to force Hyundai Kim into a mistake. He's very, very close now to Kim in front. Is there going to be a move down the inside for Pawlowski? Certainly going to look for it. Brakes later. Kim gives him a little bit of space on the inside, and Pawlowski is going to take that. Now has to try it round the outside. There's contact made. Out of shape goes Pawlowski. That's going to allow Hyundai to go through in the number 8. Pawlowski loses a place for his positive efforts. Might lose one more. Youngchang Kim trying it down the inside of Pawlowski as well. Bit of a nudge between the two, and out of shape goes the car in front as well. The Chineseman, the Koreanman and the Polishman, all three having troubles at making the overtake stick here. It's getting very, very close and spicy here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, Youngchang Kim going down in towards turn 8, tagging car 8 of Huang Kusheng, and all causing a little bit of ruckus there, and Kamil Pawlowski was pretty much right in the middle of it. Youngchang Kim we ride on board with now as we head our way through in towards the Vorsteiner curve. Back on the power we go then, but you see how frustrated Kamil Pawlowski is getting now, and how frustrated he already is. He knows he's slightly out of position, but the more he tries to get up those positions, the more he seems to find himself falling back down those positions through this race. So yeah, he's getting very frustrated out there. There's a bit of contact to be had. It is door to door. There are mistakes happening, but look at Kamil Pawlowski now. I think he's getting more and more fired up here. Down the inside he goes then, in towards the final corner to try and find a pass on the 97 of Huang Kusheng as we make our way onwards then to the start-finish line. But Kamil Pawlowski doesn't get the great exit that he needs out of the final corner. Once again, we've seen Pawlowski look for a move up the inside. He'll have to go the long way around if he wants this position this time around. Down in towards turn 1 we go. Bit of door to door again. That's opened up the door for Youngchang Kim, but Kamil Pawlowski has the inside line here heading in towards turn 2, and he should be able to get his nose ahead and keep that position.
Oh, Youngchang, wow, dives down the inside on Pawlowski. How's he done that? My goodness me. He was out of shape, he was sliding, he was about to head off the circuit, and somehow a mere seconds later he's in a position ahead. That is madness from Youngchang Kim, and doesn't even look remotely flustered. Kamil Pawlowski's patience is slowly disappearing, and he's getting very eager to make some overtakes, and he would be as well. He was battling for 10th a few moments ago. He's now down in 13th, and he's losing big points and a potential prize money in the long run. Here comes Pawlowski, tries it down the inside. He's only going to have one more lap after this one, as does the entire field. It's looking like the fight is going to be between Youngchang Kim and Kamil Pawlowski now, because Hyundai Kim and Huang Kusheng are both pulling away up the road now that they have a little bit of clean air across the gravel and the grass. Goes Kamil Pawlowski, just putting a few more substances inside the brake pads of this Hyundai Elantra. Pawlowski really not having a good time with things the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Kurt Van Alterried, meanwhile, is now the second driver from the US region now get up into the points. That sort of happened whilst we've been watching on this battling. Van Alterried now up to 14th place, Youngchang now in 15th place, with Dominic Blyer and Kieran Harrison battling away with only 30 seconds on the clock. There they are then, there's the battle for 8th place, and Dominic Blyer has got his way through, and round the final corner we go then. Kieran Harrison trying to get up close and personal as we head on to the final lap of this race. Is there a chance here for Kieran Harrison to use the tow, use the slipstream that's being affected, that's being given to him by Dominic Blyer? Not that Blyer wants to do that. Kieran Harrison, will he look for the move? No, he stays behind this time around, but yeah, 8th place battle is certainly heating up on the final lap.
Of course, there is officials and stewards watching these races just as you are at home, folks, so if any penalties are to be applied, they will be applied before the next race comes in, so you can't be too naughty with your moves. There is repercussions if you go for a dirty dive bomb down the inside. This is Michael Menning, who we are looking at, just looking to try and chase down Leo in front. Kamil Pawlowski was able to get past Youngchang Kim, so he's up to 11th now. Harrison's still not able to get past Blair, and quite crucially, Pinnacle not able to get past Lerner for 2nd position, as Youngchang Kim has just lost another position as well. Huang Kusheng is up to 12th position, and Kim down to 13th, so that's disappointing there. Kurt Van Alterried gaining another spot up to 14th spot, but it's going to be Jiamin Kim setting in towards the left-hander. What a stellar performance from Kim. This really has been something. He's putted and he has destroyed two of the best sim racers in the world to open the Hyundai N Virtual Cup here. Lerner and Beneke are on a track that they know so well. They've flown to the backyard of Kim, thought that they could beat him. Kim says no. Phenomenal performance. It's going to be over a 6-second win from Jaemin Kim. He will take the first maximum points haul. Apart from the fastest lap, we have to confirm that one after, of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Jaemin Kim rounds for the final corner. Unbelievable efforts from him. It will be the win at the Nürburgring in race number 1 of the World Final. Moritz Lerner comes home in second, Maximilian Benecke in third, Liu Donghee in fourth, and Michael Menning will round out the top 5.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Jaemin Kim. Thoroughly deserved that one, winning by 4 seconds there. Just had the pace and never really looked back from that point. Liu Dong in 4th place then, but look at this scrap battling then through in towards the final corner. It's too close to call for all of them. Kurt van Autenried might find himself slightly out of the points as we make our way towards the line. That's what decides it. And Kurt van Autenried outside of the points. He worked so hard to get back in there, but the pack battling there from 11th downwards, from 13th downwards. Absolutely phenomenal. There was no mercy to be shown here, and well, that's allowed the likes of Huan Kusheng, Rokyong Kang and Youngchang Kim to pick up some points as well. And of course, they're all provisional results, but what a way to start today.
Kurt van Autenried losing out of points by a front bumper. Oh, that's very harsh, but that is how the cookie crumbles, and that is how the racing is raced. Nürburgring, you treated us very, very well. That was a fantastic race, Kieran. I think you'll agree.
Worth the wait, wasn't it? Worth the wait. Now, refill that popcorn, because we've got more action on its way.
We do. We have more action coming soon, but before we do that, I believe we will hear from some of the drivers. But that was really fantastic. It started with an absolute bang here, and we saw lots of good racing. Scrappy racing, but entertaining nonetheless at the very start.
Yeah, and it'll be up to the stewards to decide what was fine and what wasn't. Of course, this is your provisional results here, Evan.
Yes, it is Jaemin Kim who is your race winner, ahead of Moritz Lerner in second, Maximilian Benecke in third, with Liu Dong in fourth, Michael Menning in fifth, and it is Jao in sixth, ahead of Zheng in seventh, Dominic Blair in eighth, Kieran Harrison in ninth, and of Hyun Kim in 10th position. Then in 11th is Kamil Pavlovsky. It is Huan Kusheng in 12th, ahead of Rokyong Kang in 13th, Youngchang Kim in 14th. Then it is Yin Young in 15th, ahead of Kurt van Autenried in 16th spot. So no points for Kurt on that occasion. That was the top 15 who will take the points off.
Yes, and there's Moritz Lerner, who's just finished that P2 then, managed to hold back Maximilian Benecke then, and our drivers get our first chance really to sort of have a little bit of debrief and see what happened in that race, a chance to reflect, but not too long of a chance, mind.
No, just a brief chance to stretch the legs as well. They have been driving that Nürburgring for quite some time. That is your race winner. And really, I have to say, it could potentially be performance of the competition so far.
So far, indeed. We still have great 2 races to go, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to the next.
Yes, folks, we will be back to you very shortly. We'll have race 1 highlights.
그래도 파이널 경기 첫 번째 레이스의 우승자가 나왔습니다. 제 옆에 있거든요. 김규민 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하십니까?
네, 안녕하세요. DC 레이싱의 김규민입니다.
자, 먼저 첫 번째 레이스 1위 축하드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
자, 폴투 윈을 차지했는데 소감 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
사실 이제 그 장비 적응을 이제 잘 해가지고 이제 또 운 좋게 폴을 찍게 되고 이제 그 다음에 이제 스타트까지 무사히 해가지고 우승까지 1라운드 우승까지 가져가게 됐는데 사실 예선이 가장 컸던 것 같아요. 근데 다만 한 가지 아쉬운 거는 이제 마지막에 이제 패스티스트 랩을 경기 중에 패스티스트 랩을 베네케 선수한테 뺏겨가지고 한 가지가 조금 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 앞으로 나머지 이 두 번째, 세 번째 라운드도 잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
자, 경기를 지켜보면서 우리 대한민국 팬들은 정말 손에 땀을 쥐는 시간이었습니다. 왜냐하면 이 김규민 선수가 폴 포지션 획득했지만 뒤쪽에 있는 유럽 선수들이 있었기 때문에 어찌 보면 어떻게 풀어나갈까라는 생각도 들었었는데 이 뒤쪽에 있는 유럽 두 명의 선수 어땠습니까?
사실 물론 이제 경합이 있었던 건 아니지만 물론 스타트 잘해가지고 경합이 있었던 건 아니지만 그 두 유럽 선수들이 뒤에 있는 것만으로도 사실 굉장한 압박감으로 다가오게 되는 것 같아요. 그런데도 이제 연습했던 만큼 페이스가 나와서 저는 정말 만족합니다.
네. 자, 이제 레이스 두 번째 경기를 앞두고 있는데 이제 서킷이 또 달라집니다. 카탈루냐 서킷인데 어떻습니까? 자신 있습니까?
사실 저는 굉장히 까다로운 트랙이라고 생각을 해요. 왜냐하면은 이제 30분을 총 경기를 해야 되는데 전륜 차량 같은 경우에 앞 타이어가 소모가 굉장히 큰 트랙이에요. 그러다 보니까 레이스에서 매니지먼트를 어떻게 잘 해나가야 할지 조금 고민이긴 한데 뭐 또 스타트 잘 해봐야죠.
특히나 뭐 예선을 좀 잘 풀어야 되는 것으로 보여지는데 카탈루냐 서킷 중에서도 경합을 많이 받을 만한 그런 구간들이 있을까요? 어떤 구간들이 가장 신경 쓰일까요?
사실 카탈루냐 트랙 같은 경우에 메인 스트레이트가 굉장히 길어요. 메인 스트레이트가 굉장히 길기 때문에 거기서 저는 아마 추월이 제일 많이 이루어지지 않을까 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 이제 두 번째 레이스를 준비하면서 정말 어려움들도 있었겠지만 이제 뭐 예선전을 또 잘 풀어내면 두 번째 경기들도 지금 첫 번째 레이스와 동일하게 더 멋진 모습들을 보여주지 않을까 생각이 듭니다. 우리 같은 대한민국의 우리 팀원들에게 우리 한마디 응원의 메시지를 전달한다면 어떤 메시지가 필요할까요?
사실 이제 첫 번째 라운드는 물론 저희 대한민국 팀이 성적이 이렇게 좋진 못했지만 두 번째, 세 번째 라운드에서는 다를 거라고 저는 이제 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
네, 더욱더 잘 준비를 해서 두 번째, 세 번째 레이스에서는 더 멋진 모습 부탁드리겠습니다. 오늘 방송을 보시고 계신 팬들과 그리고 현장에 오신 팬들이 많이 계시는데 우리 마지막으로 팬들에게 한 말씀 해주시길 바라겠습니다.
오늘 정말 이제 온라인으로 봐주신 분들 계시고 이제 현장에 와서 응원해 주시는 분들 정말 많은데 또 홈그라운드잖아요.
네.
홈그라운드인 만큼 이제 또 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 열심히 노력해 보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 지금까지 레이스 1에서 좋은 결과를 만들어준 김규민 선수와 이야기를 나눠봤습니다. 여러분 박수 한번 보내주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 저희들은 잠시 쉬었다가 레이스 2로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 뵙겠습니다.
That was Jimin Kim, who you just heard from there, folks. Your race winner, of course, for race number 1 at the Nürburgring. A fabulous performance once again, from pole position to the race win. We have 2 more races coming up very shortly, folks, at Catalonia and at Spa-Francorchamps. We will be returning after some commercials.
when this love takes a hold of you. It makes you fearless and do the unthinkable. Just by the thought of it, your heart beats faster and you feel alive. Like a force of nature, this love is unstoppable and has the power to break all the rules and set the new ones. It pushes you to the limits. A legacy is not built on promises, but on the challenges you overcome. This spirit has the power to lift you to the stars. If you feel this way, you are not alone. For the love of driving. Introducing Ioniq 5N. N-brand is the technology powerhouse of Hyundai. We push the latest technology to take pure, unfiltered driving fun to a new level. Ioniq 5N ensures the optimal battery temperature for maximized track performance. This is the most advanced Hyundai N ever. Ioniq 5N features powerful dual motors and the 4th generation battery. The reinforced chassis endures extreme track conditions and provides instant steering response. We revolutionized the regenerative braking to create 0.6 G of decelerative force. This industry-leading system creates a synergy with enhanced brakes. As functional feedback and find new ways to carve through the corners with N pedal. You can turn off the sound and enjoy maximum comfort with ECS. But when you're ready for takeoff, different high-performance sounds blasting out from both inside and outside. Your heart will be in sync with the roars and kicks from Ioniq 5N. For all enthusiasts out there, we hear you. This is not the end of driving, but a new chapter. Our journey continues with Ioniq 5N. Because at Hyundai N, driving still matters.
There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
Motorsport has been in our DNA since the beginning. Our passion for driving is everywhere, anytime. Even before 30 years, our enthusiasts competed at Australian Rally and took the crown with the first generation Elantra in 1991. This was one of the moments our high-performance dream was ignited. Motorsport is where we prove ourselves against the toughest competition. Motivated by pure passion, we continue to hone our game. Even after the ovations and celebrations, we didn't stop there. Our passion had only just awoken. victory makes us stronger. Winning is part of our DNA. And the Elantra N is the pinnacle of our racing spirit. We're now joined by a solid following of enthusiasts. We are forged from the same blood. A passion for N. We are everywhere, and we can hear each other out of the crowd. We created the ultimate N sports sedan just so that we could enjoy it and share the joy with you. The Elantra N is powered by the passion of all of us. Together, we grow stronger. Welcome to N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 된다, 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
+1.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론. 내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours Race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
새로운 우유를 찾아서 출발! 고고고 미루미 까짝꼬미 고고고 미루미 대장 꼬미 고고고 미루미 노래의 루미 고고고 미루미 재밌는 루미 나나나난 빛나는 나미 꼬미루미 귀가 쑥쑥 꼬미루미 몸이 튼튼 꼬미루미
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
꼬미루미랑 만나.
Fantastic start from Michaelis. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
Welcome back to the Stoop Coliseum, ladies and gentlemen. It is the continuation of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. Our journey now takes us to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, in a small little town called Montemelo, just outside the outskirts of Barcelona. It's Evan and Kieran back with you once again. And Kieran, our day has been fantastic so far.
It's been good, yeah. We got the popcorn ready. We were kept on our toes when the race was going to start, but when it did start, wow, what a race. It was full of drama, a bit of contact, but some great action that is only going to spill over into the next 2 races.
Yes, it's bound to be an exciting one. If you did watch the earlier race in the Nürburgring, well, the battles were epic, weren't they? There was quite a few penalties handed out by the stewards as well, so that will have changed up the results a little bit, but we will get to that later on in the future. For now, our attention focuses to race number 2 around Catalonia, and before we do get to qualifying for that, we do have to run you through a little bit of housekeeping, as always, of course. But before we do get to the housekeeping, Kieran, I do have one question for you. Are you enjoying yourself so far? Because I certainly am.
Thoroughly enjoying myself. Yeah, we've seen a great start here from Hyundai Kim, who is really at the forefront at the moment. And what we said earlier on about making sure you start off on the right foot, for Hyundai Kim, it's a case of got pole position, got the race win. Not sure if he got fastest lap, but if he did, that's a clean sweep. And we have seen quite a few clean sweeps here at the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, both in the regional qualifiers and the regional semi-finals. So it's not too unfamiliar to us. But to have it happen at the World Final, if that is the case, if that has what happened, I mean, that's a big statement of intent there.
Yes, it is a statement of intent, and Hyunbin Kim is going to start as he means to go on. Our next race then, of course, is Barcelona in Spain, Kieran. It's a totally different ballgame to the Nürburgring.
Yeah, in a sense of this is Barcelona Catalonia is one of the most balanced tracks you could really come across, with a lot of sweeping circuits, but we'll get more into that when we have the full picture, the full array to go through a little bit of the history there. And speaking of the devil, this might be it here. Yes, we first started racing here in 1991, a 4.65 kilometres then with 16 turns taking us through the circuit here. And it's a very balanced circuit. Lots of medium speed corners approach our drivers, with a couple of slow speed corners thrown in there for just good measure. It hosts such as the Formula 1 Spanish Grand Prix, the Grand Prix of motorcycle racing as well, European Le Mans, GT World Challenge and TCR Europe are coming back to the Catalonia Barcelona circuit for the 2025 season. And it's had a couple of variations, including a chicane just off of Campsa for 1994, and it's had changes since, like a chicane towards the end of the lap. But it's really, since 91, still heralded as one of the most average circuits in terms of setup performance. Here, if you want pre-season testing, is your place to go. If you want medium speed testing, this is your circuit to come to. And our drivers will of course be driving in the Elantra N TC, and we've seen it already before at the Nürburgring, and they'll be able to unleash the 350 brake horsepower and 248 kilometers an hour of top speed, and that's, well, almost mile-long straight. It seems like it goes on forever, but the start-finish line is right at the start of it as you head your way down towards the first corner. It's one of the longest runs we'll have down towards turn 1 before you have to hit the brakes. So the start and the traction off the launch is going to be so critical, because if you don't get that, you are going to get eaten up by the drivers behind you who do get that. It's a good 700 to 800 meter run we have before we think about braking down in towards turn 1. So plenty of time to think about that as well. This circuit, just like the Nürburgring as well, has plenty of undulation to go through. Take Campsa, for example, at turn 8, just at the top of the circuit there, that long sweeping right-hander that's a blind apex when you go through it. So you've got to have a lot of faith that the circuit's going to be there, and that you place the car in the right position before you even get started about tackling the rest of the circuit. And of course, turn 3, the Renault corner. If you're a fan of Formula 1, you would have seen Fernando Alonso charge his way around the outside of turn 3 in the early 2010s to take positions here. And of course, if you're also familiar with Formula 1, turn 4 is going to be familiar with the incident between the Mercedes. We're not talking about the Mercedes, we're talking about the Hyundai Elantra N TC. It's a 2-litre turbo engine with 350 brake horsepower in a 6-speed sequential gearbox. It is front-wheel drive, but it's an amazing balance that drivers, sim and motorsport have really come to know and love, and it's become a symbol for Hyundai N's motorsport dominance, especially when we head to the Nürburgring last time around. And of course, the Elantra, a balanced car, a predictable car, and already, Evan, it's given us some fantastic racing, and I'm expecting 2 more races, the next one to be at Barcelona, Catalonia.
Yes, that's given us some fantastic racing, as you briefly mentioned as well. The circuit with a lot of Formula 1 history, safe to be said, but has hosted TCR races as well. It will have been on the Formula 1 calendar for 34 consecutive years this year, and it's hosted first-time winners, first-time point scorers. Max Verstappen, first-time winner on his Red Bull debut. Leila Lombardi became the only woman to score a top 6 finish in Formula 1 in the Spanish Grand Prix in 1975 as well, but that wasn't at this circuit, that was in Spain. In terms of our Hyundai Elantra and Hyundai N Virtual Cup, then we had a very entertaining race in the Nürburgring. The drivers, I think, will have settled now, Kieran. They all look a lot more relaxed than when we saw them 2-3 hours ago.
Yeah, I think so. Once you get into the swing of an event like this, a world final, you don't get unsettled either, like these lovely people on the camera. You get into the swing of things, you settle yourself down, and really hopefully the pace comes to you, and all those hard work and all those hours you've put in practicing, making sure that you hit every single apex of all three of these circuits, it all comes to fruition as guests here get the chance to have a try on the sim on their own. You're looking at potential world champions here, perhaps, potentially future world finalists here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. One thing is for sure though, we've seen a dominant drive so far, and will we see more of the same heading towards Catalonia, or can someone else take the mantle?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Does the pace transfer from track to track, or is it simply just a case of, well, Kim was quick in the Nürburgring, someone else is going to be quick here. Be interesting to see. That's one of our fan simulators, I believe, that is on display here in the Coliseum. Not one of the drivers. It looked like a rally stage, anyways. But Kieran, a lot of differences in this circuit to the Nürburgring, it's safe to be said. You mentioned it briefly in the overview. This is a lot more medium speed at times than maybe the Nürburgring. Nürburgring has a lot of higher speed corners for these TCR cars anyways.
Yeah, and I think as well, the medium speed corners, when you have medium and high speed corners, it can lead to an equal, trickier overtaking opportunities. I think out of all three circuits, this is going to be the toughest place to overtake, purely because of that medium speed nature. You've got to have that momentum behind you. And with 20 drivers that are, 5 from each region, that are the best of their region, have qualified here, you don't expect them to make the mistakes through those medium and high speed corners. Camps are probably our highest speed corner as we make our way over that crest onwards, then down towards La Caixa as we head our way down here. And yeah, you see a lot of bunching up, a lot of drivers putting some heat into the brakes and the tyres. A perfect opportunity because it's such a heavy braking zone down towards La Caixa, one of the heavier braking zones on the circuit. And we make our way then through in towards the back end of the circuit. I'm expecting to see the chicane after what should be the penultimate corner in this season, but I think we're running the pre-2023 layout, which includes that chicane. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, we are running that layout here. So this is your low speed part of the circuit to slow the cars down before you head your way to the final corner. Again, it's a low speed corner, but the profile of the curbs and the profile of the corner itself still makes overtaking very tricky indeed. What it does add is an element of heading out of the penultimate corner in towards the final corner. There is a long straight that awaits you if you do not get the exit right.
Yes, it is a very long straight. It's a long run from pole position to the first corner as well. It'll be 579 metres from that pole grid slot to the apex in the first corner as well. So quite a lot to defend, even if you do take pole position. You're going to need a good launch in the race, and you need a good launch out of the final corner as well. Qualifying is underway then, and we are currently looking at Kim rounding in towards the turn number 5 hairpin. Rotating it through, just getting the power on nicely and using all that runoff to the outside. Some of the corners, quite large curves on the outside, Kieran, and then some of them don't, such as this one that we are heading through now. So it's a real balancing act in managing, I suppose, your track limits.
Yeah, some of them have, as you say, that little astroturf on the exit there that you can run off onto, and some corners just have grass, and there is absolutely no margin for error. Like there, you've got the curb and that's it on the outside as you make your way through in towards the Verth corner. But as we make our way upwards towards Campsa, this is probably one of the more demanding corners on the circuit, where it's a blind apex there, and you've got to try and take as much speed as you can through. Of course, the curb ends and you're just met with grass, so if you leave the turn in too late, you could put grass on your tyres and it would send you wide going through in towards Campsa corner. But look at this, that's a beautiful picture. An array of Elantra N TCs making their way down towards La Caixa here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia.
Yes, snaking their way through, weaving their way down the straights and getting the first laps on the board. There is Hyun-Min Kim, who is across the line first. We will get times on our screen in a few moments, folks. But Kim will be looking to go back-to-back in pole positions. Remember, 3 points on offer if you do take pole for any of the races here at the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. And of course, Kim took 3 points plus 25 points for the race win last time out. Might have got the fastest lap as well, but we're still waiting on confirmation for that one. Heading into the infamous turn number 4. I think we have to say, Kieran, and as you briefly mentioned, accidents very much possible into that corner.
Yes, and as you said, 2016 was the year that happened. But as you say, it also awarded and helped Max Verstappen get his first win in what was his first race for Red Bull. Remarkable, he was able to keep Kimi Räikkönen behind him for so long in that race with all of that pressure. And drivers will be facing with that today. It seems, as like the Nürburgring, it seems like a relatively straightforward circuit. But once you add in 20 cars who are all chomping at the bit to get to the top, suddenly it doesn't become that easy. Moritz Lerner is our early pace setter at the moment, 1 minute 52.9. It's Maximilian Benecke in second place. Dominic Blyer, who's keen and eager to really recover after the Nürburgring, he's in third place. And Gyu-Min Kim, last time out race winner and last time out pole position, just currently less than 2/10 off of that provisional pole position time. In fact, it's not provisional pole because it's Q1. So I've already caught myself out there. The 10 fastest drivers from this session would advance to a Q2 session, and then we'll have a top 10 shootout.
Yes, we do, of course, have that top 10 shootout coming up after this one. It's a lot closer this time round, it seems, than the Nürburgring. The top 13 are separated by less than a second. Yin Zheng in 13th there, and Moritz Lerner currently quickest here is Benecke. Towards the start-finish line, we'll see is there an improvement ahead of the 1:52.9 that Moritz Lerner has set. Doesn't seem to be, so Benecke will stay in second. But you just got to be in the top 10 to advance. If you're outside that top 10, you will not be taking any further part in this qualifying session. So currently Lerner, Benecke, then it is Blyer, Kim, Harrison, Pavlovsky, and it is Liu, Menning, Kang, and Zhe Jing, who are advancing 7/10, separating that top 10. So I think it's safe to say these guys are probably used to the conditions now, getting used to this car even more as they go along. We're getting to the peak of what these guys can perform at.
Yeah, we are, and if you're 11th place driver, Zheng Zhaoji, currently in 11th place, just about nearly 9/10 off of that provisional fastest lap time of the session. But more importantly, Zheng needs to find 2/10 of a second to get back up into that top 10. So that's where his priorities will lie. A similar scenario for Kurt van Ortenried as well, to try and get a place into that top 10. But there is your current fastest driver in this session, Moritz Lerner, who makes his way through in towards that Bank Sabadell chicane, and then we head away towards the right-hander upcoming of Europe car, and we'll get that right-hander before the slow chicane, the slowest part on this circuit, considering this is a track that's really dedicated to the medium and high-speed corners. To have that low-speed chicane can disrupt drivers, and the general feeling is it probably has disrupted drivers. We've since moved back to the older layout where it used the outside, we cut in, if you like, at Europe car. We use the outside of the circuit now for those final 2 corners. And yeah, the general consensus is that the slowing down at the chicane doesn't really do a lot, apart from make it so important around that turn 15, the exit of the chicane, to make sure you get the traction, to make sure you get the exit absolutely spot on, because you'll be a sitting duck otherwise down the start-finish straight.
In the circuit, the Barcelona Catalonia used for a lot of testing, a lot of young driver practice, a lot of young driver tests. Maximilian Benecke, of course, likes to assist young drivers, the founder of the Pure Driving School, and he's looking to continue that journey. But more importantly, get into the second part of qualifying here for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final, race number 2. Just flying past your screen now is the number 62. Just trying to get into the next part of qualifying. And Kieran, I suppose the drivers need to perform well in this race if they had a poor race in the last race. I know that sounds fairly obvious, but as time goes on, it gets more crucial. If you're sitting 11th and 12th-ish now, you need to put the lap in now, otherwise your chance could be gone winning this thing.
Absolutely, and for someone like Kamil Pavlovsky, you can't afford
a way to make that point, I should say.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. But you know, if you're Kamil Pawlowski, for example, who's currently in 8th place, just under half a second away from Moritz Lerner's time in this session, you know, it's all the more important. He didn't have the greatest race last time around. He got bumped and barged, and I'm sure he would have been straight to the steward's office after that and put in some claims. But at the end of the day, he finished outside of the top 10 on track. Now that might change with the penalties that have been awarded. But at the end of the day, he'll be looking to bounce back as we reach the closing stages of qualifying. Maximilian Benecke, 3rd fastest at the moment, but he is done and dusted. He hasn't got enough time really to get back around. So top 3 separated by less than 1/10 of a second right now.
Benecke looking a lot more positive than he did maybe after Nürburgring qualifying. Yumin Kim is in 4th and will be advancing as well. Great performances from Rokyung Kang, the youngest representative here in the competition, advancing in 7th spot. Is there any improvements from down the field? The clock has struck a 0, so this will be the last laps of this first qualifying session of 2 to come here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Very, very important for some of those guys towards the back to maybe get an improvement here. If you're near the top of the top 10, you're very much safe now, but if you're the likes of Michael Menning, you might be a little bit worried at this point.
Yeah, maybe looking over the shoulder a little bit, considering half a second is still not safe enough to get you into the top 10, not completely safe anyway. So yeah, a little bit of pressure at that point, but we'll run through the qualifying order for you and we'll confirm the top 10. But that looks like Moritz Lerner is very happy with that. A 1 seems to signify maybe he was the fastest in that session.
We do have another session to come, however, Moritz. Don't celebrate just yet. You haven't quite taken pole position as straight on the phone. Dominic Blair, kids these days, Kieran, what are they like? There is Yumin Kim, who is just focused on the task at hand. Was very happy with his win in the Nürburgring in his interview earlier that he did here in the Coliseum. We're looking to repeat that in Catalonia. But 10 have gone from that session, and they will advance and go again.
Indeed, I'm looking forward to this. It's yeah, again, we're getting into Q2, so we'll look to see what happens in that session with our 10 fastest drivers. That'll all be decided, and then a new server set up for them so that they have the track to themselves. And then from that point, we'll decide who starts in that top 10 and who will get another 3 points to their boot, to their roster, heading into the race. But here's your qualifying results from Q1.
There's Moritz Lerner, who was quickest, Dominic Blair in 2nd, and Maximilian Benecke in 3rd. Yumin Kim in 4th, ahead of Lei Yudong in 5th, and Kieran Harrison in 6th, and Rokyung Kang in 7th. Kamil Pawlowski in 8th, and Michael Menning in 9th, and then Ying Zhen getting in. So no advancement for Young Chan Kim. He'll start in 11th, Jie Jing in 12th, ahead of Zheng Zhongyi in 13th, and Kurt Van Otenried in 14th, and Huang Kasheng in 15th, and it is Yonghui Kim in 16th, Jeon Li in 17th, Quapono Patrick in 18th, Braden Werner and Ricardo Rivera.
Very nicely done, Evan.
Thank you. I definitely wasn't at an angle reading that when the camera got back to me.
Definitely not. We didn't see it. It's all right. You're fine.
Definitely not. You didn't see it. So, first part of qualifying is down, and Kieran, I'm very impressed how close it was at the top.
Yeah, mightily close. I mean, a 10th of a second covering that top 3. If Q2 is like that, then it shows us what a race we've got in store for us. It just shows you that there is no margin for a 10th of a second error. There's no margin for a little bit of a clipped curb that unsettles the car too much and unsettles you too much. There's no room for that sort of error here. Maybe Kim down in 4th place in Q1, perhaps maybe holding back. We have spoken about strengths and weaknesses at some circuits here. Too early to say if Kim is going to struggle, considering he was the 4th fastest driver in that session. Struggle is a very harsh word, but we'll see if he's got more pace left behind when we get into Q2.
Now, remember, Kim wasn't quickest in the first session in the Nürburgring either. It was very late in the second session where Kim did actually take that pole position and came onto our radar, so to speak. So Could be doing the same again, a little bit of tactical sandbagging. Often happens in Barcelona at testing, but Kim might be trying it in qualifying. A little bit of sandbagging and then just bam, really good qualifying lap out of nowhere. But that could all be a conspiracy, and Lerner has just upped the ante a little bit. But we will find out very soon.
We will indeed. And yeah, Q2, where the stakes get even higher, there's fewer cars out on track, so hopefully fewer concerns about traffic and anything of the like. But you would love a bit of a tow down towards turn 1, wouldn't you? You'd love for a driver to just emerge in front of you and close up to them down the start-finish straight down in towards turn 1. And then you won't want them for the rest of the lap, because you've got so many medium high-speed corners where you can be affected by dirty air. There is air on these cars. You could be slightly affected, and it's different lines as well. So probably, although it would be great to have a tow down the start-finish straight, probably in your best interest, you'll probably lose all of that time going through the mid-speed and high-speed sections of the rest of the lap.
Yeah, you don't want dirty air really, especially heading through turn number 9, as you said, Kieran. Even if you miss that apex slightly, say hello to the beaches of Barcelona on the exit of that one. There's quite a few along this region, but you don't want to run wide through there because of the dirty air. You don't really want dirty air through the corners in front of that either. Turn 7, turn 8, not really through turn 3 either. That could get very messy if you were sideways, and then it could go very, very wrong indeed. That could be a messy point on lap number 1 as well. Turn number 1, 2, and 3 could get very congested very quickly in the opening phases of the race.
Indeed it could, and yeah, sending 20 Hyundai Elantra N TCs down towards turn 1 after 500 odd metres from the start, yeah, should be pretty interesting when they head their way down there. And to be honest with you, you've got turn 1, which is a heavy braking zone. Turn 4, Repsol, again, another heavy-ish braking zone. But really, around the first lap, it really won't be till the chicane until we see cars even think about going single file, I reckon.
Yeah, it was very messy at turn number 1 in the Nürburgring, but that is because that's a hairpin. Do we kind of expect drivers to be a little bit more timid, maybe, knowing that turn 1 at Barcelona's not the nicest corner to go for a move into?
I think yes and no. I think there's going to be a case of there's plenty of runoff at turn 1 on the outside there. So you might see drivers try and move down the inside and doors shut on the way, but when you get to turn 2 on the outside there's grass. That's it. There's no tarmac there. So that's where you've got to be careful. And then turn 3, you've got a little bit of tarmac on the outside there. Not a lot, mind, but there is a bit to keep you on your wits about you. So expect side-by-side action. Expect cars to go run wide at turn 1 and turn 3. There's no use hiding now. We've spotted you. Turn 1 and turn 3, obviously. Yeah, we have, unfortunately. But yeah, I think turns 1, 2, and 3 should be pretty interesting. More to the fact that there's going to be space on the outside of 1 and 3, and not so much on the outside of turn 2. If you can get on the outside of turn 1, you've pretty much got a good bit of tarmac to really battle away with. But yeah, it's managing to keep that. Looking at the camera and driving, that's impressive. That is impressive talent there.
Real hardy stuff. It was a cool camera angle, actually, that one. You could get to see with the driver's seat as very, very laser focused. No smiles for the camera that time from our US representative. Here is the mystery of the banner, or the scarf. Again, it's Kieran, remember that dress thing that was like, is it gold or is it blue? This is our version. Is it a Hyundai scarf or is it a Hyundai banner?
I'm sure it's a banner now. I'm sure it is. I'm sure.
A bit of play acting in the crowd as well. The crowd are having a great time. Having a great time.
Oh, they are. And we've got some great racing coming up as well. I can guarantee you that. Because, of course, we've had our first race at the Nürburgring. We've got Q2 coming up very, very shortly for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup for our second race of the day to decide who will start race 2 on pole position.
Big waves, big smiles to all the fans at home. And we hope you're enjoying it at home as well, folks. Perfect time to top up on a few snacks, top up on a bit of coffee, maybe a nice hot chocolate or something if it's cold in your parts. It's a perfect time to replenish the snacks, replenish the energy, because we've got plenty more hours to come and plenty more great racing to have.
We do indeed, and it's just been a prelude, if you like, to things coming up. And of course, Spa-Francorchamps later on. When we get to that, we will get to that, because of course Spa really needs no introduction, even though I probably will give it one. It doesn't need it. But focusing here
definitely
on... Oh yeah, I would definitely. It's just me in silence.
Contractually obliged.
But yes, Catalonia. Yeah, it's a mixed circuit which might be tough to overtake. So qualifying and making sure you get pole position here is so critical. We've already seen how close the drivers are in Q1. So there's not going to be much margin of error when it comes to racing here. Get onto that top step, get onto the front row, and you've got half a chance of winning this race.
It's also the shortest of the 3 circuits, so that could play a factor as well. Q2 coming up in approximately 3 minutes, folks. So we will have our second session coming up very shortly. A lot of pressure on this one, would you say, Kieran?
Yeah, I think more pressure on those that haven't done well in that first race to step up and see what they can bring to Barcelona, Catalonia. I mean, for example, if you are Guanmin Kim, to be at the top at the very start is great, but now you've got everyone chasing you down, and it's a case of whether Kim prefers to be the chaser or the one being chased. And you know, you early stages, you'd love to have that lead, you'd love to start building up a lead, and to be 4th fastest in Q1, not the end of the world. But the drivers ahead of him, Lerner and Beneke, that's 2 drivers he really couldn't afford to be slower than in these stages. So yeah, bit of pressure, but Beneke also under pressure as well. Finished 3rd in that last race. The cameras and eyes will all be on him because he was an early favourite from Europe to really put on a great battle, a great display here, as we now are into Q2 of our session for race number 2.
Yeah, confirmation of those participating in Q2. It's Moritz Lerner, Kieran Harrison, Dominic Blair, Maximilian Beneke, Gumin Kim, Leo Don, Rokyul Kang, Michael Menning, Huang Kasheng, and then Kamil Pavlovsky. So those are the 10 taking part in the second qualifying session. 9 minutes of it remaining. The outlaps just happening now.
Yep, and we're watching on with Moritz Lerner as it looks like he's at the head of this crocodile as we make our way through in towards Wörth and up towards Campsa once again. And looking very good indeed, seeing if he's got the nice clear air ahead of him. But uh-oh, look who's that behind. It's Gumin Kim, who's right behind and will take full advantage of that slipstream down in towards turn 1. And again, lots of tyre warming, lots of brake warming, heading down in towards the heaviest brakings on the circuit, La Caixa, where you pretty much go into a hairpin. And there goes Maximilian Beneke, who says, thank you, I'll take second in the queue. I don't think Gumin Kim is too fussed about that one.
No, you just got to get a good lap in. Doesn't really matter when you get it in. There's never much overtaking going on in qualifying, but there'll always be a little bit of shenanigans of blocking and things like that. So Beneke will get qualifying underway. Gumin Kim just going to focus on his tyre preparations, bounce over the final curve, put the foot down and get his lap underway. Ready for the final corner, passing the grandstands down towards turn number 1. It's a very long run. You have a lot of time to think about your braking zone. You're going to pull as close to the left-hand wall as you really can without exceeding track limits to maximise your run for the first corner. You can see there, braking at that little bit of grey, ready for the first corner, avoiding the first curve, but you definitely bounce off the second, running as close to the green AstroTurf as you can on the right-hand side. Then keep it as close to that curve as you can, and when you get confident, when you're confident with the grip, put the power down and run it down towards turn number 4. Use even more than the entry curve in towards turn number 4 as they're all running along the AstroTurf.
Indeed, and yeah, such a balanced circuit really does demand a lot from the drivers in making sure that everything runs to a T. Through Seat then with the number 23 there of Gumin Kim, as we watch on here with the number 18 of Michael Menning, and this is the top runner in the US region right now, and he just about managed to make his way into Q2 here. I think he was 9th at the end of the Q1 standings, just under half a tenth of a second away from our fastest time. So Michael Menning here looking to pretty much do America proud as he looks to try and get himself up the order. Let's see what he can do in this Q2 session.
real fan favourite he was in the regional qualifiers. Michael Menning, a lot of support from the US fans, and a lot of support here in Korea from the US fans as well. So Michael Menning looking to continue what's been a very successful journey for him so far. His target here is probably the regional championship, and then he can think about getting as high up the overall order as he can. So far, of course, the top US runner in the world final finished 5th in the Nürburgring, just ahead of Zhejiang, and he was the only US point scorer in the Nürburgring. So as of now, not under threat from any other driver in that regional championship.
Watching on then with Moritz Lerner, who's looking to make good on his second place last time around and managing to finish ahead of Maximilian Benecke in that early stages, in that early race. And there is Dominic Blyer, who himself had a battle with Kieran Harrison, and well, it ended up with Kieran Harrison getting a couple of penalties, for instance, earlier on in the race. But Blyer here will be keen and eager to see if he can get up the order higher than 8th place. We'll see what he can do from that position. We just have just over 5 minutes left on the board then, with lap times coming in, I'm sure. But as we tackle Seat here in towards turn 5, we see then number 5 getting back on the power through down in towards turn 6, that slight left-hander, before we tackle turns 7 and 8 through Verth here. Through 7 and then through 8 here, you've got that little bit of curb there, that almost a sleeping policeman on the inside then, and then turn 9, Kamsa. You hear a little bit of a lift there for drivers, but they will chuck the car in and hope there's enough grip on the other side as we make our way down towards turn 10 at La Caixa.
Yeah, Dominic Blyer currently quickest in the session here in Q2. He was 5th overall in the regional qualifications, but improved that to 3rd in the regional semi-finals with a very impressive performance. Earlier on, he was able to finish 8th in race number 1 of the world final, and he's currently quickest here in Q2. Kieran Harrison in 2nd, had a Moritz Lerner in 3rd, Leo Dong in 4th, really impressive stuff there. Kamil Pawlowski in 5th, Michael Menning 6th, and Yumin Kim in 7th. And it is Rokyung Kang in 8th, ahead of Huang Kasheng in 9th, and then Maximilian Benecke is last in 10th, so not a proper run from Benecke there, really looking to improve upon that pretty much ASAP. We're looking at Kamil Pawlowski just get ready to go for another run. The trend in qualifying that these guys seem to be doing is quick run, cool lap, quick run, and then cool lap, and then another quick run if they have time, or certainly that seems to be what the front runners are doing.
Yeah, and Maximilian Benecke maybe just caught in that little bit of an optional, the other optional option you could take, and trying to run a little bit out of sync. But yeah, 10th place right now for Maximilian Benecke, 1.2 seconds off of that top time at the moment. We are expecting for him to get his way back up the order. We pretty much expect him to be at the pointy end of the field, but at the moment then it is compatriot in Moritz Lerner who is currently fastest in this session. 7th place as well for race 1 winner in Yumin Kim.
Oh, and he's
so
quickest.
Surprised to see him in... he's quickest, there you go. Well, that changed everything, didn't it? So Benecke quickest then. Just like that, in a flash, he's up at the top. But yeah, that's Yumin Kim in 6th place. He has improved since his last lap, so still only good enough for the 3rd row of the grid. And this is the thing, a quarter of the second is covering that top 6, which is remarkably close.
Our timing tower had us wondering what happened to Benecke, but he was really quickest, and now he's on his cool lap. So he's quickest by 0.039 over Dominic Blyer, then it is still the same order, Huang Kasheng rounding us out. Moritz Lerner, though, in 5th, that is still a surprise. He's going to want to improve on that and at least get on the front row, if not pole position. But Benecke seems to be refinding his form from the regional qualifiers and the regional semi-finals, where the other guys are all improving as they go. Yumin Kim in 6th position is going to want to improve on that as well after the earlier strong performances. 2 minutes to go, still very undecided.
Yeah, drivers pretty much starting their final laps of qualifying. They might be able to get one more if you're Maximilian Benecke, but you might not choose to go for that one more option. 1 minute 52.941 is the time to beat right now, and Benecke is making his way out of Renault and up towards that turn 4. In towards Repsol we go then, making sure you have the car underneath you. And drivers have been complimentary of the Hyundai N Elantra, and they've really just complimented on how predictable it is, and that's so important when you're a driver behind these cars in high-risk scenarios. You want the car to be predictable. You want to be able to say to the car, I want to do this, and it will either give you a strong yes or a strong no. That's so much help to the drivers in those high-pressure scenarios.
Here is Dominic Blair, who we're looking at, heading down towards turn number 10, looking to slam on the brakes and hook it in as quick as possible. This is going to be a big overtaking opportunity, I think, in towards this corner. You might be able to lunge one down the inside. There is a lot of runoff, so it kind of bodes itself to now shoulder barge here and there. We might see that from time to time. Here is Dominic Blair, though, rounding through the final corners in towards the Europcar corner, turn number 13, then in towards 14 and 15 at the RACC chicane, towards turn number 16, a very famous corner in motorcycle racing, not as much in TCRs, but it might become one tonight. Here comes Dominic Blair across the start-finish line. Is there going to be an improvement for the Polishman? Doesn't seem to be. There's no visual celebrations from Blair's. It doesn't look like he wasn't able to prove. It's been a great session from Kieran Harrison so far. Can he make it a fantastic session in this final sector?
We'll have to wait and see then. He makes his way around Bank Sabadell and on towards the right-hander of Europcar before we head to our way towards the RACC chicane then. For this final time for Kieran Harrison, currently third place, and on the second row of the grid then, it's all about making sure you keep your right foot hard on the floor as we make our way onwards and upwards towards that start-finish line. We'll wait and see if Kieran Harrison can get an improvement over the line, but he was third when we headed our way there, and the top 6 covered by less than a quarter of a second. We'll get the provisional, or at least how we expect the grid to start at our top 10 and full 20, but yeah, looks very close, and the race start, the launch off the line down towards turn 1 is going to be so important.
We assume there is your pole sitter, Maximilian. Oh, shrugging ahead. Was he just beaten? I don't know about you, Kieran, but it seemed like Beneke just shook his head as in to say, we're beaten. We will see. This is all conspiracy.
Oh, you love a conspiracy, really, don't you? Well, there is
yeah, I do.
The number 23. Yeah, Gyumin Kim, who was a quarter of a second off of the pace in that session, and that was at the time good enough for 6th place. Can he jump up the order like he did at the Nürburgring?
If Gyumin Kim has just stolen pole position, that is something obscene, because it would be the exact same way that he did it in Nürburgring. We cut away from the cameras, and then Gyumin Kim strikes. He is the silent assassin, or the not even seen assassin. We will see, however, on if he is able to take pole position, but very close, Kieran. It's very, very close. This race is going to be a lot closer, I think, than the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I think so, and we'll get a confirmation of what those timings are like, but yeah, if it was anything like what we last saw it, a quarter of a second covering the top 6, I've said that a lot, but 7/10 covered the entire top 10 there, and in essence, across the whole field, we were looking at maybe 2 seconds covering all 20 drivers, so there are going to be, like we saw at the Nürburgring, little pockets of battles going on, and there could easily be 6 or 7 cars battling for this lead battle, so yeah, if you haven't filled up that popcorn already, it's a bit late, but you know, you've got until we cut away till the race start.
I swear we're not on popcorn commission by any stretch of the imagination. Just something you usually watch while watching something interesting. Feel free to have your sweets of choice. But we're going to be heading into our second race now here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. A reminder, it's going to be a 30-minute race once again in Catalonia. After the 2 qualifying sessions, 25 points on offer for the winner, and then works all the way down to 15th place, and then 2 points on offer for the fastest lap as well. It's almost the business end of the competition here, Kieran. This race might make or break your campaign.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so important. I mean, for Kim as well, if he is starting from the 3rd row, that is a huge order. He might be the leader going into this race, but with the likes of Lerner and Beneke, who have managed to finish ahead of him in that session, at least we think, yeah, it's all about making sure you pick up the points for Beneke. This is his chance to recoup some of those points and see if he can make his way back to the top. But we've seen Kim, he's been very much on the pace all day today, and he's proven that time and time again, finishing top of the qualifiers as well. He's shown he has the pace, and he's very keen and eager and able to pull out that lap time, almost like a Michael Schumacher style. You think that's the fastest lap? I'll give you fastest lap right at the death of a session. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and one thing that impressed me from his performance in the Nürburgring was how consistent he was. Beneke or Lerner might have made a mistake. Kim didn't. He was just steady the whole time, and that's an aspect that's really underrated in racing drivers these days. And Kim very much impressed me with that. But Beneke and Lerner, they have big names in this business because they're two of the best in the business, Kieran. We can never really rule them out.
No, not at all. Not on your bottom dollar. Yeah, absolutely. Kieran Harrison, by the way, as well, finishing up the order as well. Last time we saw him, he was third. He's looking to really just sort of recoup lost opportunities as well. Just checking where he finished in that last race. I think he did have penalties. He finished on track 9th, but I think he might have been affected by penalties there. So, yeah, not the strongest points haul for him. It would be great if he himself could manage to get his way back up there and at least haul some points to haul himself back up the order. But there's still 30 minutes of on-track action awaiting our drivers, and we've seen how, you know, the first couple of corners you really do need elbows in the deployed position to make sure you don't lose too many positions. But maybe the stewards have sort of set the marker here. That's enough contact. Here's the acceptable amount, if you like. There is such a thing as racing contact. It happens, but yeah, let's see what happens when we get to it. Dominic Blyer as well, who finished on track 8th last time. And yeah, I'm just looking at Lu Dong as well, who finished 4th last time I was around. So Lu Dong maybe an underdog. We haven't talked about Lu Dong a lot, and it's because we haven't seen him a lot out on track, but he finished 4th in the last race. He's up there in the top 6 this time around. He's definitely flying under a couple of radars at the moment, maybe waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Yeah, Lu Dong, the top Chinese qualifier, 21 years of age, was the 2023 Porsche Esports Challenge China Pro-Am champion, as well as finished 2nd in the 2023 Hyundai N Esports Championship. So Lu Dong, very, very good racing driver, and someone who has gone under our radar a little bit, Kieran, as you rightly said. The Chinese drivers did seem quicker around the Nürburgring than they do around Catalonia, though. There was 4 Chinese representatives in the top 10 in qualifying 2 in the Nürburgring, slightly less here in Catalonia. So unless they had just adapted quicker and the other guys have caught up, or I'm not sure what the case would be there. But Lu Dong still up there, still competing, and definitely an outside shout.
Yeah, and you know, to set the base mark at 4th place, that's no bad way to start going into this championship, going into the final. It's not a bad haul of points at all. You're still very much in it, and especially if the 3 in front of you get a trip up over each other. Yum and Kim starting, I think, behind Lu there. Lerner and Beneke might be starting ahead, but it's picking up those points in those vital moments. You never know what's going to happen ahead of you.
Anything can happen in motorsport, folks. That's why we love it. Anything can happen, and could be a 10-car collision into the first corner, and all of a sudden some of the US guys with a poor race in the Nürburgring are back in contention here. It really is open until the last lap in Spa-Francorchamps later this evening. As a wave to the camera once again. Our drivers, the fatigue might be hitting them a slight bit, Kieran. It has been a long afternoon for them so far, and we still have a lot of driving to go.
Yeah, we do, but you know that comes with it. You know, in a final, you've got essentially 3 sprint races to contend with, and a sprint race is going to be draining no matter what. You're on it the whole time. You are, you know, looking in the mirrors the whole time. It takes a lot of concentration to be able to not only have the pace, but to keep it and to keep your wits about you for racecraft. So it's a lot to do in half an hour, and having to do that again here at Catalonia, to do it again for 20 minutes when we head to Spa-Francorchamps. It's all a lot about concentration, and it might not be physical wear, but mentally it can be, you know, draining. You've got to keep yourself on top. You've got to keep the confidence, and you've got to keep yourself in a good mindset for the whole final.
Yeah, you've got to keep yourself positive no matter what. And now, thankfully, this is a fantastic experience for these guys. So I can't imagine they're struggling to stay positive, even if you don't get the result. Still a brilliant, brilliant experience. Not every esports competition has a world final such as this here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. But the experience of those who have been there, done that, and bought the T-shirt, as the cliche goes, will be starting to kick in the more we go on with this event. The likes of Beneke, the likes of Lerner, their experience in situations such as this will start to kick in.
It will, and when they get to that sort of, the final end, the pointy end of that championship, when things start to get a bit real towards the back end of the championship, yes, absolutely, they'll have had the experience. But that's not to say that experience will win every time. Sometimes it will take someone coming from that youthful background. I mean, looking at the statistics and the accolades that our drivers have, they're all fantastic accolades that they've got underneath them as well. So it's not like they're coming here and saying, I don't deserve to win, or they don't deserve to win. There's plenty of accolades out there. There's plenty of championships that we could talk about across the whole field. So it might be silly to rule people out, but yes, you get to the back end of the season and it shows. If you've been a champion before, you do have a different mindset than if you're chasing your first.
There's no one that doesn't deserve to be here. They are all some of the best sim racers in the world. They're the 5 best in their region when it comes to driving a Hyundai Elantra, but they're some of the best sim racers in the world. They 100% deserve to be here. Everyone has a long list of accolades. Myself and Kieran could spend hours upon hours researching each of them, and we still would never run out of stuff to talk about. We've spoken a lot about how the drivers are finding differences and how their driving styles are different and how maybe they're sitting in the sim rig is different. One thing I've noticed that is different here is 2 things, actually. 1, some use gloves, some don't. 2, some use shoes, some don't. Any comments?
Whatever's comfortable. If you need gloves to make sure that you are, if you suffer from sweaty palms, that will affect you. If you can have the gloves there to sort of nullify that works. It's all about being comfortable in these scenarios. And if it takes gloves, if it takes no shoes for you to be comfortable, and at that point confident in yourself to make braking zones and to pump in the fastest laps you can, then yeah, do wear what you want at this point. You could turn up with comical sunglasses if they make you quicker. If you feel like they make you quicker, no one can really argue against that.
Yeah. Any preference if you were in that seat, Kieran?
I would say gloves and shoes on for me. That would be my personal preference.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose it depends what pressure is on. Well, pressure's on the pedals for me. Traditionally at home, I'd be a gloves and a no shoes guy. But some guys have their pedals turned up to the max pressure, and they'd have load cells where you have to press the brake really, really hard, and then you might need a shoe. But there is a scientific reason for using gloves on some wheels. It's to protect the fabrics. So those who have brought gloves, they get a thumbs up in our book because they are protecting the Logitech equipment. Everyone's a little bit more friendly with the cameras now, aren't they, Kieran? We had a couple of stern faces earlier. Now it's all thumbs up and waves.
Yeah, Huang Kushang also giving us a little bit of a wave as well before that. Kamil Pavlovsky giving us a bit of a smile as well. And we did see for poor Kamil how frustrated he was getting at the stage when it came to the closing stages of the Nürburgring race. But he seems in good spirits still, so fair play to him. The pole is looking to look to see what he can do at Catalonia as well, as we've got drivers already practicing their racecraft heading into this one. And again, with all the practice, you get your downtime, you've got your sort of server setups, making sure everyone's in the right grid positions, everything like that. You get these sort of downtimes where you have those practice sessions, and you've just got to be careful not to wear yourself out and not to tire yourself out. That's got to be the main thing. So you can put in all these practice, and you can say to yourself, yeah, I could do with just 5 minutes of practice. If I get 5 minutes, I'll use the 5 minutes. But other drivers in there you'll have seen are sitting there and just sort of saying, look, almost as if they're saying, look, there's nothing I can't do now. There's nothing I can practice now. It's all about focusing on the race. So there's different sort of mindsets and different preparation styles, and it's clear they all work. It's just what is down to personal driver preference.
If you were with us earlier, you'd know myself and Kieran played a game to try calculate how many hours these guys have practiced. I think they've all added about 2 or 3 hours each onto this since we have started the broadcast for the World Final, because there's some drivers there that I don't think they've I don't think they've stopped driving since they sat in every opportunity. Practice, come on, let's practice this, let's get used to this. And they just keep going. Where other guys, they're like, yeah, I've done the work, I'm gonna chill for a bit.
Yeah, and both mindsets work. Both of them work. It's clear to see. Some of them say, look, there's nothing I can do now. I've done all I can. I'm just focusing on the race now. And perhaps you're thinking at the last minute before the race, right, how am I going to approach turn 1? You're probably visualising there's 7,000 ways that cars could be sideways going in towards turn 1 at Catalonia. But you're trying to make sure you are ready for most scenarios, and worst case scenario, what happens if you are involved in a little bit of a scuffle at turn 1? It's all about making sure you prepare yourself mentally for that long run down towards turn 1 from the grid. You said, Evan, it's just over half a kilometre, so there's plenty of time to think about your braking zone down towards turn 1.
Yeah, you don't want to think too much though, because then you're going to overthink things. And the old adages with the start lights, look but don't stare. Have a small think, but if you plan to go into a motor race, you're like, right, at turn number 1, I'm going to brake at the 100-meter board. I'm going to go take this line. You're going to crash, because it won't work like that. You have to just judge it. Lap 1 in motor racing and in sim racing is probably the greatest guessing game of all time. You have to just guess where to go. If you guess wrong, well, it's not really your fault, but there could be 4 cars into the side of you before you know. You just have to be able to adapt, improvise, and just be ready for anything. Think, but don't overthink would be my advice anyways. I'm sure all the drivers are listening to this.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be listening to 2 commentators, hopefully know what they're talking about. Yeah, good guess, Evan. But yeah, no, a solid point again as well. It's really testing the drivers' adaptability. But there, Evan, is our standings heading into race 2.
Yes, here's the results. This is the current standings and the results for race number 1. So Gumin Kim, top of the order after taking the win in the pole, leads by 8 points over Moritz Lerner in second, Maximilian Benecke in third. Then Leo Dong in 4th ahead of Michael Menning in 5th, and it is Zheng Zhongyi in 6th ahead of Dominic Blyer in 7th, Xi Jing in 8th ahead of Yonghui Kim in 9th, and Huang Kasheng in 10th position. So 28 points for Gumin Kim heading into race number 2, a very positive start. Kieran Harrison in 11th, Kurt Van Aldenreid in 12th, Jaeon Lee in 13th, Kopono Patrick in 14th, Wayden Werner in 15th, ahead of Kamil Pavlovsky in 16th, and it is Rokyul Gang in 17th, Yongchan Kim, Yin Zheng, and then Ricardo Rivera in 20th. So that is the current standings, Kieran, but that could all look totally different in a half an hour's time.
Yeah, Gumin Kim completing that full house, fastest lap, pole position and the win, so picked up all possible points from race 1. That's how you start a championship. Can he keep that momentum up through the rest of the next 2 races, or will he have the likes of Lerner and Benecke to deal with as well? Not to forget as well our leader of the China region drivers as well. So it's all to play for heading into this one. It really is. And Liu Dong as well in that 77, maybe under the radar slightly, but scoring those points is all that matters. And if you can get yourself to the top of the order, even better still. Hopefully we'll see the likes of Kamil Pavlovsky, Rokyong Kang, Yongchan Kim, Yin Zheng and Ricardo Rivera all score points by the end of the final today.
It would be great to see everyone scoring some points, wouldn't it? Everyone gets a turn on the point scoring train. And remember, folks, that they're not just all driving against each other, they are driving against their regions still. We have a regional championship as well, with a $11,000 prize pool overall. So Europe are competing against Europe, Korea against Korea, China against China, US against US still. So there is that bit of that inter-region pride as well. But they all want the main one. They all want to be the first ever Hyundai N Virtual Cup champion. That will go down in history.
They do, yeah, absolutely. And to be the winner of over four regions as well, just makes that a sweeter pot as well. And Kim is in a good position heading into this one, having got all points possible from race 1. That's a letter of intent to all other drivers. And it's a case as well, how do other drivers respond to that? If you're Beneke, if you're Lerner, you might have seen Kim score all the points, all the available points going into race number 2. That won't really deter them at all. I mean, we saw that in the second qualifying session with Beneke pretty much at the top of the order, pulling out about a tenth of a second over P2. So just goes to show you that it's not going to be decided this until the checkered flag falls in Spa-Francorchamps, and the race at Barcelona, Catalonia is only just going to be another chapter in this.
Yes, and it is going to be another chapter, hopefully a very, very exciting one. We're going to be going racing very soon, folks, so do not worry. We will have action very shortly to your screens. Big thanks to those who have joined us so far and are watching so far here in the English broadcast. Make sure to pop a subscription to the Hyundai N Virtual Cup YouTube channel if you are watching on that. And feel free to comment on any of the stream chats. Myself and Kieran will try to read a few from time to time. So get into contact with us. If you have any questions, these little segments are the perfect times for us to answer them. And we will get to your comments and your thoughts very shortly. But we are... anticipation's building once again, Kieran. I think this could lead to another fairly hectic opening lap.
I think that would be an understatement. There are drivers out there that maybe didn't do as well as they wanted to at the Nürburgring. They've got the fire underneath them. They want to make up positions. You might have drivers slightly out of position, or drivers who thought, I shouldn't be starting here. I should be starting, towards the top half of the table. So you're going to have drivers that are very, very much off the bat. They're going to say, I need some positions and I need them now. But it's easy to say, it's easily lost on the first lap, but it can't be easily won on the first lap. But it's only a 30-minute race. That's not a long amount of time for our drivers. You have to find that balance in these sorts of races between knowing when to overtake and having the urgency to. And it's a bit of an oxymoron in that scenario. It's complete opposite. You can't be patient but also have to make overtakes. It's the same the other way around. You can't be cautious and expect to make positions. So yeah, the driver's going to be caught sometimes in two minds here, but it's how you approach those first couple of corners. That's going to be a good portion of this race.
The Kieran Harrison fan club has woken up in our YouTube stream chat. Great to see them. We're now going to remind you of what happened earlier, and we're going to head to some race 1 highlights. Let's have a look at this then. So it was a fabulous start for Kim. Got off the front row very well, Kieran, but it was very messy behind.
Yeah, a little bit messy behind. You'll see the 77 here of Ling Dong get in towards the corner and almost go sideways there, and that takes out, I think that was Blyer at the end there. That's why he ended up so far down the order. But in doing so, that allowed the top 3 to start to break away slightly. Beneke still trying to find a way past Lerner, but already you could see the top 3 pretty much split, and there's just a gaggle of cars behind them following through.
And it got even messier down here. Bang, into the side. The first lap was very pushed to pass, yes. It was a typical TCR race, I suppose. Hyundai had to do a good job at saving the car. Clearly took my advice from earlier on in the broadcast about when you get sideways in a front-wheel driven car. This was a great little fight. Kamil Pawlowski, Kieran Harrison, Younghui Kim, they all had a really good scrap.
They did, and Yin Zheng there made contact with Kamil Pawlowski not once but twice, and Kamil Pawlowski there was quite aggressive towards the back end of the race. But there you saw the 97 then of Junhui Kim pull off a move there, a double overtake in towards the final corner, and in the race it was all a case of him trying to hold on to that one. Pawlowski getting a third bit of contact as well, this time against Kieran Harrison, and was trying to just hold his own out there. But you see the reactions of these drivers to make sure the car stays in the right direction.
They say sim racing is not a workout. My God, he was holding on to that like it was a bull. Just saw a nice red scarf. This is Young-Hui Kim and Dominic Blair. Dominic Blair with one of the cleaner moves in the race, got it done down the inside.
Yeah, it was a nice move, and Jean-Louis Kim was trying to hold on to those positions. This was a moment for Dominic Blair that might have just cost him a chance at properly battling Kieran Harrison. This was in the back end of the second half of the race. It just seemed like the back end, or at least the car, just got unsettled there through the corner. And Pavlovsky just tried to make amends, trying to make some moves here on Jean-Louis Kim.
Yeah, went for it, round the outside. Oh, got all out of shape. A little bit of a contact made with Young-Hui Kim. And then the thing here is, Kieran, I think we mentioned this. It was, if you make a small mistake, you might lose multiple positions. That's exactly what happened to Pavlovsky multiple times at the Nürburgring.
It was, and you know, the more the contact happened, you could see the more frustrated he was getting. But this was a move from Yongchang Kim which caused a bit of contact there, and really just found a way through and managed to get himself up into 12th place. But there was no catching our leader in this race, Young-Hui Kim, finishing ahead by 4 seconds. What a result.
Young-Hui Kim came across the line in dominant fashion ahead of Lerner and Beneke, but the action didn't finish there. We ended as we started at chaos, and this was a 3 wide across the line for the final 2 points paying positions. 3 into 2 does not go, and unfortunately Kurt Van Outen-Reed was left outside looking in.
Yes, he was, at least out on track, but he did get some points thanks to post-race penalties. But those are your current standings heading into race number 2, Evan.
Yep. It is Young-Hui Kim, top of the order, Moritz Lerner second, then Beneke, Dong Menning, and Zhou Ji. And then it was Dominic Blair, Ji Jing, Young-Hui Kim, and Huang Kesheng, who are your top 10 finishers in race number 1. Very impressive stuff indeed. Young-Hui Kim doesn't need to win this second race, Kieran, but a strong result would point him in the right direction of maybe becoming the Hyundai N Virtual Cup champion.
Yes, it would. He's given him a strong platform already, but can he keep a hold of that platform? Can he stay on top for the rest of the final? The only way he can do that, really, is heading and finishing ahead of the likes of Moritz Lerner and of our other German driver. It's going to be tough to try and finish ahead of those two. It's been tough to finish ahead of them all season, but Beneke and Lerner have proved that they are consistent drivers, and it looks like for them Barcelona Catalonia is going to be another strong circuit.
Speaking of Barcelona Catalonia, we're going to be racing very shortly, folks. Let's see what happens in race number 2 of 3 here, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. It is bound to be a very entertaining one, as we've mentioned probably all the talking points. It's going to be difficult to overtake. It's a crucial race. Tensions are going to be high. For our sake, for your sake, I hope it's very entertaining. Here is your probably, I would say annual, but probably 20-minute snack warning. Go top up the drinks. Go get yourself a soda, some water, whatever you fancy, really. Get ready. We're going to have a good race soon.
We are indeed, and we'll be trackside shortly to see who can take the second win of today. And we'll get to that very shortly, I'm sure, Evan.
Yes, we will. And we're going to get to it right now, because we go racing here in Spain, and we immediately are underway, and immediately it's the number 5 that's under pressure in towards turn number 1. So Maximilian Beneke and Moritz Lerner are once again not leading. Race leader is Dominic Blair, so he must have taken pole position right at the dead. Second place then is the number 20 of Moritz Lerner, and third is Maximilian Beneke. There's cars running very wide. They head down towards turn number 4. Some pivoting to the outside, some going for the inside line. There's a lot of RG and Bargy heading through here as they go 2 by 2.
Yep, Kamil Pavlovsky again trying to see if he can at least make up some positions here. He went a little bit wide going through in towards Renault and Repsol corner, so might have lost a bit of momentum there. But Dominic Blair leading the way in the number 5. Moritz Lerner in second place. Meanwhile, we're going 2 by 2 by 2. There's the number 8 of Huang Kesheng, who's trying to find a way through. A little bit of contact through in towards that first corner, but a lot cleaner than we had at the start of the first Nürburgring race. Going 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide through in towards Kamsa is a bold decision, but they all make their way through.
Yes, that was brave stuff. Bravery of the highest order. And oh, this car sideways and into the wall. That is a big, big incident. That's Kurt van Otenried, who's gone off and into the wall. Disastrous start for Kurt. He has fallen down the order. The number 38 is involved in it as well. That is Rock Young Kyang, who had such a promising qualifying. Himself and Kurt making contact. Very disappointingly, Van Otenried is now way down the order. Moritz Lerner in second there. It will be Dominic Blea who leads us through the first lap. But the drama wasn't at turn one, Kieran, but it did come eventually.
It did eventually, yes, as we ride on board here, as we make our way down towards the first corner. Kieran Harrison right behind Maximilian Benecke. Harrison looking for a move down in towards turn one. We go then through the first corner, and Benecke has to run a little bit wide. That might compromise his run through turn two, and in fact might cost his run through in towards turn three. He's losing time now to Moritz Lerner as Kieran Harrison wants that third place position. Gyumin Kim also not too far behind either. He'll be delighted the fact that Dominic Blea is leading this race so far, as that's, I think, Kamil Pawlowski looking for a move up the inside of Lu Dong here, going in towards Repsol, but a battle for third place on our hands here.
So your current order: Dominic Blea, Moritz Lerner, Maximilian Benecke, Kieran Harrison, Gyumin Kim. Then it is Leo Dong, Kamil Pawlowski, Michael Menning, just getting ahead of Pawlowski there as we read through the order. Huang Kasheng and Yin Zheng. That is your top 10 for now. Maximilian Benecke, a little bit wide. Harrison putting him under a little bit of pressure. Remember, Kieran Harrison was out of the block so quickly in the Nürburgring, cut through the field very rapidly. If he keeps that momentum up here at the race start in Catalonia, might be able to overtake Maximilian Benecke, who he's not really come close to touching in the regional qualifiers, but seems to be on par with the German here at the World Final.
Does indeed at the moment, as Kieran Harrison trying to chase down Benecke for that third place, swapping of positions between Pawlowski and Huang Qiusheng as they try and battle away for 8th place. Then Michael Menning in 7th place, he's just behind Lu Dong, and Gyumin Kim for 5th place as our leaders then make their way through in towards that final corner. As we make our way through, number 93 of Kieran Harrison currently in 4th place as we complete the second lap worth of racing. 26 minutes left on the clock here. Dominic Blea still leads from Lerner, Benecke, Harrison and Kim.
Yes, there's about a second between Blea and Lerner now, but I imagine Moritz Lerner is going to start closing in soon. A little bit of movement heading down the straight. Some drivers looking for moves. That's Youngchang Kim who goes for the move down the inside. Nice move from Youngchang. Likes a nice dive down the inside and has got the job done there on Ji Jing. We're on board with Youngchang now. You can see Yonghui Kim looking for a move. Or sorry, that's actually Jeon Lee looking for the move on Yunhui Kim in the background. Kim was an early mover as well. As dive down the inside goes Ji Jing. Youngchang, we said he liked a dive bomb. Well, he's just had his own tools used against him. That got very close.
It got very close indeed, but Youngchang Kim looking for an outside move here, going in towards Sayat at turn 5, gets the power down. Ji Jing does get 11th place, at least for now. You see the opponent camera there. Youngchang Kim now into 12th place as we ride on board with the Korean. Back on the power we go, and up the hill towards Kamsa, out of Verth corner. Flying away through this right-hander. You see Ji Jing taking a slightly different line, lifting off a little earlier. Might have caught Youngchang Kim a little bit off guard, and might even promote the move down towards Lakaiha at turn 10. No way through this time around. It's relatively single file throughout at the moment.
As we head in towards the third sector, still Dominic Blea who leads, but his lead has been cut down by a handful, 10th of a second from Moritz Lerner. Maximilian Benecke then still in third. Your final point scorer as it stands will be Zheng Zhongji. Just ahead of Roya Kang is nudged there. That's Youngchang Kim who's gone into the back of Ji Zheng, and you could see how Zheng slid all across the curb there, and that was almost a big incident. And Youngchang doesn't want to do too much of that. Breaking of the slipstream is the number 32, and the number 88 will tuck back in, but there is two cars looking to try glass past as well, and this is Yonghui Kim who's looking for the move. Pivots all the way to the inside, does Youngchang Kim, and he's going to have to get elbows out here with Ji Jing. He's fired up, there's contact made, and they all bounce their way into the apex. Off the circuit goes Yonghui Kim, has to come back on safely, just about does. Once again, so close to disaster for these guys.
Oh, it really is. Yongchan Kim up the inside then and looking to see if he can find a way past back on Xi Jing as we make our way up towards the next corner. Then this right-hander at turn 4. He has got them inside line as Yongchan Kim, but they are still running side by side. And watch out as well for Jaeon Lee as we head our way down in towards turn 5 here. Yongchan Kim still around the outside, losing that back end and has to recover the car then. And that allows Xi Jing to take that position outright. And it allows as well for Yin Zheng to further his lead on this battle here. We ride on board, I think this is Jaeon Lee we're riding on board with, as we had our way up towards Kamsa corner, and this is not really a view you want to see with a blind apex, with a car's rear bumper and rear wing, just all you can see in front of you.
I've got to know the driving of Yongchan Kim, and I can't imagine he wants to stay behind for too long. Neither does the car behind. Oh, Jaeon Lee. Oh, did you see how out of shape he was getting to the apex? That's how late he broke. The whole rear of the car stepped out and he was sliding it down the inside. Unbelievable car control. A little bit of a nudge between the two behind as well. That's Kwabono Patrick and Rock Young Kang, and there wide goes Patrick off the circuit. Now it's looking like Kang is going to go for the move. This is such a precarious corner to go for an overtake. You don't normally see too wide for the RACC chicane, but Patrick and Kang have just provided that. This is incredible.
Junwei Kim, I think it was Junwei Kim that was all sorts of sideways heading down in towards Lakaiha here as we ride on board then, heading our way through. This is Rokyung Yang as he's looking for the move up the inside here of Kwapono Patrick. Patrick just about leaves him enough room before the grass upholds the both of them. They're going to run side by side in this battle for 16th place. Rokyung Kang has to stay put in 17th place for now, but Kwapono Patrick really getting his elbows out down the start-finish straight and leaving just about enough room, potentially, but Kang had to back out of it regardless. There's Braden Werner, who's looking for a move up the inside as well in the number 29 to try and take over 17th place in this race. Our leaders, though, make our way down in towards Verth corner, and Dominic Blyer has not been able to break away. And this is something we haven't normally seen in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Normally in these regional qualifiers and the regional semi-finals, we've managed to see a leader manage to break away and set the pace. It's a bit of a different scenario here for Dominic Blyer. He's got a bit of pressure on him from Lerner and Beneke.
As far as Europe and USA goes, I don't think we did see a single battle for the lead at any point in any of the regional qualifiers. Korea was very much dominated by Hyun Kim as well. China was a little bit more open, but this could be the first real ding-dong we have for a race win, which I am very much excited for. But Moritz Lerner right on the tail of Dominic Blyer. These two will have raced against each other many a time. That's a horrendous run through the chicane from Moritz Lerner, and he's going to be under a huge amount of pressure from Maximilian Beneke right behind. Look at Beneke in the rear view mirror at the top of your screen, folks. He is chomping at the bit to go past Maximilian Beneke now on to go past Moritz Lerner, I should say. Now on the inside is Beneke. They're going to be side by side at the apex. No, they're not. Lerner lets Beneke through, and the chance for Lerner to take the race lead goes a begging for now, at least.
Yeah, as you say, that run through the final chicane, mentioned it before, it's so important you get that corner absolutely spot on, because you've got a good 700 metres down that start-finish straight before you have to apply the brakes once again. So Maximilian Beneke has taken full advantage of that, and now Maximilian will look to see what he can do against Dominic Blyer. That is, of course, if he can shake off Moritz Lerner. Kieran Harrison and Gyumin Kim, meanwhile, battling behind for 4th place. For Gyumin Kim, this is important. He needs to get back up to 4th place. He needs to minimise how many points he loses against the likes of Maximilian Beneke and Moritz Lerner.
If the results stayed as they are now, it would tee it up very, very nicely for Spa-Francorchamps, but still 19 minutes to go, plenty of racing to do, so this could all change very, very quickly. Dominic Blyer, your race leader, Maximilian Beneke in 2nd, Moritz Lerner in 3rd, Kieran Harrison 4th, Gyumin Kim in 5th, and then Leo Dong in 6th. And it's Michael Menning, Huang Sheng, Yin Zheng, and Kamil Pavlovsky. We're now on board with your race 1 winner, Gyumin Kim, who is looking to attack Kieran Harrison for 4th.
Yes, we'll see what he can do here. Kieran Harrison is very good at making his way through the field. He'll have the top champ, or at least the the finalist with the most points so far, Gyumin Kim, right behind him as we make our way through in towards that final corner. Then what can Kieran Harrison do? Can he manage to close into the likes of Moritz Lerner up ahead, or will that change again as we make our way across the start-finish line? Gyumin Kim might get a little bit of toe here, might get a little bit of slipstream. He is closing on Kieran Harrison. Will Harrison feel the need to defend in towards turn 1 as Kim looks down the inside, potentially filling the mirrors of Kieran Harrison? But Kieran Harrison is holding his own. He's not going to fall for that one.
Doesn't make an error, Gyumin Kim, because if he missed his braking there and ran himself and Harrison off the road, that could have been a championship endeavour over, because he might have picked up a silly penalty or something of the sorts, but no, nailed it. There'll be no repercussions because there was no wrongdoings, and Gyumin Kim is just going to stay behind for the time being. You can see Lerner all over the rear wing of Maximilian Benecke once again in front. So Lerner looking to get revenge for his, or avenge I should say, his earlier mistake. They're both closing in on Dominic Blair. 17 minutes to go here in race 2 of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. All still to play for here in Catalonia. And if you're just joining us, well, the action's only going to get better, so good timing.
Yeah, very good timing indeed. Lu Dong, meanwhile, and Michael Menning look like they're having a good, tasty battle for 6th place as well. That's Kim getting all sorts of close to the back of Kieran Harrison there. Had to take evasive action. He was about to run into the back of Harrison there before he had to really lock up the brakes and pretty much take to the outfield of the circuit. He's managed to keep a hold of 5th place, but that has put him into the clutches of Lu Dong here as we make our way through in towards the final couple of corners, in towards the RACC chicane. But wow, that was a hair-raising moment for Gyumin Kim.
Yeah, that was heart in the mouth stuff. Gyumin Kim very much sideways heading through turn number 10, but held his nerve, held his car, and was able to recover. Only lost time, didn't lose a position, so he will still score the same amount of points, but if he wants to get past Kieran Harrison, he's got to try start catching up again. Here is our top US runner, Michael Menning, in 7th position, looking to try and catch Leo Dong in 6th position, 6/10 separating them. Menning doing a solid job in 7th, but he does have a fellow US point scorer in this race so far, and that's in the form of Kwapono Patrick, who is down in 15th position. Here is the number 88 going for the move in the 32. This is Young Chan Kim, who we saw all sorts of sideways earlier on. He's going for the move on Zhejiang.
Yeah, Zhejiang, they're relighting this battle, aren't they, as they make their way through in towards the next corner of Renault here. Back on the power they go then, and the 32 there of Zhejiang almost trying to go down the inside here of the number 14 of Jaeon Lee here. Down in towards turn 5 we go. There's just about enough space between them. Really close quarters battling there. Zhejiang just about gets ahead for 12th place. Jaeon Lee has to settle for 13th at the moment, and Yongchan Kim is watching that battle in his rear view mirrors, but it's not actually too far away from him as we head away through in towards Kamsa.
Yeah, wants to be careful and not to fall back into the clutches of Zhejiang and Jaeon Lee. But Yongchan Kim currently in 11th position. Earlier on in the earlier race finished 14th, so has improved and has upped his performance since that, so it would be a decent point haul for Yongchan. He was able to finish in 11th, but something tells me this battle's not over just yet. Something tells me there's going to be a spanner in the works in the battle between Kim and Zhejiang as they enter towards the chicanes. We just are under the halfway, or we're just over the halfway mark, under halfway to go here at Catalonia in the second of our 3rd races. Technically, we're halfway through the World Finals racing action, but there's still too much to go to even consider it almost ending. Here is Zhejiang, who we ride on board with, and we are also looking at on the picture-in-pictures. There's going to be another one of the almighty lunges down the inside. No, there isn't, because we cut to Kamil Pawlowski going for the move on Yinzheng.
Yeah, Kamil Pawlowski looking to try and break into even more into the top 10. And he's got Yinzheng right ahead of him as we head away on towards Repsol at turn 4. Heavy on the brakes then, and this is the nature of this circuit Catalonia, Barcelona circuit, there's just not a lot of very good overtaking opportunities. Pavlovsky, meanwhile, might try to prove me wrong as he switches back to the inside, heading in towards Seat corner at turn 5, but couldn't quite find the move there. And Yin Zheng able to take advantage of the better momentum he had out of turn 5, and in towards Verth corner we go at turn 7 and 8. This is a lot of the race. You're following a car, and in these medium and high speed corners, you don't have those heavy braking zones where you can decide, I'm going to brake 25 meters later than you. The first opportunity you get that is here at La Caixa. Down in towards turn 10 we go, but Pavlovsky not close enough.
A little bit wide for Zheng. Pavlovsky getting as close as possible. It practically tastes the rear bumper and the rear stickers on that Elantra in front. Pavlovsky getting very close indeed, taking a slightly different line in towards the Europe car corner. Just wants to maximise the run through here, and there is a slight mistake for Zheng, but Pavlovsky made an equally slight an error, so we'll have to stay behind for now. Into the slipstream goes Kamil Pavlovsky. I don't think he's going to be close enough this time round. That opportunity goes to begging once again. Still is fellow Polishman Dominik Blair in the lead of this race, however, ahead of Beneke and Lerner. It's currently an all-European region top 4.
Still with Kamil Pavlovsky then in that number 62. He's managed to break away from that battle in 11th place. They are squabbling between each other, that trio, and looking for a 11th place spot. But Yin Zheng able to hold on to 9th place at the moment. Can Yin Zheng catch the back of Huang Qiusheng? Remains to be seen. But Pavlovsky can't find a way past at this point of Yin Zheng as we head away onwards down towards turn 5. As we get onto the brakes then in towards that left-hander, which dips away from you. It's easy to lock a wheel there when you're not expecting it as we make our way through. Following our leaders now, Dominik Blair still leading the way. Maximilian Beneke in 2nd place with Moritz Lerner rounding off the top 3. I wonder at this point, Evan, how much is Moritz Lerner going to think back at that chicane about 5 laps ago, which handed the position 2nd place to Maximilian Beneke. We've seen between this top 3, it is difficult to overtake here.
If Lerner finishes in 3rd, he's going to be kicking himself, because he, in my opinion, has already outperformed Maximilian Beneke today so far. If he had have outperformed him here today, he would have had a points advantage over him and could have maybe gone for this overall win, but I don't think that will decide it because of how close this is. And you just see Beneke, I think all 4 wheels were off the ground at one point heading over the sausage curve there, but Beneke needs to try and get a move on here. Hasn't really tried to overtake yet, just seems to still be planning his attack, but that could all change now. He's a lot closer to Blair than he has been on the previous occasions. Is the number 71 going to try and lunge one down the inside? No, he isn't. See, there's a lot more at stake for these guys than there would be in the battles for maybe 13th, 14th and 15th. That's why we're seeing some of the audacious moves down the back of the grid rather than near the front.
Absolutely. You know, these drivers are knowing that the world final title is on the line here, and that would encourage drivers to go for a move. But when you're in these point scoring, when there's only 3 point scoring opportunities, 3 point scoring races and qualifying sessions, that really does make it a little bit more tentative. You do think twice about that move. Do I need to go for this move? Beneke might be thinking at this point, well, Blair's ahead of me. I'm not worried about Blair. I'm worried about Moritz Lerner, and I'm worried about Yumin Kim. And I'm also worried about Lu Dong. Those are the ones I need to worry about. Maybe he's not as concerned with Dominik Blair, that he doesn't feel he needs to make the move yet. He's comfortable right now following the Polish driver as we head away through towards Kampsa.
Let's see, just closing. Not going to be close enough Beneke this time around, but he's starting to look a little bit. Starting to plan his point of attack. Here's Maximilian Beneke. Dominik Blair still looks composed, still looks nice and calm. Not too agitated in the sim ring anyways. Certainly not flustered. Definitely a situation he's been in before, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely. Blair here though, needs to make sure he gets that exit spot on, which it looks like he does. They just see in the background there Kieran Harrison and Gyu-Min Kim also battling away for position. Harrison just managing to keep himself ahead, but Kim is going to chase him all the way. Blyer, we see here trying to break the toe now. He's definitely feeling that pressure from Maximilian Benecke. He feels the need to try and defend that slipstream he's giving off of his Elantra as we make our way down in towards turn 1. Just under 9 minutes left of the race to run. And Blyer then, that look of determination, steely determination, is written all over his face.
Dominic Blyer finished 8th in race number 1, so a win here would go a long way at putting him back into contention for the overall championship victory. 2nd wouldn't be bad as well, but of course you want to win, especially when you're leading with 8 minutes to go. And Dominic Blyer only has that German-coloured Hyundai Elantra all over his rear mirrors now, and Maximilian Benecke is certainly not hiding in a blind spot. He's making his whereabouts well known to Dominic Blyer. They head up the hill through turn number 7 and turn number 8 in towards turn number 9. A bad exit through turn number 9 or turn number 16 would be curtains for Dominic Blyer. These are two very crucial corners.
Yeah, especially the chicane, the RACC chicane, and our penultimate corners on the circuit. It's so important that you get the traction there. It's so important that you do not lose any time over the curbs, as we saw with Moritz Lerner. Case in point, you lose a lot of momentum down the start-finish straight, and you could lose a position in doing so. So Blyer's doing a fantastic job so far. He just needs to make sure that he keeps on keeping on, because Maximilian Benecke is not an easy driver to keep behind you.
Nope. Not an easy driver to keep behind at all. Here's your race 1 winner again, Gyu-Min Kim, who is behind Kieran Harrison as well, but not putting Harrison under as much pressure as Benecke is. Benecke is very close to Dominic Blyer this time round, and the gap is under 1/10 of a second, and I think Maximilian Benecke might be looking for the race lead in towards turn number 1. Dominic Blyer in 2nd, and yes, he is. Here comes Benecke to the outside. This could be a crucial move. Trying the long way around, but that's going to become the inside. Dominic Blyer just keeps his Elantra in contention. We'll have the inside line for turn number 3, and the Polishman is still there, hanging on. Maximilian Benecke is going to have to try a worldie round the outside here if he wants to make it stick through turn number 4. Does he have the momentum? Blyer keeps his car on the inside. Moritz Lerner, an eager spectator right behind in case things go wrong for these two. Benecke will have the inside line for the first time since turn number 2. Still committing to it, runs very, very deep, and it's going to have to be Blyer to try sneak through, but look at Moritz Lerner, who introduced himself to the fight, and the Germans almost got the double whammy in towards the left-hander. It is still going to be Dominic Blyer who stays ahead. He put up the barricades, and he has survived an absolute bombardment.
Wow, Benecke overrunning turn 5. I didn't have that one on my bingo call sheet. Moritz Lerner takes back 2nd place that he lost a few laps ago to Maximilian Benecke, but fair play to Dominic Blyer. He held his own out there. He was under some immense pressure. And what that's doing, though, is it's drawing Kieran Harrison, Gyu-Min Kim into the battle. How far away is Lu Dong? Not too far away either, and Michael Menning's on the outskirts as well. So the more these three battle away, for the likes of Kieran Harrison and Gyu-Min Kim, for example, they're going to close up, and look how close Moritz Lerner is now. That is going to be such a relief for Lerner. Maybe not so much of a relief, but a bit of retribution. Now he's back into 2nd place. He's in the driver's seat to try and battle away for 1st place, but we've already seen Dominic Blyer knows where to place the car, at least over a lap. Let's see what happens over the next 5 minutes.
Here we go again then. We're heading down towards the first corner. Are the two German drivers going to scrap this time round? Is Benecke going to try and get past Moritz Lerner? He doesn't seem to be going for it. Is more timid when it comes to going for a move on Moritz Lerner than he would be on Dominic Blyer. These guys know that probably have one more decent attempt at this one in the remaining 5 minutes in this race. They don't want to use that decent attempt up too early. They're just going to save themselves now and maybe go for it on the last lap. But Dominic Blyer, if he holds on to this one, that is going to be a pivotal defensive manoeuvre through this corner especially, and then the switch back through turn number 5. It looked like Lerner was going to get the pair of them, but he didn't. Blyer just held on.
Yeah, it was phenomenal work from Blyer to hold on to that lead then. He looked second and third best in that battle at times, but just shows you there he was able to hold his own there. But Moritz Lerner's all over the back of Blyer now as we head away through in towards Kamsa. Turn 9, the right-hander chucking these Elantras in, and we'll have the run down towards turn 10. Lakaija, is this a chance for Moritz Lerner to try and take the lead of this race then? Blyer tries to place the car in the middle of the circuit, and there goes Lerner then up the inside. Can he stop the car in time? There's door-to-door contact between them. They're going to run side by side as we head away through in towards turn 11. Lerner will have the outside line of turn 12, and Beneke, look at this, he's trying to find his way through by following Dominic Blyer. Now on towards turn 13 at Europe car. What's it going to be then? Beneke on the inside, there is contact between the two. Beneke takes over second place, Lerner back down to third, and Blyer is able to hold on to this lead again. 3.5 minutes left to go, and our drivers now make their way through out of the final corner and onto the start-finish straight.
Every time you think Blyer is lost it, he takes it back, and then the Germans swap round. It is almost identical to what happened the last time. 3 minutes to go. Here in Catalonia in race number 2, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final, and it's getting very, very, very edgy here at Catalonia. It is getting very tense in the Sub Coliseum. Dominic Blyer is doing a really, really stellar job here to just about stay in front.
Yeah, and he's got just under 3 minutes to keep on doing what he's doing as we make our way through towards turn 4 at Repsol, and then onwards then towards the downhill section of turn 5 for car 5. Beneke filling the mirrors of Blyer on this occasion, but there wasn't quite the move that he wanted, not the opening that he wanted. And again, Harrison and Yumin Kim also now onto this battle. They've latched onto the back of this train now with Dominic Blyer. He won't care how many carriages he has. If he gets the line first after the timer expires, he'll be absolutely delighted. But it's going to be the longest 2 minutes 15 for Dominic Blyer, I think, especially when you've got the likes of Beneke and Lerner on your tail. But now out of turn 9 and down towards Lakaija, Blyer has to go defensive. Beneke will have to find the way around the outside if he wants this move to stick. Then Blyer gets a little bit sideways under braking. That might open up the opportunity. No, Blyer still in the lead. He is hanging on by fingernails, but fingernails is all he needs.
There's going to be one more run down towards the first corner for Maximilian Beneke. Is that a hint of an error from Blyer? No, holds on. I thought he got very wobbly over the sausage curve of the Europe car corner. Didn't. Brilliant exit from Dominic Blyer once again. Maximilian Beneke is going to have 2, maybe 3 chances to take this race win off the Polishman. Here we go. Last lap of the race 2. Here is Maximilian Beneke into the slipstream. Right into the slipstream he goes. He goes for the outside. Maximilian Beneke is going to have to go the long way about it. Who brakes latest? It's going to be Dominic Blyer who brakes latest. Once again, unbelievable. Is Beneke going to be able to try and make the move? Not through turn number 3, not round the outside through here. No way. Might have to try catch out Blyer through this next corner, through turn number 4. Is he going to be able to pivot to the inside? No, Blyer takes the defensive line. Beneke is going to try the outside. Dominic Blyer once again perfect on the brakes, positions his car nicely on the inside of the corner, and there is no avenue through for Maximilian Beneke.
Not yet anyway, but he looks right up and ready for it. All taps the back of Blyer there. That opens the door for Moritz Lerner now, who looks to try and go down the inside as we head away towards turn 6 there, and 7 up we go, and Lerner still wanting to try and get the move done. Kieran Harrison is throwing his hat into the ring for a late chance of a podium here, and Yumin Kim, don't worry about him. Don't take your eyes off him either. He's well up for this fight as well. And in that moment then for Beneke, when he made that contact with Dominic Blyer, might have lost him a bit of momentum. Has that got him? Has that cost Blyer a chance to really set himself here? Kieran Harrison looking for the long way round against Lerner, no way through. And now Kim, look at this, he's got the inside line on Harrison. It's going to be so close at the line, Evan.
It is. It looks like Blyer might almost be home and dry. Kieran Harrison has a much better line through this corner than Yumin Kim. That's the only thankful thing for him. Is anyone going to go for something maybe a little bit silly in towards the final chicane? I don't think so. I think Dominic Blyer might have just done it. The Blyer barricades have held firm here in Catalonia, and Dominic Blyer with masterclass of the competition so far. What an unbelievable performance from the Polishman. He wins race 2 in the world final. Maximilian Benecke in second, Moritz Lerner in third. Gentlemen, take a bow.
Brilliant. And that was Dominic Blyer at his best. He and the brake pedal were one and the same. He had so much confidence on the anchors going into these corners. He had so much confidence in the car underneath him that Benecke and Lerner couldn't get past. And when they did have an opportunity, the Germans squabbled amongst themselves and swapped positions themselves. But Dominic Blyer, what a victory for him. Absolutely brilliant.
That's everything that motorsport and sim racing should be about. Absolutely everything. Just guys throwing everything at it to try and get the win, using every ounce of their talent and every ounce of the machine allowed them to use. Incredible. And the audience here at the Coliseum, they were just treated to an absolute barnstormer. Yeah, Blair, there's the smile. Finally, a little bit of emotion from the Polishman.
Yeah, absolutely. Much needed. Much needed. It makes him more human, doesn't it? But yeah, Blyer with that wry smile as he made his way over the line then, he's thoroughly deserved that one. He would have had to work so hard to keep that position. But yeah, absolutely brilliant performance from him. Take nothing away from Benecke and Lerner. They gave him everything, but Blyer came out on top.
Oh, Benecke. Yeah, he's going to be in business in Spa-Francorchamps, that's for sure. Here's your results then. Blair takes the race win. Benecke in second, and it's Lerner, Harrison, Kim, Dong. Another great performance from Liu Dong. Michael Menning in seventh, and it is Huang Sheng, and it is Yin Zheng, and Kamil Pavlovsky, Yung Chang Kim, and it is Xi Jing, and it is Rock Yung Kang, and it is Jeon Li. Braden Werner in 15th, your final point scorer. And then it was Zheng Zhongji in 16th, and of course Bono Patrick in 17th, Kurt Van Otenried in 18th, and then Yunhui Kim in 19th, ahead of Ricardo Rivera, who had some issues and finished well down 20th position. But incredible stuff from that man there, Dominic Blair. He earned that one.
He really did, and it just shows you the confidence on the brakes, everything about, yeah, there you go, so there you go, give us a smile, go on, you know, you've earned it. But yeah, that was exactly the response he wanted after a tough race at the Nürburgring, and yeah, he's thoroughly earned that one. Lerner and Benecke.
They don't know what's just happened. They don't know how they didn't get past.
I think it was a case of... Might have been a case of they started to squabble amongst themselves. Whenever there was a chance to get past Blyer, they were swapping positions themselves, and a couple of uncategorical errors, rare errors from the likes of Benecke and Lerner when it comes to the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, might have cost them both a chance at a win. We saw them both make mistakes, but Blyer kept a faultless run, and that was the difference.
They both had to take whatever they could, though. Team debrief for the US region drivers, but that was incredible. Just Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benecke just sat in what seemed like disbelief. The only thing is, they're both going to mean business. Let's have a look at what just happened.
현대 N 버추얼 컵 월드 파이널 두 번째 레이스가 끝이 났습니다. 카탈루냐 서킷에서 경기가 펼쳐졌었는데요. 우승자가 나왔습니다. 자, 지금부터 도미닉 블라에르 선수와 함께 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우승 축하드리겠습니다. 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
First of all, congratulations on your amazing performance. How do you feel about coming first?
Thank you very much. It feels really amazing. We managed to put good quality lap, and then the race was just intense and a lot of good clean fighting between us. So I enjoyed that one. A bit shame about race one when I got wiped out in turn one, but job is not done, and we will see what will happen in race 3.
너무 감사드리고요. 처음부터 끝까지 너무 추격전이 너무 많았고요. 그리고 이제 최선을 다했고 이제 아직 경기가 끝난 거 아니어서 끝까지 최선을 다하겠고 진짜 너무 즐거운 결과가 있었다고 생각했습니다.
네, 블라에르 선수 덕분에 정말 재미난 경기를 이번 레이스 두 번째에서 만나봤는데 같은 유럽 권역 선수들과의 접전들이 아주 치열했었습니다. 그때의 심경 어떤 마음이었습니까?
So there was a moment where you were in the other European region players were fighting for first place. How did you feel in that moment? The moment where a lot of the European players, they were all fighting for first place. Yeah. How are you feeling? I mean, that moment.
It feels nice to fight my also friends from a different competition and game. Like it's always nice to win the race. You know, like no matter who is on the grid and with who you're driving, it is always nice to win.
그 같은 지역 선수들과 함께 이 경기를 할 수 있어서 너무 감사했고 그리고 이제 끝까지 이제 최선을 다해서 싸워서 이제 1등으로 나와서 너무 뿌듯하다고 합니다.
아, 그랬었군요. 저희가 화면을 통해서도 블라에르 선수의 표정을 봤는데 표정 변화가 없었습니다. 아니 어떤 생각으로 타셨는지 특히 이 멘탈적으로 그런 케어할 수 있는 그런 부분들도 연습하셨는지 궁금합니다.
So we want to know, when we saw the screen, you were very relaxed, and so were there any mental training that had gone into your preparation for this race?
I mean, like I said, job is not done, and I'm trying to be relaxed as possible, like to not show the emotions. Yeah, I won the race, but we still have race 3 to go. So yeah, we will see.
네, 그 아직 말씀하신 것처럼 아직 경기가 끝나지 않아서 지금 억제를 하는 도중이어서 네, 아직 끝날 때까지 최선을 다하겠다고 합니다.
야, 정말 멘트를 많이 준비해 주신 것 같습니다. 자, 이제 마지막 레이스 3가 스파 프랑코샹인데 여기에 대해서도 어떤 준비를 하셨는지 특히 이 다음 서킷에서 좀 어려운 구간들이 있는지 한번 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
So the next race will be Spa-Francorchamps, and how do you feel about this race? Are there any difficult areas in this race that's coming up for you?
We will see what will happen. Like everyone here is fast, and you see in first race and the second race we are mixing a bit. So yeah. But the most difficult part I think is the sector 2 on Spa. There will be you will have to not make mistakes to not get caught on the straight because other straights are super long. So yeah, we will see what will happen, and I hope we put good clean fight again.
네, 특히 두 번째 턴이 지금 집중을 많이 해야 된다고 생각한다고 하시고요. 그리고 이제 첫 번째, 두 번째 경기를 보신 것처럼 어떻게 이제 이대로일지 잘 모르니까 끝까지 긴장감 놓지 않고 열심히 하겠다고 합니다.
자, 이제 마지막으로 우리 시청자분들과 여기 현장에 있는 팬들에게 한 말씀 해주시면서 오늘 인터뷰 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다.
Could you give us any closing remarks for your fans?
Thank you for watching, and I hope you will enjoy race 3.
네, 봐주셔서 너무 감사하고 끝까지 잘 즐겼으면 감사하겠습니다.
자, 레이스 두 번째의 우승자 도미닉 블라에르 선수를 함께 만나봤습니다. 정말 멋진 경기력 덕분에 이곳이 더욱더 뜨거워졌는데요. 마지막 레이스 3가 남겨져 있습니다. 저희는 잠시 쉬었다가 레이스 3에서 찾아뵙겠습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다.
And folks, Great to hear from Dominic Blair there. We will have race 3 from Spa-Francorchamps and qualifying coming up after some commercials. See you soon.
When this love takes a hold of you, it makes you fearless and do the unthinkable. Just by the thought of it, your heart beats faster and you feel alive. Like a force of nature, this love is unstoppable and has the power to break all the rules and set the new ones. It pushes you to the limits. A legacy is not built on promises, but on the challenges you overcome. This spirit has the power to lift you to the stars. If you feel this way, you are not alone. For the love of driving. Introducing Ioniq 5N. N-brand is the technology powerhouse of Hyundai. We push the latest technology to take pure, unfiltered driving fun to a new level. Ioniq 5N ensures the optimal battery temperature for maximized track performance. This is the most advanced Hyundai N ever. Ioniq 5N features powerful dual motors and the 4th generation battery. The reinforced chassis endures extreme track conditions and provides instant steering response. We revolutionized the regenerative braking to create 0.6 G of decelerative force. This industry-leading system creates a synergy with enhanced brakes. Use N eShift and N Active Sound Plus as functional feedback and find new ways to carve through the corners with N pedal. You can turn off the sound and enjoy maximum comfort with ECS. But when you're ready for takeoff, hear different high-performance sounds blasting out from both inside and outside. Your heart will be in sync with the roars and kicks from Ioniq 5N. For all enthusiasts out there, we hear you. This is not the end of driving, but a new chapter. Our journey continues with Ioniq 5N. Because at Hyundai N, driving still matters.
There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
Motorsport has been in our DNA since the beginning. Our passion for driving is everywhere, anytime. Even before 30 years, our enthusiasts competed at Australian Rally and took the crown with the first generation Elantra in 1991. This was one of the moments our high-performance dream was ignited. Motorsport is where we prove ourselves against the toughest competition. Motivated by pure passion, we continue to hone our game. Even after the ovations and celebrations, we didn't stop there. Our passion had only just awoken. victory makes us stronger. Winning is part of our DNA. And the Elantra N is the pinnacle of our racing spirit. We are now joined by a solid following of enthusiasts. We are forged from the same blood. A passion for N. We are everywhere, and we can hear each other out of the crowd. We created the ultimate N sports sedan just so that we could enjoy it and share the joy with you. The Elantra N is powered by the passion of all of us. Together, we grow stronger. Welcome to N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 뼈가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
+1.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론. 내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours Race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
새로운 우유를 찾아서 출발! 고고고 미루미 까짜꼬미 고고고 미루미 개가 꼬미 고고고 미루미 노래의 루미 고고고 미루미 재밌는 루미 나나나난 빛나는 나미 꼬미루미 귀가 쑥쑥 꼬미루미 몸이 튼튼 꼬미루미
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
꼬미루미랑 만나
Fantastic start from Mikulicz. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. efforts is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
Welcome back, folks, to the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Finale. We have had 2 unbelievable races here at the Spa-Francorchamps, and we have one more coming up at Spa-Francorchamps. It's bound to be a thoroughly entertaining one. My name is still Evan. Kieran still alongside me, and it's been a fantastic day so far.
It has, especially that second race, which was just so good to watch along, just so good to watch a battle for the lead in that such intense way. And Dominic Blyer, if you did miss it, I'm about to spoil it for you, did win that race. But it all comes down now to our third and final race, and it's slightly different format, which we'll get into, but it's at Spa-Francorchamps, and I can't think of a better track to end the season.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic race to end, or fantastic track, I should say, to end what has been such a brilliant Hyundai N Virtual Cup first edition. The famous Belgian circuit, which Kieran, of course, as always, will be running you through in a few moments' time, and we will once again be in the same cars. But we had many talking points from the Nürburgring, but we have a completely different ones from Spain, and this time it's the defensive efforts of Dominic Blyer, where in the Nürburgring it was just outright dominance, but Blyer, incredible what he achieved.
Oh, Blyer was just so good on the brakes. That was the difference, you know, especially into La Caja. You know, there was a moment in that race where the back end just stepped out and where he locked the rears, but he managed to park it on the apex in such a way that no one else behind him could find the way through. As he said himself in his interview, it's not over yet. He's happy to get the win, but he's already fully focused on race number 3. That coolness, it's sort of what you need as a driver at this stage.
Let's have a look at the standings then, and Dominic Blyer shot right up them, but in the lead by 4 points is Maximilian Benecke, and look how close it is at the top. Dominic Blyer and Jumin Kim are tied on 36 points, as is Moritz Lerner. There's 4 points separating 4 drivers here heading into race 3. It couldn't be closer. Leo Dong in 5th place out of Michael Menning in 6th, and Kieran Harrison, Ji Xing, Huang Kasheng and Zheng Zhou Ji. in 10th spot on 9. Just looking at the points breakdown there, Kieran, Beneke's consistency is what has him at the top.
Exactly that, and this is a point we've been saying the whole way through. I mean, Gyumin Kim has had the exact opposite to Dominic Blyer in that last race. They're level on points, and they've had both similar races. It was full house for Dominic Blyer in that last race. Moritz Lerner also on 36 points. Hasn't won a race, but as you say, consistency is so important. That's how the top 4 have managed to build that gap to everyone else behind.
And 2 dominant regions in the top 10 is Europe and China. Very impressive showing from China as well, it has to be said. 4 of the 5 competitors in the top 10. Here's the rest of the order then. It is Yeonhui Kim in 11th with 7, tied with Yin Zheng. Then Kamil Pawlowski in 13th, ahead of Jeon Lee. Then it is Kurt Van Altenried in 15th spot, ahead of Young Chan Kim. And it is Braden Werner, Capuano Patrick, Ricardo Rivera and Rock Young Kiang. So only Rivera and Kiang with no points on the board. We hope they have a great race in Spa to put them up the order and to give everybody a points finish here. But Maximilian Beneke, the one to beat then. If he wins the race in Spa, no matter what, well, I mean, if he wins the race and he's in the lead, then of course he's going to be the winner, but you get what I mean. But it needs to be a big performance still. He's not in the clear just yet.
No, not at all. This is far from wrapped up, and of course we'll bring you as best as we can, but of course all results are provisional when we get to the end of race 3, so it will be a provisional crowding, we'll have to say, and we'll have a full award ceremony at the end of the race once all positions have been confirmed. But Maximilian Beneke has put himself in a good position, and probably the best position out of all of them, heading into the final race.
Yes, 22 points because he picked up the fastest lap in the last race in Catalonia, so that fastest lap is crucial. Then second for Dominic Blair, despite only finishing in 8th in race number 1. So it goes to show what happened in the previous race. It matters not really, Kieran. You can pick up your form very quickly and still turn it into a good result.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point for Dominic Blyer and for Gyumin Kim is get pole position. That moves yourself between 1 point away from Maximilian Beneke, and that really puts the pressure on. But once we get racing here, it might become a case of who can get to the line first once we've considered pole position and fastest lap. Fastest lap, of course, we won't know until after the race. So we're going to be on tenterhooks. I'm sure you are as well. There's really 4 drivers in this with a huge opportunity. Lu Dong on 24 points, possible, it would be said. Michael Menning also possible, considering there's 30 points left to score. They could still finish ahead of Maximilian Beneke. So really, you're looking at the top 9, still have that outside chance of making it to making it to the top.
Yes. Spa-Francorchamps then, Kieran. Talk us through it.
Spa-Francorchamps. It's money's jewel on the calendar. We first raced here in 1921, went Grand Prix racing here in 1925, and in terms of Formula 1, a Grand Prix is held at Spa-Francorchamps every year since 1985, except that in between bit, between 2003 and of 2006. It's located at Stavelot, in the heart of the Ardennes forest, where famously it can be raining at one part of the circuit and completely bone dry at the other. I've already mentioned about Formula 1 hosting the Belgian Grand Prix, but it also plays host to the Intercontinental GT Challenge, the FIA World Endurance Championship, the FIM Endurance World Championship, Le Mans, the European Le Mans Series, Ferrari Challenge Europe, and the FFSA GT Series, with also Grand Prix motorcycle racing here as well, and a TCR World Tour stop once upon a time. It's also hosted a bit of rallycross. It's 4 meters and 7 kilometers long, making it one of the longest circuits and the longest circuit when we head into the Virtual Cup. longest circuit does mean drivers have to be on their tenterhooks. Eau Rouge and Raidillon, probably one of the highlights of this circuit. The absolute climb, the ascent, all the way up towards Raidillon is absolutely phenomenal. And the cars will be driving, well, for this final time in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, we'll be seeing the Elantra N TC. And there's plenty of opportunities for our drivers to make good use of that 2-litre turbo, 355 brake horsepower engine they have underneath that's connected to their right foot. With a 6-speed sequential gearbox and front-wheel drive, it is our final time for our drivers to relish in what has been a 3-time winner at the Nürburgring, a WTCR driver and team champion in 2022, and the 2023 TCR World Tour Drivers Champion. It's the last time they get to really revel in this, so drivers, make good time of it.
It really has been a trooper. It's been an absolute fabulous piece of machinery, and we've enjoyed every single moment of it. Remember, folks, this qualifying session is 15 minutes straight. There's no Q1, Q2 or any of that sort. It is just a 15-minute straight session. There is your current leader, Maximilian Benecke, who looks focused and ready to perform. He wants to add the Hyundai N Virtual Cup 2025 to his long list of achievements, and he wants to make it count. Can we have a Korean winner maybe, in the form of Yoo-Min Kim, won the first race in dominant fashion, who says he can't do it again? It would be more difficult to do it under these pressure situations, but I think the crowd here in the Coliseum would love to see Kim succeed.
I'm sure they will. And those are just two of our protagonists going into this. You've got last race winner Dominic Blyer, also on 36 points with Moritz Lerner. No surprise. Also on 36 points. You've got 3 drivers on 36 points, and all 3 of them just 4 away from Maximilian Benecke. There is your race 2 winner in Dominic Blyer, and making sure he's fully focused and ready to take on the final race. And to be 4 points behind Maximilian Benecke, especially after what was not a great first race, he's put himself in a prime position to give it his all to try and take the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final title.
The switchback manoeuvre in towards turn number 5 in the last race in Catalonia is the reason he might win it all, because that gave him the points needed. Or will it be that man who you can see just hiding to the left of Dominic Blyer there? Will it be Moritz Lerner, who's also tied on points? It could be any of them, and there's outside shots as well. You can see the drivers just getting their preparations on Eau Rouge and Raidillon. We will be heading into qualifying very shortly, folks. The final qualifying, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. And I don't want to sound like a broken record repeating myself, Kieran, but this is a crucial one.
Oh yes, a very crucial one. I mean, you've got 4 drivers within 4 points of each other, 3 of them being on the same points. You've got Lu Dong, Michael Menning, both outside chances, Kieran Harrison as well. I mean, out of the 30 available points we've got here, it takes us down to Huang Qiusheng and Ji Jing, who are both 8th and 9th respectively, both on 15 points. So they still have an outside shot of making it to the top, but they would have to need for the top 4 to really have a little bit of a moment, maybe all getting caught up together. What's important for all of the drivers is who gets pole position. Is it going to be Maximilian Benecke? Can he extend that lead to 7 points? Or can it fall to Blyer, Kim, Lerner, who can reel themselves into with win 1? Perhaps we might see a new pole sitter heading into this one. There's only one way to find out.
You saw Kamil Pawlowski there, just warming up the tyres, just slamming the rear brakes in towards the Les Combes chicane. Very, very impressively. Is Kamil racing for Team Falcons, of course, was 6th overall in the regional qualifiers, so was just on the cusp maybe of making it here to Seoul, Korea. But he did. Finished 5th in the regional semi-finals. Here is the final qualifying session of the day then, as we head to Spa-Francorchamps. We're on the Kemmel Straight, flying through the Ardennes forest. 15-minute qualifying starts now.
Yeah, and it's 15 minutes, that's it. That's all you get. It's a slightly extended qualifying session because 10-minute session around Spa-Francorchamps, you probably only get 3 attempts and one of them's an outlap. So it's an extended session, but it's only one session. So this will decide the grid from grid positions 1 to 20, and 3 points are available at the end of the 15 minutes. And there is your championship leader, Maximilian Benecke, who's looking to make good on this one. What can he do going into the final race?
Every sim racer on the planet has driven this track tens of thousands of times, but Maximilian Benecke has probably driven it millions of times. You can see the driver highlight there on the right-hand side was third in race 1, second in race 2, the 30-year-old. Well, do you see a trend there, Kieran? Because I do.
There's a trend emerging, isn't there? There really, really is. But, you know, the great thing about motorsport and sim racing is it's never decided on paper. It's normally decided out on track, and that's the way it should be.
Great point. Absolutely correct. 30 minutes to go in qualifying then. They are rounding through the curved Ball Frere down towards Blanchimont to start qualifying laps. It is well over 2 minutes around Spa-Francorchamps in Hyundai Elantra. As quick as the Elantras have been, Spa is a monster. 7 kilometers, 4.352 miles. And it sees unbelievable top speeds from some unbelievable cars. Probably the highest Formula 1 cars ever got here was 362 kilometers per hour. But you have many of your track day cars, your LMP ones, where they're trying to break different records. But let's see what the Elantra can perform. And this is number 71 of Maximilian Benecke, rounding through the bus stop chicane down towards La Source of turn number 1 to get us underway. You can see the beautiful, beautiful Belgian scenery in the background.
You can indeed. I mean, in the heart of the Ardennes forest, there's no rain to be had, but the great thing about this circuit is it's caught many drivers alike, both experienced and novice, about how it can be raining at one point on the circuit and completely dry on another. It's just one of those places that really is great for racing. And Eau Rouge and Raidillon also, terrifying corners at a time when you're flat out through there in some modern machinery. We'll see, I'd love to see if a driver lifts off in these Elantras going through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, purely because the car, if you haven't set it up right or whatever, it bottoms out and you lose all that aero grip. And the last place around this circuit you want to lose grip is at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
Yep, it's not ideal, is it? To lose grip there. Of course, our drivers are trying to strike it lucky here around Spa-Francorchamps, but the local town of Spa is actually home to the oldest casino in the world, which was constructed in 1763. And a lot of people are like, oh, there's no connection to Spa-Francorchamps and the healing spa. Well, a fun fact for you folks at home, there actually is, because the local village of Spa was, before racing, known for its healing properties of the water. Well, that's where we get the name.
There you go. Red water it directly translates to. And yes, we will see, I'm sure, some drivers go side by side. Well, maybe not attempting it like Mark Webber. And I believe it was Fernando Alonso. Chat, you can correct me on that one in Formula 1, going side by side through Eau Rouge there. I mean, that takes guts and bravery, that does. I wonder if we will see it today. I'd hazard my bets and say no, purely because there's so much on the line for those right at the front and the pointy end of the field. But you know what, never say never.
Yep, could happen. I've seen stranger things in the world of motorsport. Could definitely happen. Here we go then. We're going to get the first laps on the board very soon, as we're just looking at cars heading through turn number 13, turn number 14 of Campus, and then down towards Stavelot, which has been slightly altered since this last update on Assetto Corsa, but we have the nice big chunky curb on the exit there. We're not going to see any cars run into the gravel and beach themselves, which would be very disappointing if you ended your Hyundai N Virtual Cup campaign by putting your Elantra in the beach. This is Dominic Blair rounding in towards Blanchimont in the number 5. Maximilian Benecke is a little bit further up the road, so we'll see how these two compare when they get round. Remember, folks, we don't have the knockout qualifying format. It is 15 minutes straight. Everyone participates. Whoever's on pole gets 3 points. Simple as that.
It is. and whoever gets those 3 points could give themselves a leg up in trying to claim the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final title. It really will hang on this pole position because, as we've seen so many times before, pole position really does have the best chance. It's not a case of, oh, if you have pole position you might get overtaken, you might have to put on a defensive display. There's been a good conversion rate from pole position to race wins in this series, so it makes it all the more important to make sure you get the fastest lap time on the board. Not impossible to win not from pole position, but if you bring in the stats and you bring in those opportunities there, pole position is your best chance of victory. And that sounds so, oh, it's so cliche. Of course it means that. Well, not necessarily. If we've seen series where there's been overtaking galore here, there and everywhere, not sort of straightforward, but we have seen here pole position is such an important position, not only because it scores 3 points as well.
It's very true, and the fastest lap going to be crucial as well. A little bit more tyre warming from Moritz Lerner. He's not got a proper lap in. We are still waiting on the timing tower to blink up and let us know who's currently the quickest of the bunch. But it will probably be some of our front runners. Some of the underrated performers as well might be able to have a good race here in Spa, because it's a track that you're either very good around or you hate. There's not really a middle ground like some circuits, such as maybe Catalonia or the Nürburgring.
That's a good point, and obviously there will be strengths and weaknesses to every driver. They'll have preferences in track, they'll have preferences where they don't want to go in terms of tracks, but Spa-Francorchamps is one of those that if you do win it, and even if it's not a well-liked circuit for you, on the whole, it's such a well-loved circuit that it's considered one of the jewels in the crown. Speaking of jewels in the crown, Dominic Blyer is currently set to get those 3 points. 2 minute 28.342, but 7/100ths of a second away is Moritz Lerner. 9/100ths of a second away from Blyer's time is Gyumin Kim, and Maximilian Benecke over 1/4 of a second behind on that fastest lap. Very much all to play for at this stage.
They're all performing when the lights are brightest. Dominic Blyer currently quickest in the session, Moritz Lerner in second, then Gyumin Kim in third, then Kamil Pawlowski fourth, Benecke fifth, and it's Harrison, Yongchan Kim, then Ji Jing ahead of Michael Menning and Yonghui Kim. Here is Dominic Blyer rounding through the bus stop. That's a preparation run through the bus stop chicane, so he's getting ready for another attempt. 2 minutes 28.3. It's a lot longer than the circuit of Barcelona Catalonia is, I think that's safe to say. Let's see, can Kim improve on his time up across the start-finish line? No, doesn't seem to be. Although, Kieran, counterpoint to what I just said, it's a very long circuit, but the top three separated by less than a tenth.
I know, that's incredible, isn't it? Very, very good indeed. I mean, we were seeing the top six covered at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, covered by 1/4 of a second. The top six covered by less than 3/10 of a second is fantastic over 7 kilometres. Considering the fact that we're lapping at nearly 2 minute 30s around this track in these machines, that's very, very good going indeed. But Gyumin Kim is currently third fastest, less than a tenth away from that all-important pole position. Those 3 points are so tantalisingly close for Kim. Can he put the lap together and claim them as his own?
Kim bouncing through the Lake Home chicane and in towards the next right-hander of Malmedy at turn number 9 and down towards the hairpin. Kim really pushing it and trying to take a second pole position of the day. Kim took pole in the Nürburgring, then it was Dominic Blyer who took pole in Catalonia, so they're both in the shootout to take a second pole and become the qualifying king of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, at least for this year. Moritz Lerner splits them too, however, he is in second. And remember, Lerner not out of contention either, tied on points with Dominic Blyer and with Gyumin Kim, so they all have an equal opportunity here. Maximilian Benecke is the one with the advantage. It is a 4-point advantage for Benecke, who is currently in 5th place. Remember though, any results myself and Kieran announced are of course provisional. We will have a full confirmation of results post-race.
Yeah, that's the important thing. We won't get carried away. just don't get carried away with us.
Probably will.
It'll all be, we probably will. Yeah, we probably will. But there is Gyumin Kim, 22 years old, and it's a first and an 8th so far here today in the World Final, and that's good enough right now to put in 4 points off our championship leader in Maximilian Benecke, and that's why these 3 points for pole position are so important as well. You bring yourself within 1 of Maximilian Benecke. And that is something that all of these drivers want. Kieran Harrison, meanwhile, has just gone top of the table. Now, that would be a spanner in the works if Kieran Harrison got pole position there and none of our 4 favourites get those 3 points.
Kieran Harrison loves to spring a surprise. He's a multiple-time champion in many different classes and multiple-time race winner in many different cars, and Kieran Harrison knows when he has to perform, and that time is now. The official social media of Hyundai UK were cheering on Kieran in this competition yesterday. They were wishing him the best of luck, and he is performing for all back at home. Harrison on top, Blair second, and it is Lerner, Benecke and Kim, your top 5. And it's Pavlovsky who has improved to 6th, Young Chang Kim in 7th, then Rock Young Kiang in 8th, ahead of Leo Dong in 9th, and Young Hui Kim in 10th position. Further down the order, Michael Menning only in 12th. Disappointing so far for Michael, it seems, but still in a point-scoring place.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Menning has done USA proud, I think. He's put in a good performance. He'll want to end today's proceedings with a good result. And starting bottom half is not really where he wants to be. But, you know, I have to correct myself because chat corrected me. This isn't his first time out of the US. He, of course, went to the Motorsport Games in Valencia. So thank you, chat, for correcting me earlier on. I was meant to award you with the credit of correcting me. So there you go. Dominic Blyer, though, back on top then. 2-minute 28.2 is now the new time to beat. And it seems like this 3 points is a bit of a hot potato scenario. Who's going to grab it next?
Yes, they all want the 3 points. It's a crucial 3 points, to be fair to them. So they are right in thinking that they do want to take it. Dominic Blyer ahead by 1/10 of a second. It's ridiculously close for a Spa-Francorchamps qualifying. Like less than 0.3 of a second separating the top 6 in TCRs around Spa is ridiculous. 2 minutes to go in qualifying then for race 3 in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and they're starting their final laps now. Well, if you haven't started your final lap by now, you won't be able to get another one in. So Dominic Blyer is done for the session because he's backed off on this one, won't be able to start another one. It's up to everyone else now to try and make a move. Benecke 4th, Kim 5th, so Benecke has jumped Kim while Blyer jumped Harrison. Benecke, to cement himself in a good position, needs a big lap here.
Yeah, I think Dominic Blyer here is going to make it to the line. He will get one more chance here, so he has a chance to make a response if he needs to. But yeah, Kieran Harrison, Moritz Lerner, Maximilian Benecke, Gyumin Kim, Kamil Pavlovsky, all over just a quarter of a second.
Get to finish it though, because there'll only be there's only a 90-second overshoot, I think, so we'll get to finish the lap.
Yes, right. Okay, so yes, we'll keep an eye on that then. But Kamil Pavlovsky, meanwhile, will hopefully, well, we'll see what he can do. Kieran Harrison, could he be a dark horse for grabbing pole position in one that was for favourites for the title? Kieran Harrison says, "Don't forget about me."
Yes, Kieran always humble, but very confident. That isn't Kieran Harrison, who is on the screen. I believe that is Pavlovsky. But Kieran always very, very humble in his achievements, but very, very talented when it comes to sim racing. There's Kieran Harrison, and is just looking to improve upon this time. Very smooth with the steering, not too many jumps, locks the brake briefly heading through the windy chicane. Runs a little bit wide through there, but that won't lose him too much time. 12 seconds to go in qualifying, but Harrison will get to finish his lap. It's now the long run up the hill through Blanchemont towards the bus stop chicane.
Kieran Harrison then, what will he do? What sort of time can he set? Then Dominic Blyer does start a lap, but we'll see if he gets to finish it. We'll keep one eye on those timing screens as well. We'll see who can come out on top. Can Kieran Harrison take those 3 points and take his tally up to 21? There is Dominic Blyer then, who is currently making his way through in towards Les Combes and now through Malmedy, as he'll then get back the short straight down towards Bruxelles, which is downhill as you start to apply the brakes. Very easy to lock up a wheel here, and you're still going downhill as you apply the power and make your way through in towards X corner, this left-hander where it's a lift and it's a change up for gear for Dominic Blyer. Use plenty of curb on that exit as we head away towards double gauche, towards Pouon here, and we'll see what happens. Down a gear, down 2 I think that was, with the brakes on, and using that curb on the right hand side as well to pretty much use as much of the track as possible as now we head our way towards La Fagna and towards the 3rd sector of this track.
Just threading the needle, keeping it oh so smooth and applying the power at the right time, so he will get to finish the lap. Clearly knows more than me, because that's what I think he would still be going on it if he wasn't going to be able to get it finished. Maximilian Benecke won't be taking pole, finishes in 4th. I don't think Harrison improved by much either. Min Kim in 5th spot, so Kim won't be taking pole either. And Blair, I think, no, still on a run here, so Blair will look to extend the margin and try and improve. But it's not looking like he's going to be beaten anyways here. I think he might be okay.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out then, but Blyer then will make his way through in towards that final chicane then, before we make our way back onto the power and across the line.
Oh, Benecke's beaten him! Maximilian Benecke steals it at the death. It looked like he was done, but he's just beaten them. And Benecke, that could be the turning point in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Did Blair get him back? I don't think so. It's saying checkered flag on the timing screen, but it was wrong before for Benecke. So we'll have to wait and get an update on that. But that could be the turning point in this competition if Maximilian Benecke was able to take pole. You can never really tell because he doesn't show any emotion anyways. But was he able to get pole?
Oh, it's
what
a waiting game now.
Turning point that could be.
It could well be. I mean, this could hand one hand on the title for Benecke when it comes to it. You know, if that does, it will get him on 43.7 points clear of Dominic Blyer. In which case, Blyer would have to win the race and get fastest lap in order to win the Virtual Cup World Final. It's all sorts of maths going on here, but potentially that man there is 2nd place for the race, currently on 36 points. All high spirits as we get to the final then. We'll have to wait and see, but no, it is Dominic Blyer on pole. He's got the 3 points.
Oh, I can't believe it. Dominic Blyer steals it back. The door's wide open again. We have a contest on our hands. It is Blyer on pole, Benecke 2nd, Harrison 3rd, Lerner 4th, Pavlovsky 5th, Kim 6th, and Kim is 7th, and it is Zheng Jin and Kim again, then it is Lu Dong, then it is Zhou Ji ahead of Qiang, Kasheng, Van Oltenried, Menning, Werner, Lee, Patrick, and Rivera. Kieran, I can't believe it. He stole it back on the lap that I didn't even think he was going to get to do.
7/100ths of a second. That's all the margin was between our front row. Fantastic lap then from Dominic Blyer. It puts him now within 1 point of Benecke. 1 single point. It pretty much means, out of these two, whoever can get to the line, over the line first, could wrap this up, but it has to be for 1st place because we can't rule out the likes of Gyumin Kim and Moritz Lerner, both on 36 points, within 4 points of Maximilian Benecke. Oh, if you didn't get the popcorn before, get it right now.
Yeah, can't rule out anyone. I would love to see, Maximilian Benecke is wearing some form of smartwatch. I would love to see the heart rate currently of these drivers. Mine's through the roof after seeing Blair beat Benecke, but unbelievable.
Oh, amazing. What a way, what a final chapter we have here for the World Final, Evan. There's 4 points separating the top 4 now. 1 point separating the top 2. Dominic Blyer now on 39 points heading into the final race. I could not call it any which way from East.
No, there's no way to call it. The man on form is Dominic Blyer. The man with the history of success here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup is Maximilian Benecke. So it could go either way. It really could. Can't rule out Kim or can't rule out Moritz Lerner either. They're both both still well within this, and rightly so.
Rightly so, indeed. And yeah, you can't rule either of them out. Outside chance as well, we have mentioned them before. Michael Menning, Lu Dong 5th coming into the final race on 24 points. Michael Menning 6th in the race, 6th in the standings, I should say, with 21 points. Kieran Harrison in 7th on 18 points. Xi Jing on 15 points in 8th place, and 9th place also on 15 points is Huang Qiusheng. Now, a tidbit here, the final race and the position of the final race is the tiebreaker decider. We'll get that cleared up before we start this race.
So what that means, pretty much, folks, is if Beneke and Blair were tied on points after this race, whoever finished highest in this race would be the champion. And I tell you, it's been so close that I wouldn't even be surprised if that happens.
It's a lot of maths to work out as well, which, as we've known over the whole time, Evan, is absolutely our strong point.
Oh, 100%, definitely. Einstein's over here. It's definitely what we've been good at. I can't even point in the right direction. That way is Kieran. Yeah, it's really has been building at a crescendo all campaign. We got little tastes of how close this could be during the regional qualifiers. We got anticipations, but it all comes down to this: the finale of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, as we go racing here in Belgium to decide who will become the champion. It's a good start from all. We all get away cleanly down towards La Source. Is there any big dives? No, Dominic Blair still leads, but it does look like Maximilian Beneke is under a little bit of pressure from the number 93 of Kieran Harrison. Harrison looking for the move in towards turn number 1. Up Eau Rouge and Rathillon for the first time we go. Remember, folks, this is a shorter race. It's only 20 minutes, but it will decide who becomes the champion. Side by side behind as well. They have gone over the top of Eau Rouge, joined together.
Yeah, it's a good start here then, and also Kieran Harrison could just be a little bit of a spanner in the works. Look at this, we're going 3 wide behind him. That's one of the China region cars, and one car off in the background on the grass, on the Kemmel straight there. Oh, one off into the wall, right behind them though, as there's a little bit of contact and drama behind one of them, the number 29, that's Braden Werner, who gets all sorts of out of shape, but I didn't quite see who it was, and there's someone else going very out of shape there. That's Rokyung Kang, the number 38, who manages to get back onto the track, but I didn't quite see who hit the wall there in dramatic style.
Yeah, I think whoever hit the wall actually was able to rejoin, but I think it was one of the cars that went spinning again at the chicane. I'm not too sure though, but it might have been one of the US region cars. But incredibly dramatic start, not for the front runners necessarily, but for the backpack. Kieran Harrison in 3rd, you can see there it is still Dominic Blair who leads, and I tell you what, he's got a couple of car lengths over Maximilian Beneke, and as it stands would become Hyundai N Virtual Cup champion. Maximilian Beneke in 2nd, Harrison there in 3rd. Just can't quite see who is in 4th place. It is Moritz Lerner who is in 4th, so Lerner still in contention, and then it's Kim in 5th. So we have 4 of the top 5 as the championship contenders. Kieran Harrison is in 7th in the standings, could still theoretically win it, not as it stands, but he is looking to be the spanner in the works.
Oh, he really is. I mean, he was up there for pole position as well. Are we going to get a bit of bump drafting as we head our way through in towards Blanchimont here, out of Corbet-Pulfer, and now on towards Blanchimont, that flying left-hander. But there is your leader, Dominic Blair, who makes his way through here. Still only 1 point behind Maximilian Beneke as we make our way in towards the chicane for the first time as Kieran Harrison runs slightly deep there. That allows the number 23 there of Gumin Kim to try and find a move, but couldn't quite find it that time around against Moritz Lerner. But Blair leads from Beneke, Harrison, Lerner and Kim. That's your top 5.
Oh, is Kim going to go for this one on the outside? He's under pressure actually from Yin Zheng behind, or that's Kamil Pavlovsky actually, sorry, who is under pressure from Yin behind. Only 17 minutes to go in this one, folks. Not a lot of laps of Spa-Francorchamps, of course, because we are doing about 2.5 minutes a lap. It will be slightly slower laps because we are in race trim as well. Dominic Blair is gone, 1 second in front. Maximilian Beneke is on the chopping block here for the championship lead.
At the moment, yeah, at the moment, but it all could change in a heartbeat as we see some battling behind. That's Kieran Harrison, who feels the need to defend here against Moritz Lerner in this battle for third place. Lerner, can he get that move done? He's on the outside here as we head away in towards Malmedy here. That might be Kieran Harrison's saving grace here, and he looks to chop off and close off the inside line down towards Bruxelles. Again, Lerner will have to go the long way round in towards Bruxelles. It'll give him the inside line heading in towards the next corner, but he can't find it in towards X corner there. Kieran Harrison manages to defend, and for Moritz Lerner, he's going to be frustrated the longer this race goes on at not being able to pass, and Pawlowski in the meantime has passed Guman Kim for 5th place.
Harrison might not be directly in the overall fight to become champion, but he absolutely is in the fight for prize money. Remember, every position has different prize money, so Kieran Harrison absolutely is well within his right to put up some stellar defence on Moritz Lerner here. And Kamil Pawlowski has got past Guman Kim, so Kim's chances have taken another blow. He falls down to 6th. For Kim, still definitely top of the Korean Regional Championship though, so Kim will still be the Korean champion as it stands here, and the home fans will still enjoy that one. But Dominic Blair leads by 1.1 seconds over Maximilian Benecke. Benecke has got to drive the wheels off his Elantra here if he wants to keep with the Polishman, Dominic Blair. Here, not giving up just yet. Little bit of a bump draft with Kamil Pawlowski in front. He's going to go for this one into the bus stop. No, he's not, because Pawlowski's going to go for it on Moritz Lerner. Diving down the inside goes Pawlowski. That's an unbelievable lunge. Didn't quite get past, but that's because how far back he was. Brilliant heads-up racing from Guman Kim, and he's being boxed in now by Moritz Lerner and Kamil Pawlowski, and they're driving towards the wall. Lerner defends on Pawlowski and Kim, free wide in towards the first corner. Kim tries to go the long way around the outside of them both. Lerner goes for the switchback. Moritz Lerner just about stays in front of Kamil Pawlowski. Are we going to go side by side approach? Oh, we're not. Are we? Look at this. Are they going to back it up? No, they're not. 2 by 2 we go through Motorsport's most famous corner. Can you believe this?
Wow! Brilliant stuff. Moritz Lerner holding his own then against Kamil Pawlowski. And look at this now. Pawlowski looking for a move on the inside now as we head away on towards Les Combes. He's got the momentum against Moritz Lerner. Has he got the braking? But look at this. Flying around the outside is Guman Kim as we've got contact in the background as well. Michael Menning has just shot up the order then. I think Yongchan Kim might have been caught up in that one then. But we ride on board then with Kamil Pawlowski, who is looking behind him at Guman Kim and Yin Zheng as well, who's battling away in this battle. But wow, I mean, 2 wide, but not just one set of cars going 2 wide, 2 sets going through Eau Rouge Radio. That completely obliterates my prediction.
This is incredible. This is obscene. This is every adjective that you can think of to describe motorsport, because it's all happening here in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. It is Dominic Blair who leads, Benecke second, Harrison. Then it's just who even knows behind. Lerner somehow holds on to 4th and still gives him a fighting chance of winning this championship. But really, as every minute ticks by, it's looking more like it's going to be between Blair and Benecke.
Yeah, it's ever looking like that, and because there's only 1 point between them, track position, whoever gets this win out of Blair and Benecke will win the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final, regardless of who gets fastest lap. It's going to be a case of who gets the flag first. Guman Kim in 6th place right now are one of our protagonists at these closing stages, 3rd in the standings into this final race, and he's right behind Kamil Pawlowski as we make our way onwards then towards the final chicane. Is he looking for a move up the inside? Not this time. Decides against it against Pawlowski, who in turn has Moritz Lerner just up ahead of him. Kim seems to like this though. He cuts back, he sacrifices the exit out of the first chicane to really prioritise picking up the apex of the second. And it is serving him well. Whether he'll try and move down in towards the first corner, the first hairpin at La Source, he decides against it. Once again, probably the wiser move, but we've seen less wise moves all pay off. Cough, cough, La Source.
Yes, we've seen the mental work here tonight, and Guman Kim is just trying to keep up with Kamil Pawlowski. He's had a great run for Rouge and Radion. A fantastic run, may I say, because he's going to go for this one, bump drafting down towards Le Source. Kim just staying behind, using all the slipstream. Is he going to pull out? I'm not too sure what his plan here is. Definitely not running the bonnet camera, otherwise he would have no view of when the car was, and he's cost himself there, has he? Yes. Or no, Pawlowski's the one that ran wide. It worked out well in his favour. I think Pawlowski had so much straight line speed that he totally misjudged his braking.
Yeah, and I think Pawlowski there was giving Kim a little bit of a bump in return to just sort of say, well, hang on a minute, you were bump drafting me, and I had too much speed there. Well, Kim is up to 5th place, Pawlowski down to 6th place, but you see very quickly back into straight focus mode, heading our way through in towards Pouhon here. Pawlowski in 6th place. Kim knows this is an important race to go into. 5th place right now for him as he makes his way through. Onwards then towards the likes of Lafagna as we head our way in towards that braking zone. We're just approaching the halfway mark in time elapsed in this race. It is Blaya who leads from Beneke. Blaya who started this race started this final, I should say, 20 points off from Maximilian Beneke, has a chance to overtake him at the final of this race.
Yes, this could be incredible from Dominic Blaya. Finished 8th, of course, in the Nürburgring, remember, after he was punted in towards the first corner, and he could come back to win it all. It would be a true sporting classic if it worked out here in Seoul, Korea. But Dominic Blaya still has a lot of work to do. In the second half of the race is when Beneke and Lerner, to be fair to him, really sort of perked up in Catalonia. So that could happen here again in Spa-Francorchamps, but we will wait and see. We're riding on board with Kamil Pawlowski, looking behind it Michael Menning. Menning did shoot across the Lake Home chicane. I'm not sure what caused that, but he has jumped up the order significantly from it. Maybe pick up a penalty if he's deemed at fault for that, but look, he's going to take the positions while he can, you may as well.
Yeah, whilst they're there, just going to correct myself on that, creating a storyline. Dominic Blaya was actually 20 points behind Gyu-Min Kim, because Gyu-Min Kim won the first race and got the pole position for it at the Nürburgring. He actually started 10 points behind Maximilian Beneke. Take nothing away, he's managed to reclaw 9 of those points and has a chance to get 20 more and jump up ahead in these closing stages. Michael Menning then might lose this position then to Yin Zheng as we head our way onwards towards Les Combes, and as we make our way through, yes, he has lost that position. So Michael Menning now down to 8th place, Yin Zheng now up to 7th.
One saving grace for Blaya in this race is Beneke doesn't have his firing partner with him. Throughout this day so far, Beneke and Lerner have always been together on track, and they have fed off that and worked together. They're not near each other right now, and I think Beneke is suffering because of that. He's not able to slipstream off Lerner, he's not able to follow his racing lines. I think that might be where Dominic Blaya is excelling, because he's used to leading. Led in Catalonia for the whole race, and we saw that defensive effort, what that led to. So, could be a theory. 8 minutes to go here, and it is really starting to look good for the Polishman, but anything could still happen. It's going to be a long 8 minutes if your name is Dominic Blaya.
It is, yeah. Lu Dong here, who's currently leading the China region at the moment, 5th in the overall standings. But yeah, it's been a very, it's been good for Lu Dong. He came in here as China's #1. He's certainly proven that he's got the pace out there. He's currently 10th place at the moment, but looking to wrap up that prize money as best as he can. He's got Michael Menning, who could jump him in the overall standings. At this point, Kieran Harrison will overtake him in the overall standings, but this is a chance for him to just grab those last-minute points. He's got Xi Jing right up ahead of him, who is behind him in the standings. So this would be an important overtake to make sure he keeps as many overall positions and, of course, the China region position as possible.
Yeah, interesting point, and interesting you bring up that Lu Dong came in here as #1 for China. As it stands, the only region that wouldn't see the winner of their regional semi-final win the regional championship would be Europe, who will have the overall winner more likely than not, and that would be Dominic Blaya, because Beneke obviously hasn't lost it, I don't think, in the European region. What What a day it would be to beat him if your name is Dominic Blyer. Here's Michael menacing Menning, heading up Eau Rouge and Radillon. Look at him tucked in behind Zhang. This is a rocket ship for Michael Menning. Bit of a bump draft, doesn't go for it down the inside. Number 18 is going to look for it now, though, towards Lake Holm. Is he? No, stays behind for the time being and lifts off. It's getting late in the race. I'm not too sure why they're still bump drafting.
There must be a reason why. There has to be a reason why. Perhaps Michael Menning feels there's a better overtaking opportunity later on in the lap. Or maybe he feels vulnerable. If you try a move going in towards Les Combes and Malmedy, you leave yourself open at the likes of here at Bruxelles and then down towards X Corner. And you could be running side by side for that entire stretch of tarmac. So maybe he feels it's not quite ready to get the move done. He didn't quite have what he thought he had to get the move done conclusively before the braking zone heading in towards Les Combes. This is all a working theory. I'm not behind the wheel, so more power to you, Michael.
Yeah, we'll see what Michael Menning does for the remaining 5 minutes and 50 seconds of the race. There's a lot of brake smoke coming off all these Elantras. They head in towards Flonius and Campos. And Dominic Blyer still leading by now over a second to Maximilian Benecke. Another man having a good race here is Kurt Van Otenried, to 13th. He has steadily improved his performances across the whole day. Currently 2 American or US drivers scoring points in this one, with Patrick Werner and Rivera currently not in the points classifications. Just crept over 2 seconds for the race leader, and is the slight grasp he had on the trophy slowly slipping from Maximilian Benecke.
5 minutes to go. This is the crunch time. This is where you earn your prize money here. Dominic Blyer leads the way then ahead of Maximilian Benecke, Kieran Harrison in 3rd place, Moritz Lerner in 4th, Gumin Kim in 5th place here, with Kamil Pawlowski in 6th, Yin Zheng in 7th, Michael Menning in 8th, Xi Jing in 9th, and Lu Dong rounding off our top 10. Riding on board then with our #1 career driver as it stands, Gumin Kim, who started off so well today at the Nürburgring pole and the race win, allowed him to lead the championship up until the end of race 2. Still within 4 points, of course, of Maximilian Benecke as we've previewed it, but this is a chance to finish ahead of Moritz Lerner in the standings now. This may be where it comes to, with only 4 minutes left on the clock. We've got probably 2 laps at the most.
Here is Lu Dong looking for the move on Xi Jing. Won't happen. This time round and towards Les Combes is the battle for 9th between the 2 Chinese drivers. I'll tell you what, the Chinese drivers have had a great inter-nation fight, I suppose you could say. They've had some fantastic scraps throughout the day, and they really have been great wheel-to-wheel racers. It is a credit to them. Michael Menning still not able to get past the in front of him though, so Menning going to have to think of a new tactic here. Might go for it on the last lap. Is still close enough to get a really nice slipstream down the Camel Straight.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Michael Menning, what can he do? Can he find that way past Yin Zheng? Can Yin Zheng keep a hold of that position? It would be a great result for him if he can. I think this probably would be nearing one of the better finishes in the final for him, so he'll be really keen and eager to keep that position on lockdown. He's also not too far away from Kamil Pawlowski. I have to say as well that the pace, the general pace throughout the entire field has been so good. The regional qualifiers, the semi-finals have worked to a T to keep this field as close as possible. Qualifying has been decided by tenths of a second, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been wonderful to watch.
It really has been fantastic. These guys have put on a cracking show, and for the in-studio audience, for you all at home, and for myself and Kieran, it's really been entertaining. Is Menning going to lunge one down the inside just as we're saying that? No, he isn't. He stays behind and takes the sensible approach. This has been a new experience for Michael Menning as well, because of course in the US regionals he was way ahead of everybody. So this has all been a new experience in this Elantra for Michael, racing with other cars.
Yeah, but I think as well, when we were speaking to him at the end of the semi-finals, he was looking forward to the experience. He was looking forward to being the spearhead of America, and he was just keen and eager to see what happened. And to be honest with you, he's put up a fantastic fight going through there. You compare the lap times across each region. Michael Menning is probably doing much better than he ever thought he would. The fact that he's racing in South Korea, I think I'll have to be corrected again if it's the second time racing abroad. But this is probably one of the further regions he's travelled to, and he might have a chance here on Yingzheng. Does he take it? No, he doesn't. Decides to stay behind again for now. He is. You're right. He is waiting for the last lap.
I think he knows that he's not going to get past Pavlovsky, so he's now just waiting for the best time to get past the 7th place driver. Michael was always focusing on the European lap times. Even in the US races, he was like, I couldn't get close to the European lap times. I tell you, he got close today. It's really been a good showing from Michael.
Oh, fantastic. He's done the US region proud, that is for sure. No matter what, he's 6th in the standings, in the overall standings, heading into this final race. If he can wrap it up, you know, maybe top 6, top 7, I think he'll have done himself a world of good. Kieran Harrison ahead of him will jump him in the points as it stands, but take nothing away from Michael Menning. He's been absolutely brilliant the whole day.
Less than a minute to go in this one. We might have one more lap, however. If we do cross the line before it strikes 0, Dominic Blair, he can't play silly games here. He has to just keep driving. He can't try to reduce it to a less lap in endurance racing style. He's got to keep going. The endurance racing is for the next few weeks in the sim racing world. There is 30 seconds to go here. We will get one more lap in. Hyu-Min Kim is still going to try and get past Moritz Lerner. Or will we get one more lap, actually? It's going to be very close. Dominic Blair rounding in towards the bus stop chicane. No, we will get one more, surely. Rounding through, there is 10 seconds to go. Yes, we will get one more. So Dominic Blair has to do one more trip around Spa-Francorchamps, and I don't think he's too happy about it.
Could you tell? Can you tell from Dominic Blair that he's not happy about it? I'm sure he would have loved to lift off, but...
He didn't have the gap. He would have lost the race.
Well, in any case, Blair starts the final lap, and if it were to finish like this after 6.5 more kilometres, Dominic Blair will be your Hyundai N Virtual Cup final champion, provisionally, of course. Subject to any penalties or stewards' inquiries. But, I mean, what a fantastic series it has been. We're riding on board with Ji Jing then as we make our way on towards the Kemmel Straight. And Michael Menning, Evan said he's been waiting for this final lap. Yin Zheng has been expecting this too. He's having to defend the inside line now. Ji Jing has got a great front row seat to see if Michael Menning can find his way past. But no, Yin Zheng holds firm, holds his ground. And Michael Menning doesn't go for the final move. Perhaps now his final opportunity is size them up at the final chicane.
So these two have a gentleman's agreement or something before the race. Well, for everything I own, I would have bet that Michael Menning was going to chuck down the inside towards Lake Combe there, but he didn't, and he does stay behind for the time being. We have 2 more sectors to go here, the Hyundai N Virtual Cup, and what's been such a fabulous campaign. And Dominic Blair is only getting quicker. Beneke's head might have just dropped a little bit because the gap is extending. It's extending. It's over 2 seconds for the first time. It is just jumping back and forth on the timing tower, but Dominic Blair is really just putting his foot down and bringing the number 5 home.
Yeah, and he hasn't got many corners left to do it now. Dominic Blair, the man from Poland, looking to take the race victory, his 2nd of today, and I'm sure we'll jump on board with him shortly as he rounds off the final lap of the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final.
Yes, we will have fighting throughout the field, but the man who our attention must turn to has got to surely be Dominic Blair in number 5, as his day started in torrid fashion. He had a poor start, but he dug deep. He never let it get ahead of himself. He put on one of the best performances we've seen in sim racing. And now, after repeating it and going back to back, Dominic Blair is the Hyundai N Virtual Cup champion. The Polishman put up the barricades in Spain. He put the foot to the floor in Spa, and he can crown himself the victor. $20,000 and a fabulous trophy alongside it. Dominic Blair beats the odds. He beats Beneke.
Brilliant. brilliant stuff, and thoroughly deserved from Dominic Blyer as well. As you said, he had a rough start to this final, the world final, but boy, 2 wins really does settle that. Absolutely brilliant from the Polish driver, and why not give us some donuts? Donuts in a front wheel car. Do it, Dominic, do it!
Here is your full race results then. It is Dominic Blyer who takes the race win, Maximilian Benecke in second, Kieran Harrison in third, Art Lerner in fourth, and Min Kim in fifth. Kamil Pawlowski in sixth, ahead of Yin Zheng in seventh. Then it was Michael Menning, Ji Jing, then Lu Dong ahead of Yonghui Kim, Huang Kasheng ahead of Yung Chang Kim. Then it is Kurt Van Oltenried ahead of Zhengzhou Ji. Then it is Guapono Patrick ahead of Jeong Lee, Braden Werner, Ricardo Rivera, and Rock Yong Kiang rounds us off. Dominic Blyer, unbelievable. 2.4 second win at pole when it mattered most. A rightful champion.
Oh, thoroughly so. Thoroughly deserved. And this is the great thing about the final, you know, you had Maximilian Benecke come in as, if you like, the top driver from the Europe region, and yet Dominic Blyer has come to South Korea to claim the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. And of course, we will have that all as provisional, and I'm sure any stewards and criers will need to be wrapped up and thought of and made sure they are absolutely certain. And once we do have that, we will have our presentation after that. But Evan, wow, what a way to finish it off. That was brilliant.
That was brilliant. Maximilian Benecke getting out of the sim rig for what's the first time today, I think. Dominic Blyer taking on a well-earned sip of water. He's in disbelief, and look, you got to just commend that. Maximilian Benecke straight over to Dominic. He is a sportsman, is Maximilian Benecke, and to be honest, Kieran, you don't really expect anything else from Max. Throughout his years in sim racing, he's always shown himself as a classy customer and a great racer.
Yeah, absolutely, and that goes to show, you know, driver debrief happening now, of course, across all regions, across all drivers from this one, but take nothing away. This has been so much fun to watch. We hope it's been just as much fun for you to watch along at home, wherever you are, and whichever region you were supporting. They all did their regions proud today as their fastest of them, and no better place to showcase than the World Final. And no matter what language you speak, there is always the language of 2 hands side by side indicate each car.
Yes, it has been absolutely fabulous, and the final appeals will be being put in by drivers. Dominic Blyer didn't battle anyone else, so I don't see how he'd get a penalty. So I think he's all good, as well as Maximilian Benecke. The Korean region all uniting above the one sim rig, as Kurt Van Oltenried having one final conversation. It was really, really impressive stuff across the field. They all gave themselves. They all deserve to give themselves a pat on the back, I should say.
Absolutely. There's no driver here that doesn't deserve it.
Now, we will be heading to watch some Race 3 highlights. We'll show you what happened in Spa, and we will be back soon.
현대 N 버추얼컵 월드 파이널 세 번째 레이스가 끝이 났습니다. 자, 제 옆에는요 막시밀리안 베네케 선수가 와 있습니다. 함께 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 축하드리고요. 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So how do you feel after the final race?
Very relieved. It's just been a long day today, and I think I'm very happy with the second place. Dominic is just the deserved winner today after he came back from the crash. So overall, just very happy. It's done now. Happy with the second place, and also I want to say thank you Korea for hosting this because it has been just very good.
네, 너무 감사드리고요. 너무 안심된다고 하십니다. 그리고 이제 2등 지금 현재 이 경기에서 2등 차지한 거에 대해서 너무 감사하다 생각하고 되게 긴 하루에도 이제 불구하고 끝까지 열심히 최선을 다해서 한국 이제 응원하시는 모든 팬분들에게도 너무 감사하다는 말씀을 전해드립니다.
네, 특히 이 세 번째 레이스가 아주 경합이 있었는데요. 블라이르 선수와 그리고 베네케 선수 간의 그 1, 2 다툼들이 있었는데 이 상황들에 대해서 한마디 해주시겠습니까?
So during these races, you had a lot of interactions with Dominic. How would you express that? How would you explain that experience?
It has been a very good experience, very nice driving because you're not used to have door-to-door battles all the time without crashing. So kudos to him for making that. Also, Moritz was involved. So overall, very nice racing. It was very intense. My heart rate was probably very high at that point, but I'm happy it happened, and we need more of that for sure.
네, 이렇게 티격태격하는 이런 금전전이 있어서 너무 심박수가 많이 올라왔다고 합니다.
네.
그래서 그런데 이렇게 매일매일 이렇게 좋은 선수들과 함께 이렇게 경주할 수 있는 기회가 없으니까 너무 좋았다고 합니다.
자, 특별히 오늘 함께 레이싱을 하면서 개인적으로 리스펙할 만한 선수가 있다면 추천 부탁드리겠습니다.
If there is one racer here that you will respect the most out of all the respectable races, who would that be?
That's a very tough question. I mean, there are lots of good guys here, and you have to respect them all. I don't want to pick one out because it's just unfair. So I think overall it's been a great event here. Lots of new people we met, and I think we can be grateful for that. So I don't want to say any single person because everyone just deserves the respect.
네, 이렇게 너무 어려운 질문을 주셔서 모든 선수들이 너무 잘 이제 뛰어난 실력을 갖고 있어서 한 분을 뽑으려고 하면은 너무 힘들다고 하셔서 그냥 이렇게 좋은 이런 이벤트를 이제 만들어 주신 이 모든 운영진들에게 너무 감사드리다고 말씀했습니다.
네, 마지막으로 질문 드리겠습니다. 정말 온라인뿐만 아니라 현장에서 응원해 주신 많은 팬들이 있는데요. 우리 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
And final closing remarks to the fans online and both offline.
Yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. I know the time zone has probably not been the best for people watching from Europe and also America. But very happy that you tuned in, everyone here as well. Thank you very much. Without you, that wouldn't have been, an event even. And also thank you to Hyundai, and thank you to Korea for hosting this, to giving us the chance to prove ourselves here online. It has been a great show. So thank you. Hopefully we see you again this year or next year.
네, 일단 모든 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 유럽과 이제 미국에서 이제 시차도 많을 텐데 끝까지 같이 시청해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 특히 이제 현대 그리고 이 모든 운영을 해주신 모든 분들에게 너무 감사드린다고 하고 이제 기회가 된다면 또 다음에도 또 뵙겠다고 말씀하십니다.
네, 좋은 경기 해주셔서 감사합니다. 자, 지금까지 막시밀리안 베네케 선수를 만나봤습니다. 박수 한번 보내주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 현대 N 버추얼컵 모든 레이스가 마무리가 됐습니다. 최종 순위가 이제 결정이 됐거든요. 최종 순위 화면을 통해서 만나보겠습니다.
Great to hear from Maximilian Benecke. Then here is your final results, and it is Dominic Blyer who is confirmed your Hyundai N Virtual Cup Drivers' Champion. 64 points, 4 points over Maximilian Benecke. 28 points in round 2 and round 3 saw him take it. Moritz Lerner then in 3rd, then Gyuming Kim in 4th, Kieran Harrison in 5th with Liu Duong in 6th, and it is Michael Menning in 7th ahead of Zhe Jing in 8th, Huang Kasheng in 9th with Kamil Pavlovsky in 10th position. really good performance from Dominic Blyer with the 28 points in round 2 and round 3. You can see just how consistent Maximilian Benecke was throughout the campaign, but Dominic's stellar showing was able to defeat it to pole, not the fastest lap in the last race, but to take pole and the race win, and that was able to see him become the victor. 64 points to 60. Very, very close throughout the pack. Kieran Harrison's performance in race 3 was able to see him get ahead and up to 5th place. And the rest of the order, Yin Zheng in 11th with 16, and Yunhui Kim in 12th on 12 points. And then was Zheng Zhouji in 13th with 10, with Yongchang Kim in 14th with 7. Kurt Van Outen-Reed picked up another 2 points in race 3 to finish 15th with 6 points. And then it was Jeon Lee in 16th with 6 as well. Guapono Patrick in 7th with 3 points, ahead of fellow compatriot Braden Werner in 18th, also on 3. Unfortunately, no scores today for Ricardo Rivera and Rock Yung Kiang, but still performances to be proud of for them throughout this competition. Remember, of course, folks, if you see drivers tied on points, the tiebreaker was the race 3 result. So whoever finished higher in race 3 took the championship position. Now, folks, we will go for a few commercial breaks, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the official Hyundai N Virtual Cup award ceremony. See you in a few moments.
When this love takes a hold of you, it makes you fearless and do the unthinkable. Just by the thought of it, your heart beats faster and you feel alive. Like a force of nature, this love is unstoppable and has the power to break all the rules and set the new ones. It pushes you to the limits. A legacy is not built on promises, but on the challenges you overcome. This spirit has the power to lift you to the stars. If you feel this way, you are not alone. For the love of driving. Introducing Ioniq 5N. N-Brand is the technology powerhouse of Hyundai. We push the latest technology to take pure, unfiltered driving fun to a new level. Ioniq 5N ensures the optimal battery temperature for maximized track performance. This is the most advanced Hyundai N ever. Ioniq 5N features powerful dual motors and the 4th generation battery. The reinforced chassis endures extreme track conditions and provides instant steering response. We revolutionized the regenerative braking to create 0.6 G of decelerative force. This industry-leading system creates a synergy with enhanced brakes. has functional feedback and find new ways to carve through the corners with N pedal. You can turn off the sound and enjoy maximum comfort with ECS. But when you're ready for takeoff, hear different high-performance sounds blasting out from both inside and outside. Your heart will be in sync with the roars and kicks from Ioniq 5N. For all enthusiasts out there, we hear you. This is not the end of driving, but a new chapter. Our journey continues with Ioniq 5N. Because at Hyundai N, driving still matters.
There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
Motorsport has been in our DNA since the beginning. Our passion for driving is everywhere, anytime. Even before 30 years, our enthusiasts competed at Australian Rally and took the crown with the first generation Elantra in 1991. This was one of the moments our high-performance dream was ignited. Motorsport is where we prove ourselves against the toughest competition. Motivated by pure passion, we continue to hone our game. Even after the ovations and celebrations, we didn't stop there. Our passion had only just awoken. Victory makes us stronger. Winning is part of our DNA. And the Elantra N is the pinnacle of our racing spirit. We're now joined by a solid following of enthusiasts. We are forged from the same blood. A passion for N. We are everywhere, and we can hear each other out of the crowd. We created the ultimate N sports sedan, just so that we could enjoy it and share the joy with you. The Elantra N is powered by the passion of all of us. Together, we grow stronger. Welcome to N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
+1.
내 식사가 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다. 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론. 내 식사가 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 근육이 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다, 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
우유를 찾아서 출발! 고고고 미루미 까짜꼬미 고고고 미루미 대장 꼬미 고고고 미루미 노래의 루미 고고고 미루미 재밌는 루미 나나나난 빛나는 나미 꼬미루미 귀가 쏙쏙 꼬미루미 몸이 튼튼
우리 아이 첫 과일 우유 꼬미루미.
꼬미루미랑 만나.
Fantastic start from Michaelis. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
There's more to driving than getting from A to B. It's not just hitting the tarmac, but owning it. It's choosing a road with the most curves, not the shortest. Not just logging in, but drawing a crowd. Not just jumping, but reaching the top. So never just push the pedal. Listen. Hear the roar. Never just embrace new tech. Ignite it. Never just take a corner. Find its limit. Remember, never, ever just go from A to B. Just drive. Hyundai N.
내 식사가 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다.
Bring it back to basics.
식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 그 진리를 담아. 식사 이론.
+1.
내 식사가 세포가 된다. 피가 된다. 뼈가 된다. 근육이 된다. 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다. 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
True calm only comes at speed. The initial hour sets the pace. Endurance is as crucial as speed. Intuition is our guiding light. The green hell makes no promises. The indefinite wait is the greatest trial. Perseverance takes us to the finish. '24 Nürburgring 24 Hours race. 4 teams, 15 drivers, 4 qualifying rounds, and 1 final race. Standing firm in the face of challenges, Hyundai N reigned victorious once again. Unchanging passion changes everything.
내 식사가 세포가 된다, 피가 된다, 뼈가 된다, 근육이 된다, 세포가 뼈가 근육이 된다, 피가 피부가 된다. 내가 된다. 식사는 거짓말하지 않는다. 식사 이론.
Fantastic start from Nicholas. Hyundai looking strong. All this touching. Yes, Norbit, what a win. Look at the Hyundai go. What a win for Hyundai.
And welcome back, folks, to the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. Sim rigs have been turned off, the racing is over. It is time for our award ceremony.
현대 N 버추얼컵 월드 파이널 모든 레이스가 끝이 났습니다. 긴 시간 동안 레이스에 집중해 주신 우리 선수들, 그리고 끝까지 자리를 지켜주신 우리 팬 여러분, 그리고 온라인을 통해서 함께 관전을 지켜봐 주신 팬 여러분들 진심으로 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 지금부터 현대 N 버추얼컵 시상식을 여러분과 함께 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 리전 챔피언십 시상 먼저 함께 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 리전 챔피언십 4위 시상부터 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 4위 시상에는 권범희 해설위원께서 함께 수고해 주시겠습니다. 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 4위 미국 권혁입니다. 여러분 축하의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 총 42포인트로 리전 챔피언십 4위를 차지하게 되었습니다. 미국 권혁에게는 상금으로 $1,500가 지급되겠습니다. 큰 박수 보내주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 기념 촬영 함께 하도록 하겠습니다.
So, fourth place in the regional championship goes to the US region then.
네, 수고 선수들에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very
for
much.
the US region.
자, 권범희 해설위원께서도 퇴장해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 리전 챔피언십 4위 만나봤습니다. 자, 이어서 리전 챔피언십 3위 시상 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 3위 시상에는 강병희 해설위원께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 자, 바로 공개하겠습니다. 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 3위입니다. 한국 권혁입니다. 축하드립니다. 총 71포인트로 리전 챔피언십 3위를
Next up in our regional
차지한
championship then
한국
with third
권혁.
place will be the Korean region.
자, 입장할
led by
때 여러분들
Kwon
뜨거운
Kim,
박수로
who's the top
축하해
scorer
주시고
for
환영해
Korea.
주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 리전 챔피언십 3위에게는 상금으로 $2,000가 지급되겠습니다. 자, 기념사진 촬영 함께 나누도록 하겠습니다. 정면에 있는 카메라 바라봐 주십시오. 더 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Picking up a prize of $2,000.
네, 감사합니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 퇴장해 주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 리전 챔피언십 3위까지 함께 만나봤습니다. 자, 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 2위 시상 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 시상에는 로지텍 코리아 온라인 커스터머 마케팅 팀의 이상하 팀장님께서 함께 수고해 주시겠습니다. 자, 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 2위 발표하겠습니다. 2위 중국 권혁입니다. 축하드립니다.
In second place in the
현대
regional
N
championship
버추얼컵
then,
리전 챔피언십
Chinese
2위
region,
중국
led by
권혁
Lu
총
Dong, top scorer
98포인트로
there. Was
리전
surpassed after
챔피언십
by all
2위를
Chinese
차지하게
drivers, I should say.
되었습니다. 중국
today's
선수들에게
competition.
뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 상금으로 $2,500가 지급되겠습니다. 자, 정말 멋진 기량을 보여주면서 리전 챔피언십 2위를 달성한 중국팀 기념사진 촬영 함께 나누도록 하겠습니다.
Picking up a prize of
네, 수고
$2,500.
많으셨습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 보내주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 이제 마지막으로 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 대망의 1위를 발표하겠습니다. 시상에는 현대자동차 N 드라이빙 익스피리언스 장지하 팀장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 자, 현대 N 버추얼컵 리전 챔피언십 1위입니다. 축하합니다. 유럽 권혁입니다.
And of course, your regional championship
현대
winners
N
are Europe,
버추얼컵 리전
led
챔피언십 1위
by Dominic
유럽
Blyer, top scorer.
권혁.
It's Moritz Löhrer who walks them out to the podium, followed by
리전 챔피언십 1위를 달성하게 됐습니다. 상금으로 무려 $5,000가 지급되겠습니다. 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 정면은 카메라 함께 바라봐 주시고요. 시상자와 수상자 나란히 서 주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 이럴 때도 여러분 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
And a total prize of 5,000 for the European region as part of winning
네,
the region championship.
축하드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 퇴장해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 리전 챔피언십 1위 유럽 권역이었습니다. 자, 고생한 선수들에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시길 바라겠습니다. 네. 자, 이어서 리전 챔피언십에 이어서 드라이버 챔피언십도 함께 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 정말 오늘이 있기까지 2024년 10월부터 그리고 오늘까지 정말 수없이 노력했고 수없이 연습해 왔습니다. 일단 우리 선수들을 소개하기에 앞서서 수고했던 모든 선수들 박수 한번 보내주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 모든 선수들이 함께 힘을 모아서 이 자리를 만들어줬는데요. 그 결과 오늘 함께 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 시상은 계속해서 현대자동차 N 드라이빙 익스피리언스 장지하 팀장님께서 계속 수고해 주시겠습니다. 자, 바로 소개하겠습니다. 월드 파이널에 참가한 20명의 우수한 드라이버들을 제치고 상위 탑3에 든 영광의 얼굴 그 3위부터 호명해 드리겠습니다. 총 49포인트로 드라이버 챔피언십 3위에 올랐습니다. 3위 모리츠 레너 선수입니다.
In third place then in the overall championship is Moritz Lerner, who picks up 49 points in the Hyundai N Virtual Cup World Final. His best result came in race number 1, where he picked up 20 points with that second place finish.
상금 $5,000가 지급될 예정입니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 다음은 드라이버 챔피언십 2위 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 총 60포인트 2위에 이름을 올린 선수입니다. 막시밀리안 페네케.
In second place then, also from the European region, and also from Germany, is Maximilian Benecke. With 60 points, his best point haul came in race number 2. In Catalonia, it's a second place finish for Max. He said in an interview earlier, very pleased with the result, happy that the pressure is over.
지급될 예정입니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 마지막으로 현대 N 버추얼컵 영광의 챔피언을 호명하겠습니다. 드라이버 챔피언십 1위입니다. 총 64포인트. 영광의 챔피언은 도미닉 블라기에르입니다. 축하드립니다.
And finally, your champion from Poland, Dominic Blair, with 64 points. One of sim racing's greatest performances in race 2 and in race 3. Dominic Blair, against the odds, he is your Hyundai N Virtual Cup champion, receiving first place trophy.
시뮬레이터 콕핏이 수여될 예정입니다. 정상희선 선수들에게 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 더 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 현대 N 버추얼컵 드라이버 챔피언십 이렇게 그 주인공을 함께 만나봤습니다. 자, 이 순간을 기록하기 위해서 기념사진 촬영을 함께 나누도록 하겠습니다. 자, 선수들은 단상에서 내려와 주시면 되겠습니다. 단상에서 살짝 뒤로 내려와 주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 같이 사진 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 정면에는 카메라 응시해 주시기 바라겠고요. 이때 여러분들도 뜨거운 박수 한번 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘
And a photo
영광스러운
opportunity for
선수들을
our top three: Dominic
다시 한번
Pelayo,
기념
Maximilian
촬영으로
Beneke,
담도록 하겠습니다.
and Moritz Löhner.
자,
The
정면에
fabulous
카메라 한번
achievements
응시해
from
주시기
all
바라겠습니다.
three, and the European region,
여러분, 큰
the
박수
dominant
보내주시기
region, in the
바라겠습니다.
first edition of the Hyundai
네,
N Virtual Cup.
고맙습니다.
We'll hear
자,
from
우리
them
장기하
in a
팀장님
couple of moments.
감사드립니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리
Very quick interview.
선수들과 함께 인터뷰를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 정말 현대 N 버추얼컵 월드 파이널 탑3 선수들이 이 자리에 함께 자리해 주셨는데요. 먼저 3위를 차지한 모리츠 레너 선수를 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다. 마이크 전달해 주시죠. 자, 모리츠 레너 선수 축하드리고요. 3위를 차지한 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
First of all, congratulations, and how are you feeling after coming third in the World Finals?
Thank you very much. Quite exhausted, to be honest. It's been a long day, but yeah, podium is very good. Yeah, it was very hard to get here. Like the first few races went good with 2 P2s in the qualification, so I got a lot of points. But in the end, you have to win a race actually to be up the top step, which I couldn't really achieve today. But third place, I think, with those people that I'm driving against was really good. And yeah, quite happy.
네, 이렇게 긴 하루를 통해서 이제 3번 경기를 이제 최선을 다해서 이제 3등까지 올라와서 너무 행복하다고 하십니다.
네, 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있었던 이유가 있었을 것 같아요. 그 원동력이 있다면 어떤 이유 때문에 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있었을까요?
So what or who helped you get this far?
Who helped me? I don't know. It's a difficult question, actually. I guess probably I have to say my dad, because he got me into all of this. So he pushed me into this and got me this far. Yeah.
네, 이제 말하자면은 아버님께서 그때 이제 이렇게 레이싱에 이제 입문시켜 주셔서 아버님께 감사드리라고 말씀했습니다.
네, 그렇다면 지금 아버지 이야기를 하셨는데요. 생각나는 사람이 또 아버지일 것 같은데 이 방송을 또 보고 계신 우리 아버지에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Okay, and so as a closing remark, what would you like to say to your dad?
Thank you very much. Everything you did for me so far, and yeah, I guess on to some more events that you were the reason I'm standing here for.
네, 아버님 덕분에 제가 여기 이 자리에 서 있고 헌신해 주신 거 너무 감사드리고 이제 더 앞으로 최선을 다하겠습니다.
자, 멋진 경기를 만들어준 모리츠 레너 선수에게 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이번에는 2위를 차지한 막시밀리안 베네케 선수에게 마이크를 한번 건네주시고요. 자, 인터뷰 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 월드 파이널 종합 2위를 차지한 소감이 궁금합니다.
How do you feel after winning second place in the World Finals?
Yeah, I'm very relieved. Obviously, it has been a tough fight overall today, so I'm very happy about that. Also for Moritz, P3 overall for the team, it's good. Also with Europe, so sitting here on the podium with the 3 of us, so very happy.
네, 이렇게 열심히 이제 경기를 다 치르고 같은 이제 지역에서 온 선수들과 함께 같이 끝까지 좋은 성적을 내서 너무 행복하다고 하십니다.
자, 그리고 또 하나 질문이 있는데요. 가장 기억에 남는 레이싱이 있다면 어떤 레이싱을 꼽겠습니까?
Which of the races stood out to you or is more memorable to you?
I think it's going to be the race on Barcelona. I think for all of us, there was a tough fight also between the 3 of us, and I think also for the fans watching. It's been a very great fight. I think we will always remember that race because you don't get that often nowadays. So very happy about that.
네, 두 번째 경기에서 이렇게 1위를 이렇게 같이 왔다 갔다 하는 그 경기가 가장 기억에 남았다고 하십니다.
네, 마지막으로 대한민국에서 경기를 펼쳐봤는데요. 소감도 궁금합니다.
And how would you feel, or how was your experience racing in South Korea?
It's been something new for sure. It's been a very welcoming organization here. I have to say we are not used to that kind of standard. So very happy to be here and hopefully to be here again in the future.
네, 너무 행복했고요. 그리고 이제 다들 환영해 주시는 이런 문화가 되게 새로웠다고 하십니다. 그래서 이제 미래에도 또 오고 싶다고 하십니다.
혹시 그 내년에도 또 출전할 수 있겠습니까?
Will you be able to compete again next year?
네.
Of course. 네, 당연합니다.
기대를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 막시밀리안 베네케 선수였습니다. 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 내년 또한 기대가 됩니다. 자, 이제 현대 N 버추얼컵 챔피언입니다. 도미닉 블라이르 선수를 함께 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 월드 파이널에서 가장 높은 곳 챔피언이 되셨는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel after becoming the champion of the World Finals?
I still can't believe it that happened, especially after his race today. So we managed to win 2 races in a row and make a good comeback. So yeah, I'm super happy and I hope in the next event we will be there also.
네, 아직도 믿기지가 않다고 하십니다. 그리고 이렇게 지역과 함께 좋은 성적을 거두어서 너무 감사하고 또 다음에 있을 또 경기와 이벤트에 꼭 참여하고 싶다고 하십니다.
딱 챔피언을 확정짓는 순간 가장 먼저 생각났던 분이 있다면 어떤 사람이 떠올랐을까요?
Who was the first person to come to mind when you finished at the finish line, became champion?
I think it wasn't the only one. It was just like the team and the family also. So yeah.
네, 그 순간에 한 사람이 아니었고 팀 전체, 팀원들 그리고 이제 부모님이 그리고 이제 가족이 생각났다고 하십니다.
그러면 저희 개인적인 질문인데요. 끝나고 같은 권역의 선수들끼리 같이 밥도 먹고 축제를 할 예정이십니까?
So this is a personal question, but after this, will you guys of the same region eat together and have a party celebration?
I hope so, but I have a taxi at 5 a.m. to airport, so I mean we still have time, but yeah, we'll see.
네, 하고는 싶다고 합니다. 그래서 아직은 잘 모르겠는데 이제 다시 공항으로 가는 택시 시간이 있어서 그 시간만 된다면 같이 하고 싶다고 하십니다.
오케이, 마지막으로 한 가지 질문만 하고 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다. 정말 이 방송을 보면서 많은 분들이 심레이싱에 관심을 가질 수 있었던 레이싱이었던 것 같은데요. 심레이싱의 매력을 꼽자면 심레이싱의 매력을 말씀해 주십시오.
So in order to introduce the people to the merits of sim racing, how would you do that?
Oh, that's a tough question. Do you wanna help? No. I would say if you want to drive in real life, but you don't have enough money, like sim racing is a perfect opportunity to drive on the top level, test yourself, practice, and it also sim racing goes to real life. So yeah, I think that's a good idea to do.
네, 그런 세계적이고 그리고 유명한 장소에서 이렇게 레이스를 하고 싶은데 근데 돈이 없거나 기회가 없다 해도 시뮬레이션을 통해서 이렇게 그런 꿈을 성취할 수 있다고 이제 말을 하셨습니다.
자, 좋은 말씀해주신 우리 3명의 선수에게 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 포디움 세레머니를 위해서 다시 한번 단상 위로 올라가 주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 이제 3명의 선수가 마지막으로 단상 위에서 세레머니를 펼칠 때 여러분들 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 3명의 선수 세레머니 지금부터 출발합니다. 자, 영광의 현대 N 버추얼컵 탑3에 진출한 선수들 축하드립니다. 여러분 더욱더 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 현대 N 버추얼컵 전 세계 심레이싱 팬 여러분들이 있었기 때문에 더욱더 즐거운 축제가 되었지 않았나 싶습니다.
Well, Evan, I have to say, I will say it, it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. I hope it's been great being alongside you, Evan, once again.
Yes, it has been fabulous. Thank you very much, Kieran, for joining me, and a big thanks to our audience at home. It's been a pleasure to have you here on the English broadcast for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup. A big thanks to all your support throughout the campaign. A big thanks to our partners, of course, as well here at Hyundai. And a big thanks to the drivers for giving us such fantastic, entertaining action. Folks, we will see you again soon for the Hyundai N Virtual Cup.